Hello everyone and welcome to the fourth season and first edition of the 30-minute drill. I'm Jason Olephant alongside Aaron Ploshnick, Jake Silverman. Today we're going to have an NFL wrap-up and NFL picks. First off, let's talk about Atlanta, Carolina. For Atlanta, Michael Vick, 10 for 22, 140 yards. Jake Della for Carolina, subpar performance, 21 for 39, passing for 186 yards. Guys, what do you think of this game?
Well, I know a lot of us in the beginning of the season had Carolina going to the Super Bowl. But just looking at them in the first week, you have to say they looked a lot weaker than Atlanta in this game. I mean, Michael Vick had an unbelievable performance, and without the help of Steve Smith, I feel like Jake Delhomme really couldn't rely on his passing game. It really did not help him.
Well, what I think is everyone was picking Carolina to go so far this year. And Atlanta came out and showed that really they're probably the best team in the Deep South. And work done showed he still had some gas left in the tank. And Vic showed, even if his completion percentage isn't up there, his mobility, and he'll run you out. And also he could throw deep, and he'll throw accurate when it counts, as you saw on the touchdown to Crumpler and Jenkins.
See, the thing with Michael Vick is that he always has the threat to run, which makes him an even more dangerous quarterback than Jake Delhomme is. I think Atlanta will do very well this year.
Yeah, it was a 26 game. Atlanta pulled out with the victory. Also, Philadelphia, Houston. Philadelphia prevailed 24-10. Donovan McNabb coming off the season-ending surgery last season. 24 for 35 passing, 314 yards. Great performance for McNabb. What did you guys think?
Well, I thought it showed all the doubters that thought McNabb was just, maybe a makeup of T.O. and that he could be nothing without T.O. That, McNabb's a great quarterback no matter what you say. I mean, Dante Stallworth's first year as an Eagle is having his chance to shine. I mean, this guy's an athletic freak. He runs the 40 and 4.4, caught the deep bomb by McNabb. McNabb showing no signs of an injury from last year. It was a great game for McNabb.
I mean, coming off a sports hernia, which is a really serious injury to have in the NFL, I think he played absolutely spectacular in this game. I mean, he threw for, 2 touchdowns?
3.
Pretty amazing, I have to say.
Yeah, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. Also, like you were saying, Dante Stallworth, good pickup from New Orleans, 13 receptions for 141 yards. Now let's talk about the Green Bay Packers. Looks like a repeat of last season, downs by Chicago, 26-0. Rex Grossman had a good performance, but Brett Favre, shaky once again, 15 for 29, 170 yards, continuing where he left off last year with 2 interceptions. He was a little shaky. Do you think it was the right move for Brett Favre not retiring and coming back to the Green Bay Packers?
I have all the respect in the world for Brett Favre. To be a quarterback in this league for as many games as he's started consecutive, I have all the respect in the world from him. But to be honest, I think he needs to get out of Green Bay. He's a great quarterback, and maybe he just needs to be traded to that winning team, which will give him a little bit of an edge. He needs more receivers. I mean, he lost Donald Driver last year to the Denver Broncos, and he just needs a team with more receivers. If he gets receivers, he'll have targets, he'll score more touchdowns, and it'll be a better team with Brett Favre at the helm.
Well, I mean, a lot of it was Brett Favre. He hasn't been great, but also you have to look at, Chicago had the best defense in the league last year, and him going against the best team in the league with a horrible line, Ahmad Green not 100%, probably will never be 100% again, when he was that upper echelon running back in the NFL. And as you said, missing one of his favorite wideouts. It's going to be hard for him all season, and he should either be traded or, maybe look to try and train up Aaron Rodgers, for next year. That's what they should be looking for.
Rodgers is a quarterback of the future, I have to say, and Javon Walker missing, going to Denver, really serious. And against Chicago's defense, which is possibly the best defense in the league this year, get shut out 26-0 may not be as bad as the score seems.
Without Javon Walker losing him to Denver, they still have Donald Driver, though, Bubba Franks, Ahman Green. You still think Green Bay can't make the playoffs?
No, I honestly don't. I don't think this is their year.
No, there's no way. But Bubba Franks, I mean, he's on the way out, too. He was drafted, a year before Favre, or a year after? Yeah, he's old.
Now let's talk about a brutal hit by Cincinnati's Robert Gethers in the Kansas City-Cincinnati game. Trent Green suffered a head trauma, severe injury, could be out a couple of weeks. What do you guys think of the severe injury?
Well, We heard in the news today that Carl Peterson, who's the general manager from the team, went to him early this morning, got a checkup, and he seemed to be conscious. He was asking about the game and everything that was going on with it, but he seemed to have a massive headache, and Peterson commented on that. And I really hope Trent Green comes back. They say 2 games at the most right now, and they have a bye week coming up after those 2 games, and we hope to see Trent Green back after that. But this is a serious and bad hit, and I feel really bad for Trent Green.
Now we're going to talk about the Manning Ball, as many people said. Peyton Manning versus younger brother Eli Manning. Great game. Colts prevailed 26-21. Peyton Manning, 25 for 41 passing, 276 yards, clutch on third down conversions. Younger brother Eli, 20 for 34, little lesser numbers, 247 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. The Giants secondary just got demolished in this game, and Peyton Manning was just clutch every time on third down. And Eli, Giants, costly mistakes, penalties. What do you guys think of this game?
Well, I mean, the Giants secondary isn't the greatest in the world. I mean, you got Jabril Wilson and R.W. McQuarters, who they just picked up from, I think it was Chicago or San Francisco. Either way, they don't have a good secondary. They need some cornerbacks back there. They need physical players in their backfield, and that's not what they have. They let, the route-running Indianapolis Colts run all over them, and Peyton Manning, if you make a little mistake, Peyton Manning's going to find it and pick you apart. You can't do that against, the best teams. And if they want to win the Super Bowl, you're going to have to beat the Colts and teams just like them.
I mean, yeah, they lost Will Adams to the
Dolphins.
Right. And the Manning Bowl, I kind of feel, was even, but it seems like Peyton Manning got the winning end this time. It might be different next time.
We'll be back with more 30-minute drill with our division picks right after this.
And welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Carlton Marcin, here with my guest, Michael Botwinick, and showing you. All right, guys, let's get started. The New York Jets, Chad Pennington, looked amazing. 319 yards passing. How do you think they will do this week against the New England Patriots?
Well, Carlton, I think that they're going to have a tough game this week. The Patriots are a really good team. They have a great quarterback, Tom Brady, great running game, and I think they pull this one out over the Jets. Sean.
I have to say the same thing, but one factor is Chad Pennington. He was so hot last game, and he's just on fire. But another factor is that Deion Branch got traded to the Seahawks, and that loses another wide receiver for Tom Brady.
Okay. All right, next matchup, we have the Buffalo Bills at Miami. Lossman threw for 164 yards, 15 for 23. Dante Culpepper, 2 INTs, no TDs. What's up with that? Who do you like in this one?
Well, despite the fact that Culpepper didn't do too great last week, I still think they pull this one out. They have a great running back in Ronnie Brown. He had 2 touchdowns last week. And I think that they're going to try to get Chris Chambers more involved this week. And I think they pull this one out.
I like what Mike said, but you also have to look at the Miami defense. You have Zach Thomas, you have Jason Taylor, and you have a newly strengthened defensive back squad. And I just looked for Miami pulling out over Buffalo.
Okay. Next matchup, we got Carolina and Minnesota. Carolina lost last week. They lost Steve Smith. I would have pulled hamstring. Minnesota, Brad Johnson looked good. Mike, who do you like in this one?
Well, I don't like Carolina. I think that that Steve Smith relies so much on his speed. He's not a tall guy. He's not able to make such great, spectacular catches over cornerbacks. So with that hamstring, even if it's healed a little bit, if it bothers him even the slightest bit, the speed really affects him. And I think without him, they won't be able to win. Minnesota wins this one for me.
And in Minnesota, you have Chester Taylor, who had a just amazing game at Monday Night Football against the Redskins. And another factor is you also have Keyshawn Johnson on the Panthers, who's another receiver for Jake Delhomme.
All right, guys. Next matchup, New York Jets, Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, everyone's going to be watching this game. I mean, Giants last week lost to Peyton and the Colts. Eli, 247 yards passing. I mean, it was good, but I mean, they couldn't pull through. Philadelphia coming back from a terrible season last year. Do you think they could pull it out against the New York Giants?
No, I don't, Carlton. I think that the Giants will win this one. I really like who they played last week. They barely lost against one of the best teams in the league. I really like what they've done with their defense this year. Eli Manning looked great. Looks like he's really been training a lot this season. And Tiki Barber still got those moves. Like, he's just barely a rookie. Second, third league in the year. Really, he's that old. He's a really good veteran, knows what he's doing, and has great moves. I say Giants win this one.
I have to disagree. I say the Eagles because you have Donovan McNabb, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception, and you have Dante Stallworth, newly acquired, had an amazing game, and I just look for the Eagles to pull out over the Giants.
All right, guys. Next matchup we're going to talk about. Tampa Bay. I mean, they did terrible against the Ravens defense. I mean, McAllister, pick 6. It was just terrible. Who do you think will come victorious in this matchup, Atlanta or Tampa Bay?
Well, I just did not like what Tampa Bay did last week at all. I mean, they were unable to move the ball. Chris Sims had 3 interceptions. And I really like what the Falcons did last week. I mean, Warwick Dunn had over 100 yards. They still have Jarius Norwood as backup running backs. The thunder-lightning combination there. Mm-hmm. They got Michael Vick throwing the ball to Michael Jenkins. I think Atlanta wins this game.
Me personally, I'm an Atlanta fan, so I'm looking forward to Atlanta winning. And you saw Tampa Bay with Cadillac doing just terrible. Have at least, I think, like 22 yards or something. And you have Warwick Dunn, one of the best running backs in the game, Pro Bowl last year. So I'm looking forward to see that game.
All right, guys. All right. Well, that runs out of time for us. We're going to have to go to commercial break. Once again, I'm your host, Carlton Marcin. Here are my guests, Michael Botwinick and Sean Yu, and we'll be back after this.
Hi, I'm Michael Botwinick here. Thank you, Jason, for that last segment. It was simply amazing. I'm here with Sean Yu and Dan Cohen, and we're going to talk about the AL and NL playoff races. Sean, Dan, what do you think of the AL East?
I think the Yankees have a demanding lead over the Red Sox, and they have a series coming up over Tampa, which they're definitely going to win.
I have to agree with Sean. No doubt the Yankees are going to win this division. They're up by 10 games, and that's just insurmountable.
All right, guys, I agree with you on that one. Let's go to the NL East. Sean, what do you think of that one?
The NL East is kind of weird because the New York Mets have a 16.5 game over Florida, and Florida's still in the wild card race. So I look to see the Mets pulling through on the playoffs.
Yeah, I got to agree there, too. Also, the National League is really just the Mets League. There's really no one even close to their level.
Yeah, I got to agree with you guys. I think Willie Randolph even deserves some Manager of the Year considerations for his job he done with that team. Sean, what do you think of the AL Central?
AL Central, I think the Detroit Tigers are going to win coming through because they have a series against Texas, and Texas isn't a very good team, so they're going to go into the playoffs.
Again, I don't want to sound like a copycat, but I do have to agree with Sean. I think the Tigers are going to win, and probably based on their pitching. Starting pitching wins, and they have by far the best starting pitcher pitching in that division.
All right, now we're going to the NL Central. The Cardinals have been looking very good. They have Albert Pujols has had a good year this year. Yeah, Chris Carpenter had a great year also. Sean, what do you think of that?
I'm gonna go with the Cardinals, even though Jason Isringhauser hasn't been closing out games that much, but their hitting has been doing good in keeping them in the playoff race.
I have to agree with him again on the Cardinals. He made a very good point with the closer because even if they do make the playoffs, the closer is so clutch, and we learned that when seeing the Atlanta Braves only win one World Series in the 1990s. If they had Mariano Rivera, they probably would have won more World Series in that decade.
All right, now what do you think about the AL West? The Oakland Athletics been doing good.
The A's have a 5.5 game over the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, and with Houston Street coming back, they're gonna be a strong factor in the playoff race.
Not very surprising. I agree with him. I think the A's are going to take the AL West, and I really give it to them for the consistency they've shown this year, especially the hindrances of injuries that have hurt them. They've shown that they have strong, young starting pitchers with Dan Harron, Barry Zito. They've been very strong.
All right, now I'm going to the NL West. Sean?
The NL West, I don't think it should be called a division because they're so terrible, but the Dodgers, I think, are going to pull away with great pitching and with Nomar hitting well.
I got to agree with him on the Dodgers there. It's a very tight division. I think it's going to go down to the wire. But again, starting pitching is going to win it, and they have the best top three starting pitchers in that division with Brad Penny, who you saw is a pretty good pitcher when he struck out the side of Ichiro, Jeter, and Ortiz in the All-Star game with 100-mile-per-hour fastballs alongside Greg Maddux and Derek Lowe.
All right, now we're going to go to the AL wild card. This is a very tight race. Sean?
I'm going to say Minnesota just because Francisco Liriano's coming back, and without them, they've just lost a lot of good starting pitching. All you have is Johan Santana on that team. And with Joe Mauer still hitting as well and Morneau getting hot, I think Minnesota is going to win the wild card.
I disagree. I think the White Sox are going to take the AL wild card. I think it's good because their 3-4-5 hitters of Tommy, Konerko, and Dye are much better than the 3-4-5s of the Twins.
All right, now we'll go to the NL wild card. One surprising team in this race is the Florida Marlins, who were 20 games under 500 at one point. They're coming back. Any of you guys like them to win the NL wild card?
I was thinking about Florida. They're a real rookie team with Dan Uglo getting hot and good pitching like Ryan Nolasco and Dontrelle Willis. But they have a series against the Mets, which isn't going to help them that much. And my pick is Philadelphia because you have Ryan Howard, who's just hitting the lights out. And they have a series against the Braves, and the Braves aren't a very good team either. So I see the Phillies coming out in the NL wild card.
I really like the Marlins. I think that Joe Girardi's done a great thing with this team this year, and I think he's definitely up for NL Manager of the Year. Except the thing with the Marlins is their 8 starters, field position players, not including pitchers, have a combined under 6,000 career games, opposed to the San Francisco Giants, who have 11,552 career games, with Barry Bonds alone almost at 3,000. They have the experience. They're only 2.5 games back, and I think they take it.
All right, you're watching the 30-minute drill of Wayne Hill's TV production. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. Jason Olephant once again alongside Aaron Ploshnick, Jake Silverman. First off, we're going to talk about Baltimore versus Tampa Bay. Baltimore Ravens down Tampa Bay 27-0. Steve McNair had a superb game, 17 for 27 passing, 181 yards, 1 touchdown. Steve McNair looked pretty good for his first game. What did you guys think?
Well, I happen to be a Titans fan, so I was a little reluctant to let Steve McNair go. But you know what? He looks good, I have to say. First drive of the game, 84-yard drive, boom, 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 handed the ball in to Jamal Lewis, scored for the touchdown. And he threw one other touchdown in the game. He looked really good, and so did the Baltimore defense. Shutting out the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who were in the playoffs last year, I thought that was pretty amazing. What'd you think?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty amazing too, considering a lot of people had written off, the old Baltimore defense, the Ray Lewis defense of, the Super Bowl winning team beat Giants. They've written them off as old, not as good anymore, lost some players, free agency. I mean, they shut out Tampa, and they totally shut down Sims and Cadillac Williams. They stopped Cadillac. I think he only had 24 yards, and they sacked Sims a few times. And Joey Galloway didn't even have one catch, which is pretty amazing because he runs fast as anything.
Baltimore played very well.
In a game that ended up being one of the premier games for Week 1, Kurt Warner versus Alex Smith, Arizona versus San Francisco. Kurt Warner looked better than ever. 23 for 37, 301 yards, averaging 8.1 yards per throw. And Larry Fitzgerald, his top wide receiver, 9 receptions, 133 yards. I think Arizona is going to be a playoff team this year. They showed me a lot. What do you guys think?
Oh, definitely. I mean, I think Kurt Warner is regaining some of the confidence he had back in St. Louis. And, they opened the new stadium. Some people said, it's only San Francisco. But, I mean, San Francisco is a step up from last year's team, and Kurt Warner picked them apart. And the three-headed monster did shine with Edgerrin James, Kurt Warner, Larry Fitzgerald. Well, they should call it the four-headed monster. I mean, they have Antoine Bolden.
Yeah, I mean, to have the dynamic duo of Anquan Bolden and Larry Fitzgerald, and then to add Kurt Warner and Edgerrin James to the mix, unbelievable. Arizona looks so solid, and I would not be surprised if they make the playoffs this year. I mean, San Francisco, yeah, they're not one of the best teams in the league, but just to put up 34 points in one game, I think is pretty spectacular anyway.
Yeah, the Colts didn't choose to re-sign Edgerrin James over the offseason. Big pickup over the offseason for Arizona. Speaking of Edgerrin James, 26 carries for 73 yards. Not the best of yards to get, but for his first game, pretty good.
Decent debut in the new Arizona Stadium.
Yeah, that was pretty good. What's not to be overlooked is the 49ers, how Alex Smith performed. He did pretty good in his sophomore season debut. I mean, it was much better than last year where he only threw 1 touchdown, I think, 13 or 11 picks.
Yeah, but let's just stop it. Let's get to the rookies now. How about Reggie Bush, man? New Orleans 19, Cleveland 14. Reggie Bush, Deuce McAllister, another two-headed monster down in New Orleans. They go for 170 combined yards between Reggie Bush making almost 130 yards himself. Unbelievable.
Yeah, the Houston Texans chose to pass him up for the number 1 pick, Mario Williams. Bush had a great day, 14 carries, 61 yards on the ground, 8 catches for 58 yards receiving. They actually used him as a wide receiver, and then they used him as a punt returner. 3 punt returns for 22 yards. Reggie Bush was just flat out outstanding.
Yeah, definitely. He had 141 total yards. And, I mean, I don't know what went through the Houston owner's mind. I know he was trying to beat the Colts, and the only way to beat the Colts is to beat them on defense. But you have to pick Reggie Bush. He's a once-in-a-lifetime.
He is a triple threat. Unbelievable.
Now we're going to wrap up our show with some NFL division picks. The team that I like, the G-Men of New York, but what's your picks for each division, guys?
Well, I have to say, I feel I'm going to do the NFC, and I'm going to let Jake over there do the AFC. So I feel coming out of the East, Dallas definitely looks like the strongest team in that race. I mean, they add T.O. Terry Glenn is a volatile receiver. In the North, I like the Bears coming out with that stout defense. In the South, I have the Panthers coming out. And in the West, I have the defending NFC champion, Seattle Seahawks. The wild cards, I have the Giants and the Redskins coming out of that NFC East. And my Super Bowl winner is the Carolina Panthers.
Well, I think in the North is the Ravens, winners this week. Colts coming out the South, AFC East, New England Patriots. The West, LT and his Chargers. My wild card picks are Cincy, Miami, and I think Super Bowl this year will go to the Colts.
That's
I
an
like those picks. Yeah.
That's an interesting pick. Colts have been looking to win the Super Bowl for the past 6 years. Peyton Manning just couldn't get it up. So that's our first edition of the 30-minute drill. I'm Jason Oliphant alongside Aaron Ploshnick and Jade Silverman. We'll be back with our second edition of 30-minute drill next week. Stay tuned. Thanks for watching. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Week 2 of the 30-Minute Drill. I'm your host, Jason Oliphant, alongside Aaron Ploshnick, Jake Silverman. We have Week 2 wrap-up to talk about. Let's get started. First, we're going to talk about Chicago-Detroit. Chicago won 34-7. Rex Grossman, great showing again, threw for 289 yards. But the question I have for you, Rex Grossman looks great, but the last couple of years he's been very injury-prone. We know the defense is there, but can Grossman stay healthy and make this team a contender in the NFC?
I don't really think it matters if Grossman stays healthy because I think that defense will carry this team into the playoffs quite easily. I mean, this defense headed by Brian Urlacher, they're just so strong, and I really feel that they'll probably win that division by a long shot. What do you think, Jake?
Well, I agree. The defense is one of the main parts that they've gotten so far, but I think that with Rex Grossman, Muhsin Muhammad, Cedric Benson, and Thomas Jones, the offense plus the defense can maybe carry them to the Super Bowl if all things fall into place.
Another premier game of Week 2 was New Orleans versus Green Bay. Drew Brees threw for 353 yards, and Brett Favre on the losing end threw for 340 yards, 3 touchdowns. What a huge impact Drew Brees has been for the New Orleans Saints, hasn't he?
I mean, that's a huge pickup for New Orleans. Drew Brees, he's looked amazing these first 2 games. Reggie Bush, their draft pick, still looking amazing. And I just think that being 2-0 this early in the season, it's just great for New Orleans. I mean, with the whole Katrina victims and all that stuff, I just think it's great for New Orleans to be 2-0, and I really hope that they can do great this season.
Yeah, New Orleans is a standout team. I mean, they have Joe Horn, Reggie Bush, Deuce McAllister, Drew Brees. They're an offensive explosion. Every time they get the ball, you don't know if it can go for 50 yards downfield, but yet they can manage the small plays with Drew Brees and his pinpoint accuracy.
I really think that 2-headed monster is going to be something this year with Reggie Bush and Deuce McAllister.
Yeah, also Cincinnati, Cleveland. Carson Palmer, looks like the knee is holding up, threw for 352 yards. But the question I have for both of you is, do you think Palmer can lead the Cincinnati Bengals to the promised land in the Super Bowl?
I don't know about the Super Bowl because the defense is a little young, but Carson Palmer has definitely shown he's come back from the injury. In the preseason, we saw bits and pieces of it, and now, I mean, he's thrown for just about 500 yards so far this season. Carson Palmer is amazing, and I think what they're doing up there in Cincinnati is great.
The skeptics said a lot about Carson Palmer before the season. Will his knee hold up? Will he be good? And I think that he's looked amazing these first 2 games. And with Johnson & Johnson, Rudy and Chad, they're going to be unbelievable this year too. And I honestly think they have a legitimate chance to make the Super Bowl. I mean, there's a lot of contenders in the AFC, but if Cincinnati plays their schedule right, gets a nice situation in the playoffs, they could go far.
Coming off the big Manning Bowl, Peyton Manning versus the Houston Texans. Outstanding performance by Peyton Manning, Threw 28 for 38, threw for 400 yards, and he broke Johnny Unitas' franchise record for completions in the first quarter. Peyton Manning was just unbelievable.
Well, I mean, Peyton Manning is Peyton Manning. There's nothing else you can say about that. He's legitimately the best, if not second best quarterback behind Tom Brady in the NFL. He throws for so many yards consistently every week. And not to mention he has exceptional wideouts like Brandon Stokely, Marvin Harrison, Reggie Wayne. And to mention Marvin Harrison, he also took over 5th place over the all-time receptions list in the 3rd quarter. And Dungy got his 50th win as coach. They did amazing.
There's no bigger mental warrior in the NFL than Peyton Manning. He goes into every game knowing what to do in every situation. He knows the exact formations, and he could switch the play like 15 times at the line. and he'll always get it right. You always have to feel safe if you have Peyton Manning at the helm of your team. He's one of the best quarterbacks of all time, in my opinion.
I'd just like to say that Peyton Manning goes up to the line. This is a proven fact. Peyton Manning goes up to the line with 2 rushing plays and 1 passing play each down and changes it at the line depending on how he reads the defense. He's unbelievable at reading defenses.
We know Manning is great and the Colts are great as a team and Tony Dungy is great as a coach. But the question I have for you guys, and I'm very worried about this, is their running back tandem with Joseph Adai and Dominic Rhodes. You know, they lost Edgerrin James over the offseason to the Arizona Cardinals. And so far in these first 2 games for this NFL season, Joseph Adai, subpar performances. What do you guys think?
Well, Joseph Adai, you know, the LSU big back coming into Indianapolis, you can't expect him to fill the role that Edgerrin James, you know, fill the gap that Edgerrin James left. But, I mean, he is averaging about 4.7 yards a carry, and it's going to be hard, but maybe in a few years they'll, you know, manage a way to find him and fit him into the system better.
Well, with the situation the Colts have been given, you know there's going to be a drop-off when you lose a humongous back like Edgerrin James. You have Joseph Adai here. You have Dominic Rhodes here. I mean, Rhodes is a decent back. There's no doubt in that. He can break off big runs. You saw that when Edgerrin James was out on plays last year. He can break off big runs. Adai at LSU was known to be a big run back. If they work together, they could possibly make the Colts a Super Bowl team, not to mention winning the Super Bowl this year. Great possibility for them.
The Colts are always a Super Bowl team. But when they lost Edgerrin James, they also gained something. You lose something, you gain something. They gained a big game kicker, and that's something they lacked last year. They have Adam Vinatieri now. And last year, the reason they didn't go so far in the playoffs was Mike Vanderjagt's missed field goal. Well, with Vinatieri, he won't miss big field goals. He's known for making those. And, you know, I think maybe they could win the Super Bowl this year. As I said last week, they're my pick to win it all.
And Dominic Rhodes, you know, he's going to play with a chip on his shoulder, being in the situation he is. He's not getting the credit he deserves.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 30-Minute Drill. I'm your host, Jason Olephant, alongside Aaron Ploshnick, Jake Silverman. We are going to do a breakdown of the Giants-Eagles game. The New York Giants were down 24-7, and the Giants' secondary was just terrible in the first quarter. Sam Madison allowing Dante Stallworth to have 2 wide-open catches, including for a touchdown. Then I shut it off the TV, and all of a sudden, what do you know? It's 24-14. Tim Carter recovered a fumble from Plexico Burress on the 5-yard line, and all of a sudden it's 24-14. What's going through both of your minds when you see that the Giants are coming back?
Well, you know what? When I talk about the Giants secondary and Sam Madison, he was in his prime when he was with the Dolphins, had some great years down there, many picks. Then he comes over here and he's not looking too good. I mean, Dante Stallworth just ran all over him.
First of all, I like to comment on you being a true Giant fan. You should never shut off TV on your team. But like I said last week, Dante Stallworth is amazing, and the Giants' secondary is horrendous. So when you put someone who's good against someone who's bad, you know they're just going to run all over them and have a great day. That's what Dante Stallworth did, and Dominic McNabb's going to, find him every time. 2
plays that I was very questionable about in the Giants-Eagles game. 4th and 2 for the Giants on the Eagles' 45 with 10:34 left in the fourth quarter. They decide to go for it. Eli Manning throws to Tiki Barber. It's tipped and it's intercepted. Smart move by Tom Coughlin or not?
Well, I think when you have a bruising back like Brandon Jacobs, maybe you give it to him and let him pound it in there, because recently he's been showing that extra burst, and I think he could have gotten it there.
You know what? 4th and 2. The situation just didn't look right for them to go for it. I honestly think they should have punted, and there was plenty of time left for them to get another drive.
Then there's 8 minutes and 46 seconds left. 4th and 1 now for the Eagles on the Giants' 44. Andy Reid decides for the Eagles to go for it. They run it with Brian Westbrook. He's stuffed by Jabril Wilson. Then on the next drive for the Giants, Eli Manning throws a great pass to Amani Toomer. All of a sudden, what do you know? 24-21, 3 minutes remaining. What's going through Andy Reid's mind?
We know what Jabril Wilson is, a real hard-knock cornerback, and he just rammed in there, and the line stopped him. I don't really like Andy Reid's decision to go for it in the first place, but Jabril Wilson just made a heck of a play.
Well, on that situation, you'd be kicking a 50-yard field goal with great kicker David Akers. I think you should kick it, but also I think there were 3 options. Go with Donovan McNabb up the middle, kick it with Akers, or go with Westbrook. And honestly, I think he picked the worst one out of 3.
On the next drive of the Eagles, the Giants stopped them, and it's 24-21. Eli Manning drives down the field, 10 seconds remaining. Jay Feely kicks a 35-yard field goal. It's good. All of a sudden, we're going to overtime. The defenses were good on the first drives. Then all of a sudden, Giants, Eli Manning gets the ball back. They're on the 44-yard line, almost in field goal range. What's going through your mind when you're watching the game?
Well, I just want to go back to 21-24 in that fourth quarter when Eli Manning was driving. There was a key penalty on that play by one of the defensive linemen from the Giants. It was a kick to the body, and it was a 15-yard penalty for unnecessary roughness. Instead of Feely kicking a 50-yard field goal, he had to kick a 35 one, which is a little bit easier. And just going into overtime, both defenses looked really good until the Giants broke open that drive.
Well, I don't know. What I was thinking when I was watching it is that you have Eli Manning. I've seen him do this once before. I'm not sure who the opponent was last year, but he just kept backpedaling, and found his man in the end zone. I think he has something like Tom Brady, where he could just win it in the fourth quarter.
To throw off your back foot is pretty amazing.
Yeah, Eli Manning showed that he's a great impact player in that overtime play. Threw right off his back foot, and a great catch by Plexico Burress over the head of the Eagles defenseman. Eli Manning final numbers threw for 371 yards, 3 touchdowns, and 1 interception. But now we are going to talk about pretenders and contenders in the NFL. The team I first want to talk about is the New Orleans Saints. They're starting 2-0 over that Katrina incident last season. They got key signings in Reggie Bush, the 2nd overall pick, Deuce McAllister, they have the two-headed monster, and a huge pickup with Drew Brees. Do you think this team is a pretender or a contender?
You know what? I think this team is a contender. I mean, when you have the two-headed back, like you said, with Bush and McAllister, you have Horn, who's a great receiver, and you have Drew Brees, who was a humongous pickup in the offseason. I honestly think that they can definitely prove themselves.
Well, I mean, everything you just said is correct. They have a tremendous offense, but let's see the pattern over the past few years. Steelers, great defense. Patriots, all their Super Bowl wins were great defense. Can you name a single person on the Saints defense that can impact the game? There's basically no one. There's not one good player on the Saints defense.
The next team I want to talk about real quick before we go is the Carolina Panthers. Start off 0-2 without their key wide receiver, Steve Smith. They got a huge signing with Keyshawn Johnson over the offseason. A lot of people picked this team to go to the Super Bowl. What do you guys think with this key injury now?
You know what? I don't think the Carolina Panthers should worry about this 0-2 start at all. They're probably just getting a slow start to the season. They'll probably end up with at least 12 wins and probably go to the Super Bowl.
I don't know why everyone made such a big deal out of Carolina. Keyshawn Johnson was a great receiver. Key word in that sentence was. He wasn't such a big free agent signing. He was the TO of the past, but you know what? His time is gone. Steve Smith's out. You know, Carolina needs to start thinking about next year.
Thank you for your thoughts, guys. For Aaron Ploshnick, Jake Silverman, I'm Jason Olephant. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill right after this.
And welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Carlton Marcin, here with my guests, Della, Volpe, and Dan Cohen. And today we're going to do a preview of Week 3. All right, guys. AFC games of the week. Cincinnati, Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, Monday Night Football. Couldn't pull it out through the Jacksonville Jaguars. Who wins this one?
Well, Cincinnati is a very good team. They just beat up on the
Cleveland Browns last week, 34-17, but I'm gonna have to go with Pittsburgh in this one. They just snapped their 9-game winning streak at home, and I'm gonna look for them to rebound at home against Cincinnati this week.
I'm going to disagree there. I'm going to take Cincinnati in this game. I think Cincinnati's played very well so far. I think Carson Palmer, he's come back from his injury very well, and Pittsburgh's Ben Roethlisberger is just not the same the way he was last year.
All right, guys. Next game, we got Jacksonville and the defense against Peyton Manning and the Colts offense. Who wins this one?
Well, the Jaguars have a very good defense. As you can see, last week they shut out the Pittsburgh Steelers 9-0. But Indianapolis' offense is just too powerful. Peyton Manning, he runs that offense just like he knows the back of his hand. So I'm going to take Indianapolis.
I like the Colts also in that game. The Colts really just have the dominant offense. The Jaguars have a very good defense, as we saw, since the Steelers cannot score any points off them, but I'm going to agree with Travis there.
All right, guys. Next game, Denver 1-1 versus New England, who's 2-0. Who do you like in this one?
Well, New England, they have the dual running backs with Lawrence Maroney and Corey Dillon, and that has just been a problem for all teams. You use the fresh legs there. But I'm going to think New England's going to win this one because Tom Brady's leadership is just going to get him through. And Denver is 1-1 right now. New England's going to pull this one out.
I like Denver. I think Jake Plummer's going to really need to step it up, but I think that New England's shown this thus far this season that they have a lot of holes and they're a much more different team than they've been in the past. Teddy Bruschi coming back, I don't think he looks 100% right now. So the Broncos are going to have to step it up, but I like them to win this one.
All right, guys. Jets, Buffalo. Jets couldn't pull it out in the second half versus New England. 1-1, Buffalo 1-1. Willis McGahee, 91 yards. Who wins this?
Well, the Jets, they did play good last week, but just fell short by a touchdown. But I'm going to say they're going to pull it out because Chad Pennington has thrown over 300 yards the past 2 games, and he's coming back from his injury very well. I take the Jets.
I'm going to agree with him. I think it's going to be a very close game, but I think the Jets are going to come out with it. I think Pennington has proved this year that he's a much better quarterback than anyone thought thus far. And Jericho Cotchery had an amazing game with a really beautiful circus catch to score a touchdown.
All right, guys. And now we're going to move from the AFC to the NFC. NFC games of the week. Chicago, Minnesota. Minnesota, offense, great. Brad Johnson. Who do you like in this?
Well, Chicago and Minnesota are both great teams coming in at 2-0. It's going to be a fight for the top spot in the NFC North, but I'm going to have to go with Minnesota in this one because they are playing at home, which the Metrodome is one of the toughest places to play. And Minnesota's quarterback, Brad Johnson, he just doesn't make mistakes. He's thrown 1 interception this year, and he knows how to control his offense.
I agree. I think this game is going to be a matchup of almost the overrated versus underrated. I think the Chicago Bears are a very overrated team. I don't think they have one of the strongest divisions in the NFL. I think the Minnesota Vikings are overlooked at times. I think they're a very underrated team with a very experienced quarterback. I think they handle this game, and I think they beat the Bears.
All right, guys. We got the Giants in Seattle. Giants pulling it out in overtime. Plaxico Burress, amazing catch to pull it out to get the victory. Who wins this?
Well, the Giants in Seattle is probably going to be the game of the week. Giants came back. They were down 17 points going into the fourth quarter last week against the Eagles, and I think Eli Manning's done a great job with this team, leading them down the field before overtime to set them up for that last-second field goal. And I think Eli Manning steps it up, and they're going to win.
I also like the Giants. I think Eli Manning's been inconsistent this year. He throws a little high at times, but as we saw with Amani Toomer scoring 2 touchdowns and he had 137 yards, it's not just the Plaxico Burress show. They have 2 wide receivers who can really catch the ball. Plus, Tiki Barber is one of the best running backs in the NFL.
All right, guys. Atlanta 2-0, New Orleans 2-0. Michael Vick, what was he? He was 6th in the league rushing last week. 127 yards rushing, one rushing TD versus Reggie Bush, New Orleans Saints. Who do you like?
Well, they're both great teams, but Atlanta has a better rushing offense. They're tops in the league in that department, but I'm going to have to go with New Orleans in this one. It's going to be their first game back at the Superdome since last year's Hurricane Katrina, and I'm going to look for them to have a big game.
I think it's going to be an emotional game. I want the Saints to win. Their head coach is my ex-neighbor, but although the Saints are 2-0, they've played so far the Cleveland Browns and the Green Bay Packers, and they really just squeaked by the Green Bay Packers. I think the Atlanta Falcons are a much better team, and I think they're actually going to win by a large number.
All right, thank you guys. Once again, I'm your host, Carlton Marcin, here with my guests, Della, Volpe, and Dan Cohen, and we'll be back with more 30-minute drill after this.
Welcome back to the drill. My name's Sean Yu, along with my co-host Michael Botwinick. We're talking MLB playoff race. So, Mike, what do you think about the Mets clinching over a 14.5 game lead over the division?
Well, Sean, the Mets really had a great season this year. Jose Reyes had a great game at second base and shortstop. They had David Wright at third base, had a great year. They have great outfields with Carlos Beltran, and they got great prospects coming up with Lastings Millage. Their pitching looked tremendous this year. They really dominated the National League.
For the World Series, I'm thinking of a Subway Series between the Mets and the Yankees. What do you think about that?
Well, I think that's a pretty good assumption. There's a pretty good possibility of that happening, considering that the Mets have the #1 record in the National League East, and the Yankees have the #1 record in the AL East. And the Yankees have a great team this year, and so do the Mets. They will make an interesting matchup.
One team I like to focus on is the New York Yankees. How about their hitting, Mike?
Well, their hitting really improved when they added Bobby Abreu to this lineup. Also, really improved when they found out that they would have Hideki Matsui and Gary Sheffield back before the end of the season.
Talking about Hideki Matsui, coming back. First game he went 4 for 4. Second game he had a monster home run. What do you think? How do you think he's going to do in the playoffs?
Well, he adds a whole new dimension to this team. They're able to they have they now have an all-star at every position, which is just dominant. They've been dominating a lot of teams, and they've really come back. What are they? How many games are they up on Boston now?
Like 10, I think.
It's unbelievable how they really turned that season around.
One problem with the Yankees is their pitching. I mean, you have Randy Johnson, who hasn't been pitching well. The only person doing well is Chim-Min Wang. And before the All-Star break, Mike Mussina was getting hot. What do you think about their pitching? How do you think they're going to do in the playoffs?
Well, I think their pitching will be a handicap for them a little bit this season, but their offense is so dominant. I don't think it'll affect them that much. They still have their relievers in Scott Proctor, a really very good setup man, and Mariano Rivera is obviously one of the best closers of all time, which will help them.
Now, one big topic is the positions between Sheffield and Giambi. What do you think Sheffield and Giambi are going to play?
Well, they're both going to switch off at first base. I'm sure if needed, Sheffield could fill it at right field or left field or center field in case there's an injury or something. The Yankees really want to keep Melky Cabrera in this lineup. He's a very talented rookie, and he's a big player for this team for years to come.
Yeah, I'm a big Melky Cabrera fan, but one thing I like to point out, how do you think they're going to do against the other teams in the AL?
Well, they really match up well against a bunch of other teams in the AL. They really have a great dominant lineup. Their pitching can definitely pull them through, especially when Chim-Min Wang is pitching. He's having a tremendous season.
And one big factor I like to point out is the Twins, who are really hot. You have the Francisco Liriano coming back. If the Yankees face them in the playoffs, how do you think they're going to do against them?
Well, they do have a great pitching staff with Johan Santana, but they suffered a big loss when Liriano was out for the season with an elbow. And I think that will really affect them in the playoffs, and I don't think they'll go too far.
And how about the Los Angeles Dodgers? If you saw Nomar Garciaparra hitting the bottom of the 10th home run, what do you think about that?
Well, I think Nomar Garciaparra really proved himself this year. Before this year started, there's a lot of doubt with him, and I think that he really proved a lot of his critics wrong, and it will definitely help the Dodgers in the playoff race.
Definitely. One thing I like to share is that Ryan Howard could close on 60 home runs. Do you think that's going to come true?
Well, I don't know. 60 home runs is a lot, but I think he could get there. I mean, Roger Maris at 61, and Mickey Mantle did also in one season. I think this is his year. I think this is a year that he will hit 61 home runs, and he will join an infamous list of terrific home run hitters.
You're watching The Drill. Stay tuned after these commercial breaks.
And welcome back to the 30-minute drill. Once again, I'm your host, Carlton Marcin. Now here with my guests, Sean Yu and Michael Botwinick. Today we're going to be talking about the fantasy football studs and duds. All right, guys. AFC quarterback stud. We got Chad Pennington. Who's your studs and duds for this week?
My stud for the AFC QB is Chad Pennington. He had total 625 yards passing through the past 2 weeks and 4 touchdowns and 1 interception. My dud is Jake Plummer, 4 interceptions and only 311 yards.
My stud quarterback is Peyton Manning. He had a great first week victory over the Giants. Really hard fought against his brother Eli. He had another win this week against Houston. He had a great game, and he's playing Jacksonville. Might be a tough matchup, but I still think he'll do very well. My stud is Aaron Brooks. He was terrible last week. He had his first 2 snaps were both fumbles. I don't think he's really worthy of a starting quarterback job. So.
All right, guys. Fantasy football running back studs and duds.
My stud's Rudy Johnson. I mean, the first week he didn't do too well, but came back to total 241 yards, 3 touchdowns. I think he's tied for the lead in the AFC for touchdowns. My dud is Lamont Jordan on the Raiders, 55 yards, pretty terrible if you ask me. I mean, everyone on the Raiders doing bad. You have Randy Moss and Aaron Brooks, and the only thing working for them is their defense right now.
My star running back is Joseph Adai from Indianapolis Colts. He's a rookie, so people don't take him that seriously. He put up some great numbers last week against Houston with the touchdown. I think I'll have a big week this week. A guy that I'm not too high about is Mike Bell from Denver. He's splitting time with Tatum Bell, which is always not a great sign for fantasy running backs. And he has tough matchups next week. I would not start him in my league if I were you.
All right, guys. We got AFC wide receivers studs and duds. We got guys like Chad Johnson, excuse me. Who are your picks?
My pick, Jericho Cotchery on the Jets, came out of nowhere with 12 catches, 186 yards, 2 touchdowns. A simply amazing performance. My dud is Randy Moss, like I said before. No one on the Raiders is doing good. He has 79 yards and 0 touchdowns. And one thing, the factor is Aaron Brooks isn't throwing the ball to him at all.
My star wide receiver is Matt Jones from Jacksonville. He has Byron Leftwich throwing in the ball. He's a #1 option there in Jacksonville, and he's gonna have a big game this week. My dud is Eddie Kennison from the Kansas City Chiefs. His quarterback is injured, and he's got some tough matchups. I'm not like where that team is heading either.
All right, guys. We're gonna move on to the AFC tight end studs and duds.
I don't have a dud for the AFC tight end because no one else is good other than Tony Gonzalez right now. He has 12 catches, 88 yards, and touchdown. But the one reason he hasn't playing to his full potential is because Trent Green is injured, and their whole receiver squad isn't as good as they're supposed to be.
My tight end stud is Heath Miller from the Pittsburgh Steelers. In the first week, he had over a 70-yard touchdown pass and looks to be one of Ben Roethlisberger's biggest options.
All right, guys. We're gonna move from the AFC to the NFC studs and duds for quarterbacks. Who's your picks?
My QB is Donovan McNabb. Everyone on the Eagles is playing well. Other than the loss to the Giants in overtime, Donovan McNabb has been throwing the lights out for 664 yards, 5 touchdowns, and only 1 interception. And I also want to point out Rex Grossman's throwing really well too. My dud is Chris Sims. The one factor I like to point out is he has 6 interceptions, and that's all you need to know.
My NFC quarterback stud is Eli Manning from the New York Giants. He almost pulled it out against the Colts in week 1 against his brother Peyton. And in week 2, he had a great come-from-behind win against the Eagles. He threw a bomb to Plaxico Burress. He had 3 touchdowns in that game, over 300 yards. He looks really good last week. My dud is Drew Bledsoe, quarterback from the Dallas Cowboys. He really had a bad game. He's not very accurate on his passes, and he lost T.O. for up to 4 weeks with a broken finger.
All right, guys. NFC running backs studs and duds.
For my NFC running back, I'm going to go with a dual running back squad with just a stud as Warwick Dunn and Mike Vick. Last week took total 306 yards, I believe, rushing. Broke the franchise record. Warwick Dunn has 266 yards by himself, but 0 touchdowns. And Vick, as a QB, has 175 yards and a touchdown rushing.
I'm going to go with Chester Taylor from the Minnesota Vikings. He had a great game last week. They've really been carrying this offense. Him and Brad Johnson done a great job of getting this team on the right track and doing very well. My dud has been Sean Alexander. Everybody has been expecting him to be amazing. He got the Madden curse going against him, Whether you believe in superstition or not, I don't think he's going to have a great week this week.
All right, thank you guys for joining us for this segment of 30 Minute Drill. Once again, I'm your host, Carlton Marcin, here with my guests, Sean Yu and Michael Botwinick. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back next.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the third edition of the 30-Minute Drill. I'm your host, Jason Olephant, alongside Aaron Ploshnick, Jake Silverman. We have Week 4 preview to talk about. Let's get started. First, we're going to talk about big game for Week 4, the Colts versus the Jets. Jets coming off a big win against the Buffalo Bills. Chad Pennington looks sharp yet again. But can the Jets prove that they can compete with another top-notch AFC team in the Indianapolis Colts?
Well, last year the Jets really weren't that good, and they picked up a lot of talent in the draft with DeBrick Ferguson and Nick Mangold, so they really built up their offensive line. Chad Pennington really has looked sharp this season, and he has Lavernius Coles, who has been a go-to guy for the Jets, and they had Jericho Cotchery, who's a surprise guy, and he's looking really good. So I think the Jets can compete, but you got to remember it's Indianapolis, and Indianapolis has been an AFC champ for a while.
I don't think there's any chance of the Jets doing anything against the Indianapolis Colts. If you think about it, these are just the Jets. They're maybe an 8-8 team, 9-7 at best. Please stop. All right, they got one good receiver, Lavernius Coles. Pennington, he can't throw over 30 yards, which totally gets Lavernius Coles' deep threat out of the way. They have no run game, and their secondary isn't that good either. So, I mean, unless Jonathan Vilma is going to, play the whole defense, you can't really do nothing against Peyton Manning.
Next game we're going to talk about is the New Orleans Saints versus the Carolina Panthers. Jake Delhomme was rejuvenated, 22 for 36 passing for 276 yards. And the highly anticipated return of Steve Smith. Steve Smith looked great, 7 receptions for a stupendous 112 yards. What do you think of his performance?
Well, Steve Smith, definitely an MVP candidate. It's unfortunate he was out those first 2 weeks, but Steve Smith always looks good whenever he's on the field. He is a human highlight reel, and Jake Delhomme passing to him that's great for the Carolina Panthers. I said earlier in our shows that they were definitely going to be a Super Bowl team, and I'm not going to change what I have said. I honestly think they can win 12 games this season, become a Super Bowl contender, and eventually Super Bowl champion.
I'm not the biggest fan of Jake Delhomme. Steve Smith, he's a great receiver, no matter what team you put him on. Although Jake Delhomme, what he is he is a great, average QB with a great arm. When he was good and led the Panthers to the Super Bowl, he had Musa Muhammad, Steven Davis, and Steve Smith, and that's the only reason they got that far. And they had that amazing defensive line with Julius Peppers and Chris Jenkins and Dan Morgan at backer. But, really, the Panthers aren't as good as advertised.
Next week, they're playing New Orleans. Could be a challenge. They're playing at the Superdome, Jason?
I believe they are.
Well, they're playing at the Superdome, and that's New Orleans' hometown. I mean, I've been a strong supporter of the New Orleans Saints after the whole Katrina thing, and I really hope that'll be a good game, but I honestly think Carolina's going to come out on top.
It's going to be a high-scoring game as well. 2 potent offenses going against bad defenses.
Yeah, New Orleans has been a surprise thus far this season. The next game I want to talk about is San Diego at Baltimore, a battle of the unbeaten. San Diego coming off a bye week. Phillip Rivers has shocked his critics thus far this season, and Steve McNair has the Ravens rolling along through the NFC North, contending with top-notch teams in the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Cincinnati Bengals. But who do you think will come on top in this AFC battle?
Well, in this AFC battle, I have the San Diego Chargers because they have a great young linebacker in Sean Merriman. I think that's how you pronounce his last name. They have probably one of the top 5 backs of all time, LT. And Phillip Rivers, who I was skeptical of coming into this season because I was a big fan of Drew Brees, Purdue Boilermaker. I just think they could definitely beat the Ravens. And Jamal Lewis never is going to be like that 2,000-yard rusher again.
You know what's funny? Last week you said defense wins championships, and I'm going to agree with what you said last week. The Baltimore Ravens are going to win this game by far. Baltimore's defense looked amazing these first 3 games, and I really feel that San Diego's offense, with new QB Phillip Rivers taking the helm, I mean, he was drafted a couple years ago, the same year as Eli Manning, but he really hasn't had much experience except for 1 game last year. And he's just pretty much going to throw the ball at LT. It's pretty predictable, and I think the Baltimore Ravens defense can jump on that, and they're going to win that game.
The next game I want to talk about is the Jacksonville Jaguars at the Washington Redskins. Jack Del Rio has a squad playing great, and the defense is there, and Byron Leftwich has looked very impressive. Washington avoided an 0-3 start, beating the Houston Texans 31-15 in Week 3. In order for the Jags to be 3-1, what is the game plan for the Jags going into the game with Joe Gibbs' Washington Redskins?
Well, Jacksonville showed a very impressive team of Indianapolis Colts that they can really compete with them on Sunday. And I really think that Jacksonville can be a perennial playoff contender as long as they get all their cylinders clicking. They're playing Washington, who really hasn't shown much these first 3 games. And I think Jacksonville should come out on top of this game.
Well, Jacksonville is a great team. They have good young receivers in Matt Jones, who is amazing. And they also have Reggie Williams and the bruising back Fred Taylor. But with Washington, I mean, you can't really say it's a win against Houston. That's not really fair. Houston's a expansion team in their, 4th year? That's like half a win, really.
And Jacksonville's defense has been pretty stout, and they're centered by number 99, Marcus Stroud. He's been really tough.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a Jacksonville win for me in this game.
Well, that's going to do it for our first segment. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill right after this.
And welcome back to the 30-minute drill. Once again, I'm your host, Carlton Marcin, here with my guests, Sean Yu and Michael Botwinick. Today, we're going to be doing Week 3 wrap-up. All right, guys, first game, we're going to talk about Tennessee-Miami. I mean, Miami pulled it out by 3 points at the end. Kerry Collins made 269 yards. Why did Miami win this one?
Miami won this one because even though Culpepper had a bad game, the Tennessee defense was way worse. I mean, other than the fact that Kerry Collins threw 269 yards, you still have Ronnie Brown had a good game, and no one else on the offense other than Kerry Collins is doing well, and it's just most likely their defense that hasn't been pulling them through.
Oh, well, Miami won this game from a big effort from Ronnie Brown. Had 26 carries for 90 yards, and frankly, because Tennessee's not that great of a team, they're having a big quarterback controversy. They just traded Billy Volek, and they still have Kerry Collins and Vince Young competing for playing time.
All right, guys, next game we're talking about is Jacksonville, Indianapolis Colts. I mean, Indianapolis 3-0, Jacksonville 2-1. Their defense could not pull it out against Peyton Manning and the Colts offense. Why did the Colts win this one?
It's because Jacksonville doesn't have a demanding offense. I mean, you have Brian Leftwich, who's not a very good quarterback. He's still trying to prove to Jacksonville that he's good enough. But Peyton Manning had a good game. Not his usual 400-yard game, but also most likely a good game.
Well, Indianapolis won this game, and a big factor of that was Matt Jones did not play. He was my fantasy stud this week. Unfortunately, he got injured during this week of practice and didn't get to play in this game. Also, Byron Leftwich had a rushing touchdown, but he did have a rushing touchdown, but he did not have a great game, only 107 yards passing, and that's not going to get you a win.
All right, guys, next game, Green Bay getting their first win of the season in Detroit. Detroit 0-3. I mean, Green Bay 1-2. Brett Favre looking pretty nice, 340 yards passing. Why did Green Bay win this game?
I mean, I was talking with some of my friends. I thought Green Bay was going to go 0-16, but now I think they're going to go 1-15. But one reason, Brett Favre had an amazing game, 340 yards. I think he scored his 400th touchdown. And you have their defense. You have like A.J. Hawk. You have you have Khabib Bajwabiamila, if I could say it right. And just mostly their offense and defense played well.
Well, despite a big effort from Roy Williams, over 100 yards, including a 40-yard touchdown, Green Bay was able to pull out this game for a great effort from Brett Favre And I believe that he's found a new favorite receiver in Greg Jennings also in this game.
All right, guys. The New York Jets over Buffalo, 28-20. I mean, the Jets defense, if you ask me, look pretty good. 2-1 Buffalo, 1-2. Why the Jets win this one?
I mean, Carlton, I know you're a Jets fan, but I don't talk about it. Their defense wasn't as strong. You have J.P. Lossman throwing 328 yards. I mean, he's not a very good QB, but all around they played a good game. Chad Pennington still throwing really good. And you also have Lavernius Coles and Jericho Cotchery, who is my stud of the week. So I look for the Jets having a good season.
Well, I disagree with you, Sean. I don't think the Jets are going to have a good season. They haven't really played many tough opponents. Buffalo's really not a great team. They have J.P. Lossman did have 328 yards against the Jets defense, so it shows they are kind of vulnerable against the pass. And Wills McGahee had 150 yards, so I think Jets came up lucky in this one to get a win.
All right, guys. Carolina, Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay, 0-3. I mean, this just blows my mind how they're 0-3. I mean, they got one of the best cornerbacks, Rondé Barber. I mean, I just don't know why they're 0-3. Why did Carolina pull this one out?
Carolina pulled this one off because Steve Smith came back, another good weapon for Jake Delhomme. But one thing, their offense isn't working together. You have Chris Sims doing one of the most terrible seasons he had ever. You had Cadillac Williams coming back from a good season. I think it's the sophomore curse going to him, not doing well. And Tampa Bay just hasn't been playing well. I mean, their defense is okay, but their offense has to pull together.
Well, I think Tampa Bay lost this game partially in part because Chris Sims is really hurting after that touchdown run where he got flipped over. After the game, he was rushed to the hospital after feeling pain in his stomach and dizziness and dehydration. They took out his spleen, and he could be out for the season. And also, Cadillac Williams is not having a great year, and with the return of Steve Smith, that really helped them win this game.
All right, guys. Cincinnati, Pittsburgh. I mean, Cincinnati 3-0. The Pittsburgh defense only held Chad Johnson to one catch. And I mean, Pittsburgh, after their performance on Monday Night Football last week against Jacksonville, I thought they were going to pull this one out. They didn't. Why?
One reason is TJ Who's Your Mama came back, scoring 2 touchdowns from Carson Palmer. I mean, they're 3-0. Their defense is playing solid, so is their offense. But one factor is Ben Roethlisberger hasn't been playing up to what his standards usually are.
No, he hasn't, Sean. He only had 208 yards in this game. And Pittsburgh was really led by running back Willie Parker with 133 yards and 2 touchdowns. Cincinnati put up T.J. Hushmanzada put up a big game, 94 yards. Despite the fact that Carson Palmer didn't play up to his standards, the Cincinnati defense really held them in this game and got him a win.
All right, thank you, guys. Once again, I'm your host, Carlton Marcin, here with my guests Sean Yu and Michael Botwinick, and I'll be back after this. And welcome back to the Theater Man Joe. Once again, I'm your host, Carlton Marcin, here with my guest, Sean Yu. Today, we're having a Monday night special. We're going to wrap up the Monday night game between the Atlanta Falcons and the New Orleans Saints. I'm going to go over the Saints stats, and we're going to see why they beat Atlanta. And Sean Yu's going to go over the Atlanta stats. All right. Drew Brees, 20 for 28 yards passing, 191 yards, no TDs, no INTs. I mean, not bad. For passing, it's all right. 3-0. He led them to the victory, as a quarterback usually does. Rushing, Deuce McAllister, 19 attempts rushing, 81 yards. His longest was 22 yards. It's not bad. Reggie Bush, 13 attempts, 53 yards. His longest run was 13 yards. Let's go over receiving. Joe Horn, in the, I think it was second quarter, caught an amazing catch, got hit right in the behind. Laying down on his back, it looked like it hurt.
Yeah.
And Deuce McAllister, four receptions, 13 yards. His longest was 7. Give us the Falcons stats.
Falcons offense stats, you have Michael Vick, 12 for 31, 137 yards. That's an average game for Mike Vick in the passing department. On the rushing side, you have Warwick Dunn, 13 attempts, 44 yards. Vick, 6 6 attempts, 57 yards. I mean, not their average. I mean, you saw it last week. They had 306 yards total. This week, not too well. Receiving, you have Algie Crumpler, 5 receptions, 49 yards. You saw, I believe, in the first quarter, he dropped that touchdown pass in the end zone. You have Ashley Lee, one catch for 48 yards on that long bomb. And their offense wasn't as successful as they usually were.
All right, Mike Vick. I mean, when he's on, he's on. I mean, everybody knows it. When he has a game, I mean, he's a team leading rusher. I mean, when he's on, when his game is on, he's on. And I mean, when he has an off day, as he did on Monday, I mean, it shows. Look at the score. Look what happened to the Falcons' offense. When Mike Vick is not on, look what happens to offense. Why do you think their offense surrounds so much around Mike Vick?
I mean, most of the plays are based on Mike Vick. You have that QB choice they do near the end zone, where you do a play action and Michael Vick just runs it in. But surprisingly, Mike Vick, I mean, for passing, this is an average game for him. But all around, he hasn't done what he's usually supposed to do. I mean, their coaching is usually based on them on the offense. You have all the rushing plays, and all the passing plays are short plays that he's good with while he's running.
Okay. All right, let's talk about the Saints. I mean, they're home in the Superdome. I mean, it's gotta feel good to be back in the Superdome. All their fans surrounding. I mean, when Atlanta came out, when they introduced all the Atlanta Falcons, nobody booed. Like everybody was spiritual. Everybody was having fun. It was just a fun game. No, and we have Joe Horn stated, no matter if we won or lost, he says, no matter if we won or lost, everybody still had fun. Everybody's still happy. What do you think it felt like when the Saints ran through the tunnel? I mean, opening game at home. What do you think it felt like?
I mean, I was watching the game. You saw Joe Horn. He was leading the pack of all the Saints. He was so pumped listening to the music. Or when the Saints come marching in, you know, he was just excited. I mean, the whole crowd, the whole stadium went crazy. I mean, it was such a good vibe. The only boo I heard was when Morton Anderson went up to kick the extra point. I mean, to kick the field goal. He's an ex-Saint, so I think he kind of deserves a boo. But all around, it was a good game. I mean, I feel good for the Saints. I'm a Falcons fan, but I had to root for the Saints.
All right, Deshaun. And once again, I'm your host, Carlton Marcin, and we'll be back on more 30-minute show next week. Welcome back to 30-Minute Drill. Once again, I'm your host, Carlton Marcin, here with my guests, Della, Volpe, and Dan Cohen. Today, we're also going to be talking about the weekly wrap-up. All right, guys, first game, Washington-Houston. Houston 0-3, terrible start, just like the rest of the years. Washington 1-2, pulled it out against Houston. Why is this?
Well, that's no surprise to me that Houston lost this game, but big surprise is Washington's offense. They came out strong last week, with their 31 points, and that's the most they scored this year. And Clinton Portis and Liddell Betts, they're both going to be a dual running back, and I like their chances the rest of the year.
Starting off 0-2, the Redskins, they almost had a quarterback controversy, and Mark Brunell really came out firing. He went 22 of his first 22, breaking Rich Gannon's old record.
All right, guys, next game, Chicago, Minnesota. Chicago's defense is they're just amazing. They're so good. Rex Grossman, 23 for 41, 278 yards passing. I mean, Minnesota cannot pull it out. Brad Johnson cannot pull it out with the offense. Why did Chicago win this game?
Well, Chicago won this game because of their defense. Minnesota has not scored an offensive touchdown in the last 2 weeks. Last week they scored with Ryan Longwell's touchdown, but Chicago's defense forcing that 2 minutes left in the game, they forced that turnover, and that just led them to the victory.
I'm going to agree. The Chicago defense was really the anchor because it certainly wasn't the offense, since it really was, for the most part of the game, it was all field goals until the defensive touchdown. But I think Rex Grossman handled the game very well, and I think Thomas Jones really ran solidly.
All right, guys. Next game, Baltimore-Cleveland. I mean, this game should have been a blowout. I mean, I don't know how the Browns scored 14 points in the second quarter, but I mean, Baltimore pulled it out, 3-0. Cleveland 0-3. Why did Baltimore do so good?
Well, the leadership of Steve McNair has brought has been a tremendous key to the Baltimore offense. He is just a great quarterback coming in. He's had 22 fourth quarter game-winning comebacks, and well, Cleveland hasn't been playing this bad, but they are 0-3. Baltimore's 3-0, and they're tied for tops of the AFC North.
As good as Baltimore's been this season, I think the interesting thing about this game is the Cleveland Browns. The Cleveland Browns, who are, they lost to the Saints. They're really not a good team. They scored the first touchdown that the Ravens have given up this entire year, and they led for a large portion of that game, and that's probably the biggest surprise of anything.
All right, guys. Philadelphia Eagles, San Francisco 49ers. I mean, Philadelphia 2-1. San Francisco now 1-2, 38-24. Why did Philly pull this one out?
Well, there's no surprise to why Philadelphia won this game. Donovan McNabb is one of the top quarterbacks in the league, if not the best quarterback. And San Francisco has a very inexperienced quarterback in Alex Smith. He's making, I think, about his 7th start of the year, of his career. And Philadelphia's offense is just way too good.
Yeah, the Eagles were definitely the better team in this game. Donovan McNabb now has the lead in the NFL in passing yards, and he really showed that the injury he had last year is really not affecting him at all this year. And Brian Westbrook had a great game, scoring his longest running touchdown from scrimmage, I believe 71 yards with a huge stiff arm.
All right, guys. Next thing we're talking about, the New York Giants, Seattle. I mean, Giants did not play. I mean, it looked like they were just sitting out there and then started playing when the fourth quarter started. I mean, why did Seattle win this one?
Well, first quarter, Eli Manning did not do good at all. His 3 interceptions was just terrible. But I think a big part of that is their stadium is one of the loudest stadiums in the league, and Eli Manning had a tough time passing.
I agree with the stadium part. That is a loud stadium. The Giants had 11 full starts last year, a little better this year, but still no help there. The Seattle Seahawks defense was really the game changer. They have an incredible front seven and an incredible secondary, especially compared to the secondary of the Giants.
Okay, thank you guys. Once again, I'm your host, Carlton Marcin. Here are my guests, Travis Della, Volpe, and Dan Cohen, and we'll be back after this.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 30-Minute Drill. Once again, I'm your host, Jason Olephant, alongside Aaron Ploshnick, Jake Silverman. We're going to talk about Major League Baseball and our playoff picks for the NLCS and ALCS. Guys, what are your predictions?
Well, you know what? Out of the AL right now, we have the Yankees who have clinched their division already. We have the Detroit Tigers who clinched the playoff berth the other day. The Oakland A's magic number is 2 to clinch the West. And the Twins and the White Sox are battling out for that 4th playoff spot in the AL. Out of the AL, I see the Yankees. They're just looking so strong. Their lineup is super packed, with going down from Johnny Damon all the way down through Jorge Posada. They have such a tight lineup, and their fielding, although Alex Rodriguez has been an exception, has shown that he can step up, and I think the Yankees are looking real good. As far as my other ALCS pick, I feel the Twins can come out there with Torrey Hunter and with Justin Morneau. They're looking real strong.
Well, in the NL, a month ago, I would let me just state first that I think it's going to be the Mets with their amazing offense. The amazing Mets have put out probably the best offense I've seen in a long time. I mean, they have Beltran, who's had an amazing year, and Delgado, who slumped at times, shown the power he's shown all throughout his career. And David Wright had that MVP season. And Jose Reyes, I mean, you don't really see it in the power numbers, but average-wise, stealing bases, triples, doubles, this guy's probably the most exciting player in baseball and maybe the best all-around player, maybe second to Derek Jeter.
I also have the Mets coming out of the NL, and yes, I agree with you. Jose Reyes is a human highlight reel, like I've said before. Baseball is it's a great sport for New York. I mean, with the Yankees and the Mets coming out, but the other one I have out of the NL coming out is I have the Cardinals coming out because they're looking real strong. I mean, with Albert Pujols and all they have there, I think they can be a pretty strong contender.
Yeah, Jose Reyes has lightning-quick speed at the top of the order for the Mets. And for the Yankees, key acquisitions in Corey Lytle and Bobby Abreu at the trade deadline. The Yankees, just from top to bottom, have an all-star lineup. You know, you got Robinson Cano, Gary Sheffield coming back, Hideki Matsui. The pitching is there. They got Randy Johnson, Ching-Ming Wang, Mike Messina. Just from top to bottom, they're just an A-list team.
I think they really look really strong, and I honestly have them right now as a World Series contender and possibly winner if they can just get all cylinders clicking.
Yeah, I think the World Series will come down to Cardinals-Yankees because maybe a month ago I would have picked the Mets, but the pitching has tailed off so much as of late. I mean, Pedro has nothing lately. Steve Traxel, I mean, I don't know, this guy gives up 4 or 5 runs a game, but he's a 16-game winner. How do you get that? I don't know. And then you have Jeffrey Maine. This guy's new, but he's pretty good. So, I don't know, Cardinals, Yankees,
You know
I
what?
give it to Yankees.
I'm going to disagree with you. I think the Mets can definitely come out of the NL. They have such a strong lineup top to bottom, as we said. And although their pitching has tailed off a bit, I think that Pedro Martinez and Tom Glavine and Maine can carry them through until the World Series. Although, I feel the Yankees will beat the Mets in the World Series, and we're going to have a Subway Series, the 4 train versus the 7 train. The 7 train is going to win this one.
Bullpen-wise, let's break down Yankees-Mets. Yankees have a good bullpen. They have Farnsworth. They have Rivera. They have a lot of good guys. Brian Bruni, he's been very impressive for the Yankees. Then on the Mets side, they got Moda over the trade deadline through a waiver with the Indians. And also they have Darren Oliver, Chad Bradford, and they have the Sandman, Billy Wagner. Who would you take as an advantage in the World Series bullpen-wise?
I got to give the bullpen advantage to the Yankees by far. I mean, you have a great setup man in Scott Proctor, who's looked really well for them. You have Kyle Farnsworth, whose arm is just so strong. And then you have the Hall of Fame, perennial, he will be a Hall of Fame, first ballot closer, Mariano Rivera, who you can almost always count on to do stuff in the postseason. He has records for most saves in postseason history, and I just think that the Yankees bullpen, if it comes down to the Yankees with a lead going into the 7th, you're not going to be able to beat them.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, but putting up a strong argument for the Mets, they have Aaron Heilman giving the ball to Billy Wagner. Billy Wagner in the beginning of the season was pretty inconsistent, but towards the end of the season, midway to the end, Aaron Heilman to Billy Wagner won the best 1-2 punches in baseball. And I don't know, I think you could pretty much give it to them too if you want. It's even at this point.
I mean, yeah, when you have a closer like Billy Wagner for the Mets, he throws 100-mile-an-hour heat with his fastball. But I mean, if you're comparing Mariano Rivera and Billy Wagner, I think you got to give the advantage to Mariano Rivera.
Now, a controversy with the Yankees and Mets that a lot of insiders have been talking about. The right side of the infield got for the Yankees, Derek Jeter and Alex Rodriguez. They produce huge numbers, very talented players. Then for the Mets, you got Jose Reyes and David Wright, the 2 young guns. Who would you take if you had to pick 2 players for the right side of your infield?
Well, I've been going with the Mets, and I'm going to stick to it. I'm going to stay with the Mets. Jose Reyes is younger, quicker, more athletic, got better range, has a cannon for an arm. Someone has to check that out. And David Wright, I mean, that catch last year, he makes the one-handed, barehanded catch. He makes amazing plays. He could do it with the bat. He has power. I definitely think the Mets have the better right side of the infield, and Alex Rodriguez is struggling so much. Definitely the Mets.
Well, I don't know how you can bet against A-Rod and Jeter, man. A-Rod and Jeter are much better than Jose Reyes and David Wright. Although in the future it could happen. But right now, A-Rod and Jeter are going to win, and Jeter's going to win the MVP.
Thanks for your thoughts, guys. For Aaron Ploshnick, Jake Silverman, I'm Jason Olephant. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill next week. Stay tuned. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Week 4 of the 30-Minute Drill. I'm your host, Jason Oliphant, alongside Aaron Ploshnick, Jake Silverman. We have lots to talk about. Let's get started. First, we're going to talk about the Dallas Cowboys versus Tennessee Titans. Vince Young having his highly anticipated first start of the season. Not the outcome he expected in his first game starting. Was 14 for 29 passing, threw for 155 yards, 2 interceptions. Guys, what did you think of this game?
Well, in this game, what I thought is that Vince Young needs to get his better wide receivers more involved. Drew Bennett, David Givens, not a part of the passing game at all. And on the flip side, he needs to read the defense a little bit more. I mean, granted, it's the Cowboys defense. You got Roy Williams as a safety. It's a hard defense, but really he had to do better in his debut. I didn't think it was that good.
Well, besides the Tennessee defense being horrible, and I'm a Titans fan, so this is just a horrible year for me, but Terrell Owens and Terry Glenn just totally ripped apart that secondary with Pac-Man Jones. Terry Glenn, 2 touchdowns. Terrell Owens, 88 yards. That Dallas receiving core, along with Bledsoe, quarterback, just played phenomenal.
Yeah, Terrell Owens coming off a broken finger injury. Didn't look like it bothered him too much. Next game we're going to talk about is the New York Jets versus the Indianapolis Colts. One of the premier games of Week 4 it ended up to be. Colts prevailed 31-28. Jericho Cotchery has been a huge surprise for the New York Jets. 3 receptions for 65 yards, and Lavernius Coles, Chad Pennington's favorite wide receiver, 6 receptions for 81 yards. But break down that last play when Indianapolis drove on the Jets' 20-yard line and scored.
Well, Indianapolis, with that 2-minute drive going, Peyton Manning is just automatic in that no huddle. He's key there. He just guides his offense. He comes up to the line. I said this before in past episodes, with 2 rushing plays and 1 passing play every single down. He just orchestrates his offense so beautifully, and those touchdowns that he throws are just phenomenal. He's just an unbelievable quarterback who could possibly go down as one of the best quarterbacks to ever play in the NFL, especially one of the best thinking quarterbacks in the NFL.
Well, I don't know if it's to do with the last play of the game so much, even though that was an amazing play. I was watching it, and it reminded me of the Stanford-Cal game, or the Stanford-UCLA. Anyway, what could have happened is the Jets could have tied this game. Many people are questioning the Jets coach on the field goal attempt, whether he should have gone for the 4th down and tried to go for the touchdown. But really, I think he had the right decision going for the touchdown. The Colts are a high-powered offense. They're going to score points. You go for the touchdown because you don't know whether that 3 points is going to be enough in the end of the game, but you always know 7-point try, you definitely have to go for it because the Colts are going to outscore you.
For a second there, that hook and ladder really looked like it was going to work. They said on the news that they orchestrate that during practice. They do it as the last play in every practice in Jets camp, and they just hooked it up. They got all the way up to the 26-yard line before it got screwed over.
Yeah, that was a crazy ending to the game. Next game I want to talk about is San Diego traveling to Baltimore. Battle of the unbeaten Steve McNair versus Phillip Rivers. Phillip Rivers has been very impressive, but Baltimore outscored San Diego 9-0 in the 4th quarter. Phillip Rivers' final stats, 13 for 22 passing for 145 yards, and Steve McNair was 17 for 30, throwing for 158 yards. Late game heroics yet again by Steve McNair. Baltimore has had that stifling defense for a while now, but has been lacking that offensive firepower at the quarterback position. Does this team remind you of the team that went to the Super Bowl in 2000 with Trent Dilfer? And do you think this team can actually make the Super Bowl under Steve McNair at the helm?
Well, one thing that people are forgetting when you talk about Steve McNair, he was co-MVP of the league a couple years ago, and he's not very close in relationship to Trent Dilfer, but he does bring a strong presence to the quarterback position, and he also has the threat of his legs, even though they haven't been working the same as in past years he had with the Titans. But with that offense, with Derek Mason and Todd Heap at tight end, they do have a good shot, but I do not think they'll make the Super Bowl this year.
One thing they're missing from their Super Bowl team is that dominant runner. Jamal Lewis has definitely lost something. I don't know if it's from that knee injury or it's multiple arrests, but he was a powerful, game-breaking runner, and he is no longer that in the NFL. What they are missing also on defense, they're missing some of their game players, but also they didn't have Ed Reed in 2000 squad, and now they do. So it could go either way. They'll definitely get into the playoffs, but I don't know if they could win the Super Bowl.
The next game that I want to talk about is the New England Patriots versus the Cincinnati Bengals. New England traveled to Cincinnati, and they won 38-13, a huge win for New England. Jake?
One thing I have to say, Patriots, baby, Patriots, all the way this year. I don't know. They definitely have the running game back on track. That's one thing they lacked last year, with Corey Dillon being out for parts of the season. Lawrence Maroney coming in, running powerfully, stiff-arming individuals to the ground. They are a team on the top and ready to go back to the Super Bowl. The New England Patriot dynasty is in effect yet again. Patriot fans, watch out. This is the year we're going to come back and win the Super Bowl yet again.
All right. Enough about the Patriots. We know how much you like them, but I honestly don't think they can show it after that pitiful showing they had against the Jets. But what I have to say is Cincinnati got absolutely destroyed by the New England Patriots. And after that strong showing they had against the Pittsburgh Steelers last week, it just looked like they were not the same team. They absolutely got murdered, and New England deserved to win that game.
Yeah, Carson Palmer surprisingly had no touchdowns in the game. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill right after this. Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. Once again, I'm your host, Jason Olephant, alongside Aaron Ploshnick, Jake Silverman. As of right now, on October 3rd, the playoffs are set, and we have our playoff matchups to tell you about. First off, we're going to talk about the New York Mets versus the Los Angeles Dodgers. El Duque, a great playoff pitcher, clutch, versus Derek Lowe. El Duque, 11-11, 4.61 ERA, and Derek Lowe coming in with a 16-8 record with a 3.63 ERA. Who would you give advantage-wise in the first game of the playoffs?
Advantage-wise, I would actually give this first game to the Dodgers. Not the series to the Dodgers, but just the first game because of the no momentum going into the playoffs for the Mets. They've lost their ace, Pedro Martinez. So many things have gone wrong, and they haven't been winning a lot of games lately. Nothing's been going right for the Mets lately, and I think first game, Dodgers will come out just, getting the playoff pick.
Well, in this first game, you have El Duque, who is a seasoned pitcher with the Yankees. He pitched in the playoffs. But what you have to forget is this is playoff time now. Everybody's serious now. There's no more joking around. I know the Dodgers have come on a hot streak, and they won the wild card outright. But you know what? The Mets dominated the entire season. And now that the time is key to start playing, they're going to start playing, and they're going to beat the Dodgers in this game and in the series.
Well, I agree with you in this series.
The thing that worries me, though, is that the Mets had nothing really to play for, if you should say it like that. Because the Mets had a 13-game lead the whole season. The Dodgers and the Padres are coming in, competing throughout the season for first place in the wild cards, just barely getting into the playoffs. But the Mets, they have, lackluster play lately, but their offense is there. But the pitching, like you said, Pedro Martinez gone. I don't know, John Maine.
Yeah, it could definitely be hard. The Mets need to sweep. I don't think it's going to be a sweep, hopefully in 4, because by the time you get to the 4th game, you got Jeffrey Maine versus John Maine versus Brad Penny. And Brad Penny, we all know him and his postseason heroics. The Mets pitching-wise doesn't look too good there, but batting, their lineup, it can't be beaten in the NL.
Penny's an all-star pitcher, if you don't forget. He pitched the first 2 games of the all-star game, almost a perfect 2 innings. So Penny could be a good pitcher in this series.
Penny throws 98 miles per hour. He could blow it by you. Next series we're going to talk about is the Detroit Tigers visiting the New York Yankees. First time the Tigers have been in the playoffs in a while. Jimmy Leland has been having his team play great as of late, but they didn't win the division. The Twins won the division, so they won the wild card. First game, Nate Robertson pitching against great, stellar pitcher for the New York Yankees in Ching-Ming Wang. Almost was a Cy Young Award winner this year. Who would you give advantage-wise game 1?
Before we talk about the pitching, I just want to say, yesterday, October 2nd, Joe Torre revealed his lineup to the world, and this is the most stacked lineup in playoff history. From 1 to 9, this lineup has tons of power, and I really don't think, unless Detroit can establish the inside of the plate with their power pitching, that they'll even have a chance in this series. As far as the first game, Ching-Ming Wang, one of the best sinker ball pitchers in the league, and I think he'll dominate the Detroit lineup.
Yeah, there's no way Detroit can come back. I mean, they are just downtrodden now. They might need to play with something to prove after just losing, the AL Central to the Minnesota Twins. That's right, just coming out last day of the season. And I think the Yankees are just going to roll over them. No way you could stop the Yankees.
This could be a sweep, definitely.
Yeah. The Tigers don't have the experience. It'll be interesting to see who comes out on top in this playoff matchup. Next series I want to talk about is the St. Louis Cardinals and the San Diego Padres, a rematch of last year's divisional series, but this time it's different. Padres have home field advantage. The Cardinals don't have Jason Isringhausen at closer. First game, it's Chris Carpenter versus Jake Peavy. Not the best of seasons you would expect from Jake Peavy, but who do you think is going to come out on top in this game?
Well, let's remember, Chris Carpenter won the Cy Young last year. He is an ace. He even had a good year this year. Peavy, on the other hand, is a strikeout master. I don't know, in this game, I have to give it to the Cardinals. With Albert Pujols, Edmonds, Roland, you got players, they probably have third best lineup behind Yankees and Mets in baseball. And, Padres staff, not too good, but not enough to get by the Cardinals.
Yeah, the Padres do have some power in their lineup with Mike Piazza and Mike Cameron, but I just really don't think they can outlast the Cardinals in this series. I think the Cardinals will take it in 4 games, and I just think the power pitching of Chris Carpenter and the rest of that staff will, and Isringhausen in the pen, will destroy
If the Padres do indeed face the Mets in the NLCS, that would be very interesting because it would be Mike Cameron and Mike Piazza coming back to their hometown in New York. Next matchup I want to talk about is the Minnesota Twins versus the Oakland Athletics. Great pitching matchup, probably the best matchup for all Game 1 games for this week. Johan Santana versus Barry Zito. Great pitching matchup. It's probably going to come down to all the pitching because the bats, it's going to be a good game.
In this battle of the lefties, this is going to be one of the best games of these Game 1s between all 8 of these teams. You got Johan Santana, who's been lights out for the Twins. He's pretty much a lock for the Cy Young Award. And they have Barry Zito, the curveball master for the Oakland A's. Both of these pitching staffs are probably 2 of the 4 best staffs in the playoffs, so they could dominate.
Yeah, in this series, though, I picked Twins because the pitching is outstanding. All their pitchers are definitely dominant. And you know what? Their best pitcher isn't even in the playoffs. And what's sad to say about them, he might not be back for a while.
Twins should win the series.
Thanks, guys, for your thoughts. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill right after this.
And welcome back to the 30-Minute Drill. Once again, I'm your host, Carlton Marcin, here with my guests, Michael Botwinick and Dan Cohen. And today we're going to be doing a Week 5 preview. All right, guys, first game we're going to talk about is the Buffalo Bills at Chicago Bears. The Buffalo Bills, they got Willis McGahee. He leads the league in rushing. Chicago, we got their defense. Who wins?
Well, I think Chicago will win this game. They've been really good this season, with Rex Grossman being one of the top passers in the league. Their defense has just been unstoppable, and despite the fact that McGahee and Lee Evans have both been having huge years for the Bills, I think the Bears will win this game.
Yeah, I agree with him. I think the Bears are going to win this game. I think they have a very good front seven that's really going to give Willis McGahee a tough time running the ball, and they showed beating the Seahawks by a large margin that they're the real deal.
All right, guys, next game we're going to talk about is the Cleveland Browns at Carolina Panthers. The Browns have been doing good this year. Almost pulled it out last week, but we got Carolina. They got Steve Smith back. Who do you like in this?
Well, I like Carolina in this game. They started out a little slow to the season, but so did the Browns. Charlie Fry has not been doing as well as expected for the Browns, and Steve Smith just came back from an injury, and he had a great game his first game, and I think that the Carolina Panthers will win this game.
Yeah, I think the Carolina Panthers are also going to win this game. A lot of people predicted them to win the Super Bowl before the season started, and they started off really slowly. But now I think they're back on track, and they're going to start playing like the way that they were thought in the preseason.
All right, guys. Next game, we're gonna talk about Detroit at Minnesota. I mean, Detroit obviously once again having another terrible season. Minnesota losing last week to Buffalo, 17-12. Who do you like in this matchup?
I like Minnesota in this game. Chester Taylor's really shown me a lot this year. He looks to be a great #1 running back, and I think it'll really help Minnesota win this game.
I also like the Vikings in this game. I think the Vikings have a very good defense, especially since they were able to handle the Bears so well a couple weeks ago, and I think they're going to handle the offense of the Lions very well, which is not a top-notch offense. So I think that the Vikings are going to come out on top.
All right, guys. Next game is going to be the Miami at New England. I mean, Miami doing all right. I mean, Dante Culpepper, he's doing an all right job with the down in Florida. But who do you like, Florida or New England?
Well, before the season started, I thought Miami would be a great team this year, but they really haven't been. I really expected them to have a great quarterback, but Dante Culpepper really hasn't shown me very much. And Ronnie Brown, who's supposed to be a top 10 running back, has really not been as good as he thought. So I don't think they'll win this game.
I think the Dolphins are a huge disappointment this year. They were expected to really go far, and they show that they really are just not that kind of team. Culpepper, he's got like Velcro on his hands. He just does not. He'll take any sack and back his way all the way to his own end zone. He just doesn't throw the ball, and it's really killing them when they play teams that have a good front four.
All right, guys. Next game is going to be St. Louis at Green Bay. I mean, Green Bay Monday night getting just absolutely killed by the Eagles. St. Louis, they're doing all right. Who do you like in this?
Well, I like the Rams. Their defense has been much improved from last year. They have Steven Davis, their young running back, his first full season without injury so far. And he's really has a great year. Without Marshall Faulk, Orlando Pace has been injured a few games. I think that the Rams will win this game.
I also like the Rams. I think Mark Bolger's really proven himself as a good passing quarterback with Torrey Holt out there, and that's really throwing the ball. Especially with running back Steven Jackson, they're really strong and really can't be stopped.
All right, guys. Next game is going to be Tampa Bay at New Orleans. Tampa Bay having obviously another terrible season. New Orleans couldn't pull it out last week. On Monday night, won 2 weeks ago. Reggie Bush had a touchdown last week. Who do you like?
Well, I like the New Orleans Saints in this game, surprisingly. Cadillac Williams of Tampa Bay really hasn't shown me very much. Reggie Bush has not put up terrific numbers, but he's been using an excellent decoy. Deuce McAllister's really carried the load a lot, and one of my favorite players in the league, Marcus Colston, a 7th-round pick out of Hofstra University in New Jersey, has really shown a lot. He's leading wide receiver in the league in receiving yards. So I think New Orleans will win this game.
I also think the Saints are going to pull this one out. I think the problem the Buccaneers are faced with now is the fact that I've never heard of their starting quarterback before, and that's just not going to work out for you. And the Saints are they're now back to normal. I think that a lot of being undefeated puts a lot of extra added pressure on a team. Now that they have that off their back, I think they're going to just sail smoothly for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you. I mean, Chris Sims, getting his surgery and everything, I mean, we hope he's all right with that. All right, next game, Washington at the New York Giants. Who do you like?
Well, I think this is a game the Giants had to take, or else their season might just go down the drain. Their defense needs to have a lot of intensity in this game, and the offense really needs to show that they can come out of the game strong and start the game out well. And I think the Giants, after a bye week and getting yelled at a lot by Tom Coughlin, I think the Giants will pull this one out this week.
As a Giants fan, I really hate to say that the Giants aren't going to win, but I really see the Redskins winning this game. Finally, Mark Brunell's hooking up with Santana Moss very well, and it's pretty well known the Giants don't have a strong secondary. And bringing back, they have to bring linebackers back into coverage, and then you lose like more blitzes and linebacker blitzes, and it's really going to hurt them, especially with the high-powered passing offense of the Redskins now.
Okay, thank you guys. Once again, I'm your host, Carlton Marcin. I will be back after this.
Hi, everybody, and welcome back to the 30-Minute Drill. I'm your host, Dan Cohen, alongside Sean Yu. We're going to start off by talking about our World Series predictions. So, Sean, who do you have?
I have the Yankees versus the Mets. I have a Subway Series. First time in 6 years, like last year. I have to say, I hope the Yankees win. I think they're going to win in 7 games. It's going to be a big series, yeah.
Yeah. So, you're going to take the Yankees in 7 games. So, how do you think the Mets pitching is going to match up with the Yankees? Do you think they're really going to last 7 games?
After the first 2 starts, you have Tom Glavine and Al Duque starting the first 2 games. Then you have a couple of rookies, and that's when the Mets are going to start breaking down, and that's when they're going to rely on their hitting to pull through.
I do like your picks for the World Series. I think the Yankees and the Mets are also going to be in it, and I don't think it's going to take 7 games. I don't think the Mets have the pitching in the front to take it there. I mean, El Duque, for all we know, could be 60 years old because we don't really know how old he is. They don't really tell us, but we'll see. We're getting to that time of the year where it's time for MLB awards. So let's start off with AL MVP. Who do you have?
I wanted to pick Justin Morneau, but he doesn't have the numbers to compare to like people like Ortiz or Jeter. But I'm gonna pick Jeter because he's been so clutch. I mean, he's I think second in hits. I think he's top 5 in runs and average. I mean, he's just excelled his game in the past like 5 years. And compared to people like Morneau or Big Papi who just hit home runs, he's just an all-around player.
Yeah, I agree with you there with Jeter. I can't believe, I remember that before this year started, there was a Sports Illustrated poll where Derek Jeter was mentioned as the most overrated baseball player. How do you say that? I mean, the only thing, I mean, he's just been a prince all throughout this entire year on the field. I mean, even off the field with his perfume, I mean,
yeah.
Incredible. All right, so I'll take it other side. NL MVP. What do you got?
My NL MVP is Ryan Howard. He's just been simply amazing. I mean, closing on almost 60 home runs. He has like 150 RBIs, I believe, 130. He's most likely the only hitter right now who's hitting on the Phillies. That's helping them out. Yeah, I mean, you have Chase Utley, you have Jimmy Rollins, but right now they wouldn't have got so close to making the wild card if it wasn't for Ryan Howard.
Yeah, I agree with you on Ryan Howard. It's gonna be interesting because a lot of times your MVP is on a team that made the playoffs, and you know the Phillies haven't made the playoffs, so that may bring his stock down a little. But I think his power numbers are just so dominant. There's no one even in his league really. So I give him that. So let's go to AL Manager of the Year. What do you got?
Manager, AL, I got Jim Leyland, Detroit Tigers. I mean, horrible record last year. Brought it up, almost led the Central until the last game when the Twins came up and became first. But other than that, he's just been successful. I mean, great pitching, great hitting, and just have been in first place for like the whole season.
I think that's a very good choice. I mean, coming into this year, who would have thought that the Tigers would be in a position they were? I mean, they took a tailspin towards the end of the season. They had a huge lead in that Central. They probably should have won that division, but you got to give a lot of credit to that manager. He brought in those young pitchers. It was a good call. They were very successful. Good offense, definitely. NL, Manager of the Year.
I got Joe Girardi, Florida Marlins. I mean, you have a rookie team, brought them up close to being the wild card, but at the end they just lost their steam, their power. I mean, he got fired, so I hope he gets another manager up somewhere else. But he's just done amazing.
I think I definitely think he'll be in a job next year, no doubt. But I think actually Willie Randolph I think he deserves the Manager of the Year for the NL. The Mets were just incredible. They were just super. They were just dominant in the NL, hitting, pitching. No one was even close to them. So I think you got to give it to Willie Randolph. What he pulled off this year, just really well. AL Rookie of the Year. What do you got?
Rookie of the Year, I got Justin Verlander, rookie pitcher. I think he has 18 or 17, 16 wins. I'm not sure. He has a blazing fastball. He can get to 95 if he wants to 100. Mm-hmm. He's got a nice splitter. I mean, he's just a strong point in their pitching for the Tigers.
Yeah, I would go with Francisco Liriano, but just the injuries kind of taking him down. I really was hoping that he would finish off strong, and I would love to see him in the playoffs, but yeah, we don't know. So that I agree with you on Verlander. He kind of came out of left field nowhere and he just blew people away just with the fastball. And then after blazing these fastballs downhill, throw an off-speed one and you'll be way out in front and just completely lost. So NL Rookie of the Year.
For my NL, I mean, there wasn't that much outstanding rookies, but I'm a big fan of Dan Uggla. I mean, all-star second baseman got brought on. He just helped out the Marlins on the rookie squad. I mean, good hitting and just amazing fielding.
Okay. Next up, Cy Young Award. AL Cy Young, probably, it's only really I'd say, between Ching-Ming Wang and Johan Santana. Ching-Ming Wang tied for the AL lead in wins with 19. Johan Santana pretty much dominated everything else. Who do you have?
I mean, I believe Johan's going to win, but I hope Ching-Ming Wang wins because he's tied for the lead in wins. I mean, he came out of nowhere. He was in the relief spot, I believe, in the beginning of the year because he wasn't as good. After the All-Star break, he just pitched amazing. I mean, 19 wins. He's not leading in all categories like Johan is, but he's just done really good.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. We'll be right back after these messages.
And welcome to the 30-minute drill. I'm Carlton Marcin. As you may already know, on October 11th around 2:41 p.m., pitcher for the New York Yankees, Corey Lato, was tragically killed in a plane crash. On behalf of myself and everybody here at the 30-minute drill, we send our condolences out to his family. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 5th edition of the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Jason Olephant, alongside Ploshnick, Jake Silverman. We have Week 6 preview to talk about. Let's get started. The first game we're going to talk about, guys, is Carolina at Baltimore. Carolina, after starting off 0-2, are now 3-2, thanks to the spark of the return of the star wide receiver Steve Smith. Baltimore has been great this season thanks to their huge offseason pickup getting Steve McNair. Will Carolina keep it rolling with their 4th win in a row, or will Steve McNair and the Ravens prevail over the Carolina Panthers?
Well, yeah, getting Steve Smith back was a huge part of what's happening to Carolina with these last 3 wins. Smith has gotten like 40 looks. He got 40 looks last week. He's looking phenomenal in these first 3, and he's starting to pick it up for Carolina. Their defense has been solid, so that's not really what they should worry about. But as far as Baltimore's concerned, their defense has been the top in the league so far, and any team that's playing Baltimore has to worry about their defense. It's going to be a low-scoring game, and I think that Baltimore's offense is going to look really good in this game.
Yeah, Aaron, I'm going to have to agree with you on this one. Baltimore will definitely come up on top because the speed of Ed Reed will totally take away Steve Smith and Keyshawn Johnson, who I didn't think would make a big impact on the Carolina Panthers this season, is a slow over-the-middle receiver. Ray Lewis will demolish him anytime, and Keyshawn Johnson will be totally taken out of his game. D'Angelo Williams will be stopped. The run will, Carolina's offense will just sputter. And I think this is a no-brainer, and it's a win for Ravens.
Well, when you have a defense that has Ray Lewis and Ed Reed on it, you're really going to have a tough time in offense against that defense.
Especially newcomer Bart Scott. He's been
Bart
amazing.
Scott.
Probably the MVP so far this season.
I agree with you.
Yeah, Baltimore will look to rebound after loss to Denver this week, 13-3. The next game we're going to talk about is the New York Giants at the Atlanta Falcons. The New York Giants coming off a big win against NFC East foe, the Washington Redskins. Atlanta coming off a bye week and are, to no surprise, 3-1. The Falcons' defense has been superb with huge offseason pickup John Abraham. Can the Falcons go to 4-1, or can the Giants salvage their season and go to 3-2?
Well, the best part of the Giants' defense is their DNs. And you know what? Those DNs will have a tough time this weekend containing the hot, scrambling Michael Vick. I mean, this guy is flashy all over the field. He's the best cutting, has the best cuts to make it upfield. And also on the run, he's starting to now look downfield and throw it to all-the-time Algie Crumpler. He's doing good this season. I think this is a win for Atlanta.
The Giants' defense has come up big for them in the past, but right now it's Eli Manning that's looking really good for that offense. When Eli Manning has 3 huge targets from Plexico Burress to Amani Toomer and Jeremy Shockey, and then you got a perennial 1,000-yard-plus running back in Tiki Barber. That offense should run over the Atlanta defense, who really isn't one of the best in the league right now. But as far as John Abraham being picked up for their defense, that will help in that rush and force Eli out of the pocket to make some quick and important throws. As far as their offense with Michael Vick and Warwick Dunn, they will have an easy time running the ball, but passing shouldn't be that big for them because they throw a lot over the middle to Algie Crumpler, and those linebackers should take care of him.
As you mentioned for the Giants, they do have a lot of weapons. Like you said, Jeremy Shockey, big tight ends. Sonoris Moss is coming back. I heard Plexico Burris, Amani Toomer. The Giants are looking great. Hopefully they could win against the Atlanta Falcons. The next game I want to talk about is a battle of two 4-1 teams. The Philadelphia Eagles traveling to the Superdome at New Orleans to play the New Orleans Saints. So hopefully it'll be another emotional win for the New Orleans Saints, their second game this season at the Superdome. New Orleans is 4-1 off the Katrina incident and is flying high in the NFC South. They battle another 4-1 team in the Philadelphia Eagles, and a lot of people were doubting the Eagles coming into the season with no Terrell Owens. What has been the key to success for the Eagles this season?
Well, I've been a huge supporter of New Orleans throughout the season, but the Eagles' key success has to be Donovan McNabb. He's been phenomenal so far with 1,600 yards passing and 11 touchdowns. He's leading the league in both those categories for quarterback, and he is just doing everything for this team. He is the one-man show in that team. I got to give Brian Westbrook a little bit of credit, though, but I really think Donovan McNabb has been the key with cruddy wide receivers losing Terrell Owens. He's been playing great.
Well, you can't call them credit. I mean, they did pick up Dante Stallworth, as I said right when they did. He is an amazing athletic freak, and Dante Stallworth and Donovan McNabb have hooked up a few times for their long, deep throws, and it has been amazing there. And the Saints, I don't think can exactly know what's coming their way with Donovan McNabb playing the way he has.
For the Saints, the two-headed monster of Deuce McAllister and Reggie Bush has been great, and what they lacked last year was the offensive firepower at the quarterback position. But this year with Drew Brees, they don't have that anymore. Now they have that firepower that they needed, and the New Orleans Saints are rolling. Will Philly continue their recent success, or will it be another emotional win for New Orleans in the Superdome?
I think Philly's going to, continue their success, mostly because they have a great secondary so far. Their secondary has performed amazing. Last week against Dallas, they picked off Drew Bledsoe, 4 times?
Yeah, and Lito Shepard ran back that one for 103 yards.
Yeah, Lito Shepard's been amazing so far this season, and I don't think Drew Brees will be able to pick apart the defense.
Well, the Eagles secondary has been pretty decimated, but I think the Eagles should win.
Thanks, guys, for your thoughts. We will be back with more 30-minute drill right after this. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. Once again, I'm your host, Jason Olephant, alongside Aaron Ploshnick, Jake Silverman. We're going to talk about the New York Yankees. The New York Yankees were up 1-0 after a Game 1 win, 8-4, with Ching-Ming Wang on the mound. Now they lost 3 in a row to the Detroit Tigers and lost the series. The second consecutive year the Yankees have been out in the first round. George Steinbrenner announced, though, after the rumors that Joe Torre will return as Yankees manager for the 12th consecutive year. Do you think this is a good move by Steinbrenner or not?
Well, Joe Torre has spent 11 great years with the New York Yankees. He won 4 out of 5 World Championships in his first 5 seasons with the Yankees, along with Derek Jeter, Jorge Posada, and that crew. And he although he made some questionable moves in this division series, like moving Rodriguez down to 8, not playing players like Melky Cabrera, who brought him there, I still think that his managerial moves over these last 11 years have been unbelievable, and I think any team would want him, but I think the Yankees should keep him, and I'm glad they are.
Well, as usual, I disagree with Aaron, and I believe they should have brought in Lou Piniella to bring in fiery manager. The same thing you should always do. If you have a passive coach, you bring in an aggressive coach just to change the attitude of the team. The Yankees are so used to being there every year in the World Series that they just got accustomed to it, like it was given to them. They weren't hungry this year, and that's why they lost. And also, Lou Piniella would bring back the fire to A-Rod, possibly the best player of all time, and definitely one of the best players now. And he could have restored A-Rod. So just putting A-Rod back in that great lineup.
You know what? You have corn in your ears, man. I think you're
Corn
crazy.
in my ears.
Joe Torre is one of the best managers of all time, and I think you would probably rather put Bill Belichick at the helm of that team. Next question.
Bill Belichick is a great coach.
Next question.
All right, guys. Next thing we're going to talk about is Alex Rodriguez. Alex Rodriguez was 1 for 14 in this series. Once again, not clutch in the playoffs. And he had a bad season, even though 290 average with 130 RBIs.
You know what?
39
I'm going to
home
stop
runs.
you right there. He didn't have a bad season, like you were just saying. 35 home runs, 120 RBIs. He's still a great player. And even though the fans of New York don't think he has a Alex Rodriguez caliber season, he did fine. If I wouldn't trade him, oh my God, you can't trade Alex Rodriguez. He's such a great player.
You
He's
can
probably-
trade Alex Rodriguez. Here's how you do it. You don't fire Joe Torre like you just said, but you know what they do? So now they can't. Alex Rodriguez, you're paying this guy $25 million a year not to hit 35 home runs. You're paying him $25 million, $26 million a year to hit 50 home runs. If you do less than that, anything less than that, and especially going 2 for 27 in 2 years in the playoffs, gotta get him out of there.
I'll agree with you. His playoff record is
Also,
pretty far.
guys, he's the reigning AL MVP. What can you expect from the guy? The guy had a great season. I don't get it. The Yankees fans booed him. And also, if Alex Rodriguez is to get traded, they need to get pitching in return.
That's
Because the Yankees proved this season, like the past 3 seasons, that they need pitching. They could have the most potent lineup in the major leagues, but they need a good pitching staff.
All right, you know what? As far as off-season moves that I think the Yankees should make, they should really gun for Barry Zito, which is something that a lot of rumors have been spread that Zito wants to play for the Yankees, as was said yesterday on Tuesday, October 11th. But I think that Zito would probably be a good fit in New York, and they should pick up pitchers like Zeta and Urban Santana from Angels, and they might deal Alex Rodriguez, even though I wouldn't want to say it.
Well, all right. Here's what has to happen in the off-season, moves. First of all, as you were saying, great pitching has won them the World Series in the past. Like on earlier times, you were saying, David Wells, David Cohen, as you've said before, Decky Aravu. They're best pitchers.
How about
of course.
John Wetland and Mariano Rivera in the bullpen? When you have a team like that and your pitching's great,
you gotta have great pitching, and they gotta get rid of Chef, and some of the people like that who they're paying a lot of money, and you can only have 9 people bat, and they're having some of them sitting on the bench who they're paying tons of money, and they gotta get them out.
Guys, what I was a little frustrated about in the playoffs, Hideki Matsui and Gary Sheffield have been out throughout the season with injuries that brought the Yankees down. But young players in Melky Cabrera and Andy Phillips stepped up big and brought the Yankees to the 13th straight division title.
Yeah,
Do you
Melky Cabrera and Andy Phillips and Nick Green, they brought them there, and they should have been staying in. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Yeah, the farm system has helped them before. Derek Jeter was made Yankee, drafted as a Yankee. Bernie Williams, was it Jorge Posada? I don't know, but Andy Pettit was. And now they're building up their farm system again, and they got to use it. You don't just get in the great prospects and train them for old superstars. Build them up.
Then in Game 4 of the playoffs for the Yankees at the Tigers, a questionable move by Joe Torre, Jason Giambi wasn't in the lineup. Why do you think he wasn't in the lineup?
You know what? I really don't understand that. Unless he had an injury that we didn't know about. I really don't know why Jason Giambi wasn't in the lineup. He's one of the best hitters on your team. You definitely should have him in the lineup for a key game like Game 4 of the ALDS.
if there's a spot for Jason Jeremy in your lineup, you always put him in. But Ploshnick is saying Torrey knows what he's doing, so I guess there wasn't a spot for him, and there must have been a better reason he shouldn't have been in the lineup. So, they just haven't told us yet. I guess we'll find out eventually.
Thanks, guys, for your thoughts. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill right after this.
Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. Once again, I'm your host, Carlton Marcin, here with my guests, Michael Botwinick and Della Volpe, and today we're going to be doing a Week 5 wrap-up. All right, guys, first game we're going to talk about Detroit and Minnesota. Detroit looking to get their first win of the season, looking good through the first 3 quarters until Minnesota got 23 points in the 4th quarter. What happened?
Yeah, the defense is really holding up Minnesota until that last quarter. They really got to work on that in practice. John Kitna threw 3 interceptions in very key situations, which was a major cause of their downfall. Also, they lost Roy Williams halfway through the game with an undisclosed injury.
Well, Minnesota had not scored a first 3-quarter touchdown since week 1 of their first game against Washington, but their defense really stepped it up in the 4th quarter, forcing two defensive touchdowns, and that's how they pulled it out.
All right, guys, second game we're talking about is St. Louis at Green Bay. I mean, Green Bay 1-4, losing another game to St. Louis. Only by 3 points, though. I mean, both quarterbacks had 220 yards. What happened?
Well, St. Louis was able to pull this one out barely over Green Bay, which they should have won handily. I mean, they have a great team. Mark Bolger is the 5th highest QB rating in the league with 97.2, and they have the top rusher in the league with Steven Jackson, excuse me. And I don't know why this game was so close. They even let the Green Bay's backup running back Heron run for 106 yards. So defense really something they have to work on.
Well, Green Bay, they were not supposed to win this game, but Noah Herring with his 20 rushes for 106 yards, that was a big key to the game. But going down to the last drive of the game for the Packers, Brett Favre drove them from their own 20, and they drove it into field goal range, but Leonard Little, a defensive end for the St. Louis Rams, forced that key fumble, and that's how St. Louis won it.
All right, guys, next game we're talking about is the New York Giants and Washington. I mean, New York Giants defense hasn't looked good throughout the season, but finally defense stepping up, looking good. Mark Brunell was only 12 for 22 passing with only 109 yards. Defense is looking good. They held Washington at 3 points in the 1st quarter, and that was it for their scoring. Why did the Giants do so good?
Well, their defense is just tremendous this week. It was a great way to come back after that terrible week against Seattle. And I really think Tom Coughlin and Tim Lewis really preached to them about coverage and dropping back linebackers to coverage. And this has really paid off. Also, they only held the Redskins to under 200 yards, and that's tremendous. They didn't quite get the turnovers, but if they keep creating the pressure on their quarterback like they did that week, then that will definitely come, the turnovers, and they will win a lot more handily.
Well, the Giants have to focus on playing good with their passing game and their running game. Last week, Eli Manning threw for 256 yards, and Tiki Barber ran for 123. They both have to continue to do good in the same games to be good. And the Giants are going to have to pull it out if they want to make the playoffs.
All right, guys, next game we're going to talk about is Tampa Bay and New Orleans. New Orleans pulling out the victory 24-21 over Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay still has not won a game during the season. New Orleans now 4-1. Why'd they win this game?
Well, they have really played with a lot of emotion at home. And for them to come out and beat Tampa Bay is a great win for their fans and for them, city of New Orleans. And I think that they owe a lot of this to Deuce McAllister and Drew Brees. Deuce McAllister was facing a lot of doubt in the game this season when I'm drafting Reggie Bush, and they didn't know how many carries he was going to get. But today he had over 120 yards, and that's really a way to bounce back.
Well, Tampa Bay starting off the season 0-4 is not a very good sign for them. But a good sign for them is their new rookie quarterback, Bruce Gronkowski. He threw for 225 yards, and he helped his team out. But Reggie Bush, with his first touchdown in his career, a 65-yard punt return, that was the clincher to that game.
All right, guys, next game we're going to talk about is, I don't even want to bring this game up. the New York Giants, Jacksonville 41-0 over the Jets. Jets now 2-3, Jacksonville now 3-2. I just hate to just say this about the Jets, but what happened?
Well, the Jets this is a tough decision for them to win. Jacksonville's a very good team, and they could go all the way. The Jets, they needed a big game from Lavernius Coles, but in this game he was Lavernius Lump of Coles. That's how bad he was in this game.
Well, the New York Jets coming off that very close loss to the Indianapolis Colts last week, you would think that they'd try to play better and win another game to move their record to 3-2, but they just looked terrible against Jacksonville. Jacksonville shut them out, and the Jets are going to have to rebound next week.
All right, guys, next game is going to be Cowboys-Philadelphia. It was a great game to watch. Exciting, intense. Philadelphia pulling out the victory. They're now 4-1. Dallas now 2-2. Having Terrell Owens back, but it didn't really do anything. Pulling out the victory 38-24. Why did Philadelphia win this game?
Well, Philadelphia won this game because of defensive pressure and turnovers. Late in the game, Drew Bledsoe threw a 100-yard interception and a return for a 100-yard touchdown. And T.O. wasn't really much of a factor. They really shut him down.
Well, Dallas lost this. Well, this was the game of the week. This was going to be the game of the week. Dallas coming in, Drew Bledsoe not playing up to his potential. Do you think it's time for a quarterback change with Tony Romo? That could be a key right there.
All right, guys, thank you. Once again, I'm your host, Carlton Marcin, and we'll be back for more 30-minute show after this.
And welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm showing you along with my host Dan Cohen. We're talking AL and NLCS. Okay, the first in the ALCS you have Detroit Tigers versus the Oakland A's. The Tigers, unfortunately, beating the Yankees.
Yeah.
And what do you think they have to do to win the series?
Well, both teams are coming in with very strong pitching. Now, the A's are a home run team. They're going to have to they don't have a lot of team speed, but to beat the Tigers with the good pitching they have, and Verlander and Kenny Rogers and Robertson, they're going to have to manufacture runs. They don't want to be losing coming into the 7th inning, where now you have to face Joel Zumaya, who we saw he's a pretty hard thrower, and Todd Jones, who he's not going to blow you away with his speed, but he's so consistent with the strikes. He only throws strikes. He doesn't walk anyone, and when you don't walk people, as a closer, that's going to be a big help. Now, the Tigers, they're going to have to score some runs off the good pitching of the A's, Barry Zito, Dan Harron. And they again, same deal with the Tigers. The A's have a very good bullpen. They don't want to come down the stretch losing because then you have to deal with Justin Ducherer and Houston Street.
Yeah, I mean, you saw in the Yankees series, no one could hit Joel Zumaya. He was throwing 103, 104. He's just blowing people away. But
yeah,
for the A's, I want to talk about the big hurt, Frank Thomas. What do you think his role is for the A's?
Frank Thomas is not only an offensive leader, he's an emotional leader for that team. He's an experienced player. A lot of those guys in the Athletics are young guys. They're inexperienced. The ones that have been in the playoffs before with the A's, they've never made it past the ALDS. So Frank Thomas is going to really have to bring them up with the offense and the emotional power.
Now, speaking of emotion power, I mean, sorry, like bring it back and forth, but Kenny Rogers just had an amazing game against the Yankees. He said that game was a little bit. I think he said it was more important than his no-hitter he threw. What do you think? What do you think, Kenny Rogers? How do you think he's going to do against the A's hitting?
Well, Kenny Rogers, that was just a superb game from him. He said he had better stuff than that no-hitter he threw a couple years back. He's going to have to do the same thing, and you know what? It's going to be tough because the A's have good hitting, but then the Yankees had good hitting, and he shut down the Yankees. He's going to need that curveball to be good, like in the last game against the Yankees, because that curveball is his out pitch. Now, if he gets you down on 2 strikes, he's going to be throwing that curveball in there somewhere, and it'll catch you off guard very often, as we saw with the Yankees swinging right over that ball countless amounts of times.
I mean, he wasn't overusing the curveball, but he was using it enough that all the Yankees were striking out. I mean, you had Giambi strike out twice on that same curveball, same positioning. And another thing, you have the rookie Justin Verlander. He went, I think, 6 innings. He pitched outstanding. I mean, how do you think the rookie pressures get into him for the playoffs?
You know, that's always thought about how he's inexperienced, but you know what? I think he'll do okay. Against the Yankees, he was very steady until that 3-run home run he gave up to Johnny Damon, which wasn't even that much of a problem due to the fact that in the short porch in Yankee Stadium, that's just a little pull for Johnny Damon. I mean, he took a little one-handed swing and pulled that into the short porch at Yankee Stadium. So not a big deal for Justin Verlander. He still came out with the win. Still much more to see from him.
And now, who do you think is going to win the ALCS and make it to the World Series?
It's a tough one. I think it's going to go at least more than 5 games. It's going to be a really close match. Series. I think the A's are going to come out on top because the A's have good starting pitching, they have good relief, and then they have the better hitting.
I'm going to say, even though I'm a Yankees fan, I'm going to say the Detroit Tigers. Just looking at the stats, I mean, you have either 7, 8, and 9 hitters are like one of the best home run hitters on the team.
That's pretty interesting.
They each have 20 home runs. I mean, you have Brandon Inge, who's just hitting good. Now we're going to move it to the NLCS. Against the Mets, who swept the Dodgers, and the Cardinals coming off the win against the Padres. What do you think the Mets need to win the game, to win the series?
The Mets just have to play like they have the entire season. The Mets are a much better team than the Cardinals are coming to this. I actually think the pressure's on the Mets to stay strong, because if the Cardinals win, I don't think that'll be as significant as if the Mets lose. This is the Mets series to lose. And I think if they play the way they have, if they're hitting hits like an AL team like they have been, they really should have no problem beating the Cardinals.
And on the Cardinals side, I mean, you have Pujols, who's been hitting good. What do you think is the key player that needs to step up in the Cardinals?
I think David Eckstein's got to step up, because you know what? David Eckstein he had a very poor batting average in the first series, and he's the kind of guy that can really spark an offense by getting on base, maybe stealing a bag, and then he can get himself in the scoring position for guys like Pujols and Edmonds to bring him in. He didn't do that in that first series, and he really has to step up.
And also, you think with the Mets' terrible pitching, all you have is like Tom Glavine, who hasn't done well either. What do you think? Do you think the Cardinals are going to step up and hit against the Mets' pitching?
I think they may, but I think that Mets' offense is so good that it's going to be tough for opposing pitchers to deal with them. The Mets are just like, they're an AL lineup. They're not an NL lineup. They're not. Most NL pitchers are used to pitching to 7 batters, then getting a break on the 8th and 9th batter. You don't have that with the Mets.
Now that's all the time we have. We'll see you next week for our Week 6 episode of 30-Minute Drill.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 6th edition of the 30-Minute Drill. I'm your host, Jason Olephant, alongside Aaron Ploshnick, Jake Silverman. We have Week 6 football wrap-up to talk about. Let's get started. The first matchup we're going to talk about is the New York Giants visiting the Atlanta Falcons. The New York Giants prevailed 27-14, and Jeremy Shockey and Tiki Barber were very key assets to that offense. The Giants' defense was impressive yet again for the second week in a row, sacking Michael Vick 7 times, the most he's ever been sacked in his career. How did the Giants contain Michael Vick so well, and do you think the Giants can take their recent success on defense into a huge NFC East game next week against the Dallas Cowboys?
Well, the defense was great, but I really want to talk about the offense right now. I mean, Jeremy Shockey wasn't really showing up in these last couple weeks, and that bye-week controversy with the whole him calling out Tom Coughlin after that game, and he just really stepped it up. I mean, 2 touchdowns, key touchdowns, put him ahead of the Falcons after Dunn's 90-yard run that put the Falcons up 14-3. But Shockey just clicked on all cylinders, and Tiki Barber ran for 185 yards. I mean, they just clicked, and it made the game flow so much easier for the Giants.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to focus on the defensive side of the ball. Antonio Pierce and Michael Strahan really showed up for this game. Pressuring Mike Vick is key to winning a game against the Falcons because, honestly, Vick will run on you all day, and if you make him only stay inside the pocket, contain him inside there, he's not comfortable. And making him throw, he doesn't have the best receivers. Algie Crumpler is pretty good, but when you can have, safeties and everyone covering him, it's good to get ahead in this game. Also, like Aaron said, the offense was amazing. As they got ahead early, that's the key to winning against the Falcons. You cannot let them get ahead early, and the defense totally shut down the Falcons' potent running game in their offense.
The next game we're going to talk about is Carolina visiting Baltimore. Carolina won 23-21, their 4th win in a row since the return of the spark of Steve Smith. Jake Delhomme was amazing, 24 for 39 passing for a sensational 365 yards. Gnair left the game in the first quarter with a concussion and a sprained neck, though. Carolina prevailed over Baltimore in a hostile environment, like I said, 23-21. Kyle Bowler stepped in and threw 3 touchdown passes. We don't know the extent to the injury of Steve McNair, but how big a loss can he be to the Ravens?
Well, Steve McNair is an integral part of that offense. I mean, without McNair, before that season, the offense really was stagnant, really didn't get much done. But with McNair, they have the threat of the run. Even though McNair's older, he can still threat that run, and he's a much better accurate quarterback than Kyle Bowler is. But I have to say, Kyle Bowler really did not look that bad. I mean, he got a couple tip balls, but they ended up in his favor, and it looked fine for them. As far as Carolina, that heart-stopping 3 seconds left, Casey kicks a 54-yard field goal to end the game. I mean, great for. Baltimore scored a touchdown to make it 21-23, and then Carolina got that crucial first down. But Casey kicked a field goal when it was 13-14, which was a key points for them, and they won that game handily.
Yeah, I think it's actually a pretty crucial injury with McNair. Even though he wasn't playing good as of late, Kyle Bowler is not a good NFL quarterback. 2 of his touchdown passes were off tip balls. And, I mean, it's never going to happen again. I mean, that was just kind of, coincidental. And once you get videotape on this kid, it was like Ryan Fitzpatrick of the Rams a few years ago. Once teams got videotape on him, they shut him down. But Steve Smith, his return, that was huge. Jake Delhomme told a reporter earlier in the week he saw him run full out for a ball, and he knew he was going to have a big game. Steve Smith showed up in a big way for the Carolina Panthers, and expect him to be big all the rest of the season.
The next game I want to talk about is an NFC West matchup between the St. Louis Rams and the Seattle Seahawks. Seattle traveled to St. Louis, and they won 30-28 of a game-winning field goal, a 54-yarder by Josh Brown. Mark Bulger was amazing, 26 for 39 passing for an incredible 360 yards, and Torrey Holt was just flat-out outstanding, 8 receptions for 154 yards. The Rams are still showing that they have one of the best offenses in the NFL. St. Louis was leading throughout the game and looked as if they were going to 5-1. However, Seattle miraculously drove down to the St. Louis 36-yard line, setting up that 54-yard field goal that I mentioned. Do you think Seattle will win the division again, or do you think this year the Rams can take it?
I'd just like to correct from before when I said Casey's field goal. I actually meant Josh Brown's 54-yarder. Heart stopper. 3 seconds left in the game. They ran that clock down, and Seattle got lucky that they have such a good kicker as in Josh Brown. As far as that division goes, the Rams have looked pretty sound, but they haven't played too many good teams. I mean, they played Green Bay last week, got really lucky with that Brett Favre fumble, and Seattle's, with that 12th man in Seattle, they're just a sick team, and I think they'll win that division.
Well, in the beginning of the season, I really thought the Cardinals could win this, and they've been nothing. And now Sean Alexander, a key part of Seattle, is out for a few weeks.
He's coming back week 7.
Yeah, but that's not going to be, I think that's not going to be enough. What is going to happen is Rams, even though they have no defense, they got that, best show on turf still going, and they could definitely, I think, run away with this division.
Real quick before we go, I just want to mention that New Orleans went to 5-1 and beat Philadelphia 27-24. This New Orleans team is definitely for real, guys.
Yeah, I think New Orleans is for real. They showed up a Philadelphia team that's been stellar with Donovan McNabb.
Yeah, even though I question their defense, Reggie Bush has so many roles in this offense. He could be a receiver. He leads I think he leads the league in receptions and is on pace for a new rookie record. Also, he's used as a decoy, and Deuce McAllister has been spectacular all season. The Saints are definitely for real.
Thanks, guys, for your thoughts. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill right after this. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. Once again, I'm your host, Jason Olephant, alongside Ploshnick, Jake Silverman. We have Major League Baseball playoffs to talk about. The first series we're going to talk about is the Detroit Tigers sweeping the Oakland Athletics. Detroit going to the World Series for the first time in 22 years under Jim Leyland as the manager. How did Detroit win this series?
You know what? Their pitching in the series with Oakland was phenomenal. Robertson, who was the pitcher who they thought would lose the game to Zito, came out very strong. Then when you have the 3 pitchers after, with Verlander at the front of that 3 and then Bonderman at the end of that 3, absolutely phenomenal power pitchers they are, reaching the hundreds. And you know what? Their pitching was so good with them, and then setup man Joel Zumaya, even though he was injured after he had sprained his ankle, I believe. But that pitching just phenomenal.
Yeah, definitely. I think the offense and the defense for them was phenomenal. Placido Polanco on defense was spectacular. I mean, they didn't even think he could play in the postseason after he made that over-the-head grab and sprained his shoulder at the end of the season. And Pudge Rodriguez going to yet another team, establishing that leadership role he has always had. I mean, he had it with the Marlins and when they won their World Series, and now he's doing it over here with the Tigers. Maglio Ordonez came over from the White Sox, and look, he hit that walk-off home run. Everyone's loving Maglio down there and up there in Detroit.
That clincher.
Yeah, that was a big clincher right there, and they have a huge power all throughout their lineup.
All right, well, Placido Polanco also helped out with his bat. I mean, his bat was huge in that series. He hit a couple home runs, and he turned 5 double plays that series also.
Yeah, Placido Polanco is great dual threat from offense to defense.
To me, I think that Detroit has one of the most underrated lineups batting-wise from 1 to 10, 1 to 9, I mean. They do have Ivan Rodriguez, Placido Polanco, and they have Marcus Thames. And also, like you said, the pitching staff, very young, and they're just phenomenal. The next series I'm going to talk about is the St. Louis and the New York Mets. The series is even up at 2, but the Mets pitching hasn't been stellar, but the bullpen has picked up the slack. Who do you think is going to win this series?
Well, as I've stated clearly through all our shows, I think the Mets couldn't run the table. And I think the way their bullpen has shown with Darren Oliver, Alvar Perez last night, and then Guillermo Moto, they're just pitching phenomenal in their bullpen. And their lineup is also putting out runs each and every game.
Well, I mean, that lineup was phenomenal. Sunday night, Game 4, the score was 12-5. Beltran hit 2 home runs. Delgado had a home run. Wright had a home run. Valentin had a key double with 3 RBIs. That lineup just finally started clicking, and they produced. And if they can do that for the rest of the series with Games 5, 6, and possibly 7, they could really show the Cardinals and everyone else who's boss.
Well, right now, I believe, even if the thing would end today, people are looking at Carlos Delgado, his first postseason, I think.
Yes.
And he is playing phenomenal. This man is hitting home runs every game, it seems like.
He could win MVP.
Definitely. It seems like he was remember Carlos Beltran when he was with Houston and playing against the Cardinals? He's playing just like Carlos Beltran did back then.
Yeah, Tom Glavine also on the pitching staff hasn't allowed an earned run in 13 innings pitching. And also, what worries me about the Mets, though, they do have El Duque and Pedro Martinez out, and they have Oliver Perez starting, John Maine, and Steve Traxel. And for St. Louis, you got Chris Carpenter, who's probably going to be the Cy Young Award winner. So if this series does go to 7, you're looking at Oliver Perez versus Anthony Reyes, a rematch of Game 4.
Actually, I believe the pitching matchup for Game 7 will be Steve Traxel versus Jeff Suppan. But I'm sure that all reserves will be out for this game because Game 7, it's a necessary game.
Well, yeah, I believe this probably will go 7-2, just like you were saying. And, I mean, the Steve Traxel's 7th game starter, yeah, it's going to be tight for the Mets because Steve Traxel only pitching an inning that second game it really wiped out the whole bullpen.
Yeah, you know what? Darren Oliver could be a possible starter for Game 7, and I wouldn't mind seeing him there.
And an amazing fact about Carlos Beltran against the Cardinals. Against Houston back in 2004, he had 4 runs. And now in this series in 2006, he has 2 home runs. So Beltran is just lighting up the Cardinals.
He's a Cardinal killer.
Yeah, definitely.
So the question I want to ask you guys, we know Detroit is advancing to the World Series. What team do you think would have the most trouble with Detroit in the World Series, Mets or St. Louis?
Well, I mean, the Cardinals do have a potent lineup, but I think that they'll probably have the most trouble because after Carpenter, the starters are kind of iffy. I mean, Suppan can be on, and even was on with his bat in Game 3, but he does have his off days. And then you have the guy who pitched last night, I forget his name. Anthony Reyes. He was just ridiculously bad.
Yeah, the Cardinals really don't have much of a chance against the Tigers, I could see. Because the Tigers definitely take away the Cardinals, above average lineup, whereas the Mets have, phenomenal lineup.
Yeah, the Mets have power from 1 to 9, and they'll be phenomenal.
Yeah, I could see them going through Detroit's pitching rotation, definitely.
Before we go real quick, World Series winner prediction.
I say Mets versus Tigers, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say Tigers in 6.
Oh, well, I say Mets versus Tigers, surprise, surprise, and Mets in 6.
Wow.
Well, I think the Mets will win in 7 with their potent lineup, and the pitching will be there. Thanks, guys, for your thoughts. For Aaron Ploshnick, Jake Silverman, I'm Jason Olephant. We will be back with more 30-Minute Drill right after this.
Welcome back to the 30-Minute Drill. Once again, I'm your host, Carlton Marcin, here with my guests, Sean Yu and Michael Botwinick, and today we're going to be doing a Week 7 preview. First game, we're going to talk about Carolina at Cincinnati. Cincinnati lost last week, 13-14. It was a real close game. Who wins this game?
I think Cincinnati's going to win coming off a real tough loss. They're going to come back with some fury. Even though Carolina had a great offensive game, I think Cincinnati's come back. I mean, Carlson Palmer and TJ Hourihan are connecting real good. So I'm looking for Cincinnati to come out and winning.
Well, I think Carolina's going to win this game. They haven't lost a single game since Steve Smith came back. Although Carson Palmer is starting to really get together with TJ Hushmanzadeh, TJ had 10 catches for 102 yards. Cincinnati barely lost a 62-yard field goal from a missed 62-yard field goal from Shane Graham at the last second. But I don't think they'll come this close against Carolina.
All right, guys, next game is Detroit at the New York Giants. Both teams coming off big wins last week. Both same score, 20-17. Who wins this game?
I'm going to say the Jets. I mean, Detroit won their first game. I mean, big ups to them, but I like the Jets coming out. Close game against Miami in their home field, and Lavernius Cole just had an amazing game, so I'm looking for the Jets to come out and win.
Well, I think Detroit will win this game. John Kitna threw for 278 yards, including 161 yards to Roy Williams. The Jets' passing defense won't be able to hold him to less than that. And Chad Pennington really wasn't that great. He only had 175 yards last week. I think the Detroit will win this game.
All right, guys, next game, Green Bay at Miami. Miami obviously losing last week to the New York Jets. Who do you like in this game?
I'm going to say Miami. I mean, just Green Bay is just terrible. I'm happy they came off a bye week so they don't have to face the loss this week. And especially Miami, you had Dante Culpepper, Joey Harrington, who's throwing well, and Ronnie Brown is just rushing like crazy.
Well, Ronnie Brown had his second game with a touchdown this week. That really boosts his confidence. He hasn't had a touchdown in 4 or 5 weeks. And Randy McMichael's really starting to click with Randy. Randy McMichael's really starting to click with Joey Harrington. Ever since he's come into the game, Joey Harrington's come into the game, Randy McMichael's stats have gone way up.
All right, guys, next game is New York Giants at Dallas. I mean, both teams are once again coming off big wins last week. Terrell Owens, 3 TD catches. New York Giants, who wins this?
I'm going to say Dallas. I mean, my co-host, Mike, is a Giants fan. I think Dallas is going to come out and win. Drew Bledsoe and T.O. are really clicking. And you saw, if Drew Bledsoe doesn't do well, you have Tony Romo who threw a touchdown pass to T.O. And the rushing game it's just improving as they go on. And I'm looking for Dallas to win the game.
Well, despite the fact that Julius Jones had over 100 yards this week, the Giants' defense has been very, very well this season, at least the past few games. And their passing defense also really improved the past few games. They really shut down the Redskins, and then they shut down the Falcons. Michael Vick had a big headache after that game, and I think so will Drew Bledsoe.
All right, guys, next game we're going to talk about is Jacksonville at Houston. Jacksonville, obviously their defense is going to be a big factor in this game. Houston, 1-4, just can't do anything with the season this year. Who wins this game?
Obviously, it's probably going to be the Jaguars. I mean, Houston's just been terrible. They're 1-4. I mean, tough loss against Dallas this week. And the Jaguars are just really doing well. And also on Houston, they have no offense. You have David Carr and Andre Johnson, and you have Eric Moulds, but they're just not clicking at all. So I'm looking for Jacksonville to win the game.
I agree with Sean. I think Jacksonville will win this game. The key to beating Houston is shutting down their passing game. They have no running game. Their running back in the start of the season was Wally Lundy, but I don't think he's had over 100 yards in a single game yet. Jacksonville's very good passing defense, and I think they'll really shut down the Texans in this game, and they'll win.
All right, guys. Next game is New England at Buffalo. I mean, it's a division game. Buffalo losing last week, 2017. I mean, real tough loss to Detroit. I mean, Detroit pulled it out against them. But New England, Buffalo, who do you like?
I like New England. I mean, their secondary is just way too good for J.P. Lossman and the receiving core of the Buffalo Bills. And if the Buffalo Bills could rush in the game, I think they may be able to pull it out. But I'm looking for the New England to come out. I mean, Tom Brady's just been throwing well all season, and their defense is just really strong. So I'm looking for New England to come out and win.
Well, I think New England will win also. Lee Evans really shut down that last week, and that proved that Lee Evans is a big part of their offense. And without him, they don't have very much offense. Also, shutting down Willis McGahee, he's a big key for New England. And I think their defense is up to it. Also, a big game from the New England's 2 big rushers, Lawrence Maroney and Corey Dillon, are big factors in this game.
All right, guys, next game we're going to talk about is Pittsburgh at Atlanta. I mean, Pittsburgh over Kansas City last week, 45-7. Atlanta losing to the New York Giants last week, 27-14. Who do you like in this game?
I'm gonna look for Atlanta. I mean, I'm a big Atlanta fan. Even though they lost to the Giants last week, I mean, they're just gonna come out. I mean, Warwick Dunn's just an ATM, an automatic touchdown machine. He has a touchdown every game mostly. Still rush good, even though the Giants' run defense was just unstoppable. And even though Pittsburgh has good run defense, I'm looking for Atlanta to come out and win.
Well, I think the Giants showed a very big flaw in the Atlanta defense last week that Pittsburgh will use to their advantage. They really showed how they could, if they shut down Michael Vick and make him pass, their offense will struggle. Although they gave up 140 yards to Warwick Dunn, Michael Vick was really shut down, and I think Pittsburgh used that to their advantage and win the game.
All right, thank you guys once again. I'm your host, Carlton Marcin, and we'll be back with more 30-minute drill after this.
And welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm showing you along with TD and Dan Cohen. Earlier you heard our counterparts talk about MLB playoffs. Now we'll say our opinion. Let's get started. Our first topic is the Detroit Tigers. I mean, coming off sweeping the Oakland A's. What do you think about that?
Wow, sweeping the Oakland A's is not a big surprise to me. I mean, Oakland's pitching, they're pretty good, but Detroit's pitching is just overwhelming. Their pitchers, they got Kenny Rogers leading that staff. He's the veteran on that staff, and he's got to deal with two rookies on their team, Verlander and Nate Robertson. And Detroit, their pitching staff will lead them to the World Series.
I came in here last week and I said the Oakland Athletics were going to defeat the Detroit Tigers, and the Tigers swept the A's. I can't believe that. I thought the A's were going to win that. I think that I've noticed that when teams win maybe 2 games in a row, 3 games in a row, they seem to get the momentum and they kind of roll. Except for when the Red Sox beat the Yankees after being down 3-0. When they did win that series and they had all that momentum, they came in and they just blew the socks off of the Cardinals. So the momentum really helps, and we saw that with the Tigers when they just played like princes and swept the A's.
I mean, I was there for your opinion about the A's, but what do you think? What's their main factor for the Detroit Tigers to win? I mean, their pitching simply amazing, and so is their hitting. What do you think is going to be their main factor that's going to make it?
Well, you're right. Pitching and hitting have been a major part in their success, but their pitching is their main success. Their pitchers last series, their starters went 4-0. Verlander, well, actually every single person in their starting rotation except for Kenny Rogers can get the ball up over 100 miles an hour, and that is just very key.
The pitching and the defense is what's important for the Tigers to win this year, the World Series. The hitting will come with good pitching. If you're shutting a team out and you're only letting them score, you're shutting them out, then you're going to have a good chance for the offense to win. The offense just has to have 1 run to win 1-0. So the pitching is really key.
Now, depending on who wins the NLCS, it depends on Mets or the Cardinals. Do you think Detroit could handle either the New York Mets or the St. Louis Cardinals?
Well, I think they definitely can handle Detroit. I mean, they can handle the New York Mets or the St. Louis Cardinals. Detroit, they are just on a roll. They beat the Yankees 3-1 in the series, and sweeping the A's. They're just going to have momentum rolling into any team they play, and I'm going to look for them to come out on top.
The Tigers have the pitching to beat anyone in Major League Baseball with Verlander and Rogers and Robertson. And Jeremy Bonderman often gets overlooked because he's a kind of a Game 4 starter, but Jeremy Bonderman, a very young 23-year-old veteran, he's really going to help them. The Mets offense and the Cardinals offense, pretty good, but the Tigers pitching can beat them.
Now we're going to move it on to the NLCS, which is still going on. I mean, it might end this week, you never know. But game 5, you have Tom Glavine pitching. Game 6, you have Chris Carpenter pitching. Who do you think is going to win the series?
Well, the Game 5 matchup, Tom Glavine versus Jeff Weaver, I believe. That's going to be a replay of Game 1 where the Mets won 2-0. I'm gonna say Mets win again this time because you never know with Jeff Weaver. One game he can pitch amazing, the next game you never know. But Tom Glavine, he's been the consistent number one starter for the Mets, and that's going to propel them to their victory.
The Mets have the good hitting, but the Mets pitching is just, I hate to say it, but the Mets pitching is just horrific. I mean, I'm a baseball fan. I'm not a Mets fan, I'm a baseball fan, and I can't name 4 starters for them. And that's not going to work out for you. I mean, losing Pedro was big, losing El Duque was big, because El Duque is arguably one of the best postseason pitchers of all time at his, age between 40 and 50. And those are big losses for the Mets. And Billy Wagner not on his top game, Guillermo Moto obviously not on his top game. So the Mets pitching is really going to take them down.
Now moving on to the St. Louis Cardinals. I mean, just losing terribly in Game 4, 12-5. Do you think they could rebound and win against Tom Glavine?
No, they cannot rebound. Tom Glavine, he is just the lefty specialist in that starting rotation. But the Cardinals are showing some signs with Scott Spezio. I mean, he's come in, he's their leading postseason RBI man, and he's their leading hitman this season. I like his little goatee there. It's looking nice for him. But I'm going to say Mets win this one.
Yeah, Scott, a.k.a. Red Schmutz on the chin, Spezio. He is great right now. He was so clutch in that game, hitting that ball over Sean Green's head.
Now going back to the NL, who do you think's gonna win who think's gonna win the NLCS, and do you think they could take Detroit in the World Series?
Well, the Mets are going to win the NLCS. Even though their pitching is not up to par, I mean, you only have one quality starter in there with Tom Glavine. I think they were the best team in the National League this year with 97 wins, and I think they're going to keep it up.
I think the Cardinals are going to take the NLCS. I cannot. The Mets pitching is just not going to work out.
I mean, definitely. I mean, who do you think is the key player for either the Mets or the Cardinals to make it to the World Series, and who's going to stay hot during the World Series?
Well, my key player for the Mets right now, because I believe they're going to make it, is Carlos Delgado. I mean, he is my playoff MVP, and he will be the MVP of the World Series. He's just going to be amazing.
Albert Pujols is the game changer for that Cardinals team. He can change the game with one swing of the bat. He will bring them to the World Series.
Now that's all the time we have. We'll see you next week for our Week 7 episode of the 30 Minute Show.
Back to the 30-minute drill, 30-minute drill, 30-minute drill, 30-minute drill.
They're just amazing. They're so good.
So many things have gone wrong, and
Just been a prince all throughout this entire year on the.
Simply amazing.
Simply amazing.
Playoff time now. Everybody's serious now. There's no more joking around.
It was just terrible.
They have more experience, 7 on the game last year. I think that despite that, they'll be popping the Spanish show at the end of the series.
So turn around and I'll pick up the slack.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 7th edition of the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Jason Olephant, alongside Ploshnick, Jake Silverman. We have Week 8 football preview to talk about. Let's get started. The first game we're going to talk about is the Atlanta Falcons traveling to the Cincinnati Bengals. Atlanta rebounded off a loss to the Giants by beating the defending Super Bowl champs, the Pittsburgh Steelers, 41-38. The Falcons have been shaky this year, but are 4-2. What do the Falcons need to focus on in order to beat the 4-2 Cincinnati Bengals?
Well, if you saw last week's action, a lot of the Falcons' offense was based on passing to their tight end, Algie Crumpler. And I think keeping the tight end involved like that opens up their running game with Warwick Dunn, and also opens up Michael Vick's running game. Michael Vick, not the best passer in the league, but he's a threat at all times because of his legs. And then Algie Crumpler will be left open, so more passes to Algie Crumpler, who can make plays downfield, score them more touchdowns.
Yeah, definitely. I think they need to focus in on their passing game more too, because in the beginning of the season, the talk was all Atlanta's running game, amazing. You know, Vick is running the ball for tremendous amount of yardage each game. Warwick Dunn was having superb games each and every week. And this week we saw Vick have his best game ever as a professional QB with 4 touchdown passes, which was amazing. Throwing beautiful ball, Michael Jenkins, who had a great game, one-handed catch in the end zone. And Algie Crumpler taking down defenders. They really are doing good on their passing game. Just step it up a little bit more, and I think maybe they could be a Super Bowl contender.
The next game I want to talk about is Jacksonville at Philadelphia. Both teams coming off disappointing losses in Week 7. The Jags are 3 back now of the Colts in the AFC South, and the Eagles, no matter what, will not be in first place due to their loss to Tampa Bay, pending the Giants-Dallas game tonight. Who needs this win more to stay in the playoff hunt, Philly or Jacksonville?
Oh, this is a no-brainer. I think it's Jacksonville. How can you lose to the expansion Houston Texans? They absolutely got trampled on. Jacksonville is up and down every week. First, they trample the Jets, who are not a great team, but I mean, surprising what, 4-2 or something?
3-3.
3-3, whatever. And then they get beat this week by the Texans. You don't know where Jacksonville is right now. Philly, you know, is in the up direction. Jacksonville needs to beat Philly to show their fans, the players, and everyone and get some direction in this season that, hey, we're going to be here and we're going to make the playoffs.
This is a tough one because I see where the Jacksonville situation is coming from, being in a division with Indianapolis, who's going to be at least a perennial 11-12 game winner. But I really think this is Philadelphia's game that they need to win. They're on a 2-game slide right now. McNabb is all over the place, throwing either interception or a touchdown almost every pass. I mean, he had 3 touchdowns and 3 interceptions last week. But when you're in a division like the NFC East where you have 4 teams that will probably end the season 500 or better, you need to get these wins early in the season when they're critical. And if Philly doesn't beat Jacksonville, who will be a tough opponent because of their defense, they could slide like 2 or 3 games behind the division leaders, which could be the Giants or Dallas, pending on the Monday night game, which hasn't happened yet.
The next game I want to talk about is the Baltimore Ravens traveling to the New Orleans Saints, another game in the Superdome. Battle of, in my eyes, the 2 most improved teams thus far this season. Both teams coming off a bye week and are both in first place in their rightful divisions. Will Drew Brees and the New Orleans Saints keep their momentum rolling in the Superdome, or will Steve McNair and the Baltimore Ravens steal one?
Well, for all my viewers out there who love this show, you'll know that I'm a perennial supporter of the New Orleans Saints. This team coming off this emotional season, Hurricane Katrina 2 years ago, and I just had to jump on their bandwagon at the beginning of the season. And I find it so surprising and so great that they're at 4-2 right now and competing in their division. As far as them against, who are they playing this week? Baltimore. Baltimore also doing very well, but I think New Orleans will win this game with their 2-headed monster of Reggie Bush and Deuce McAllister.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on the
New Orleans
New Orleans Saints bandwagon as well. Who isn't?
Right.
But, I mean, I just can't see them winning this game. They have been an amazing team so far. Drew Brees, probably the best free agent pickup. They've had Joe Horn coming in, being that superstar that he was last year lately, and Reggie Bush and Deuce McAllister, great seasons. But the Baltimore defense will win this game. Defense wins, and no way I could see the Saints picking up this win as much as I want to.
But Baltimore is on a 2-game slide right now, which could affect their status in this game.
That's true, but I mean, when you have Ed Reed, Ray Lewis, Terrell Suggs, they'll shut that down with the speed and the physical aggression that they come when they hit you on defense.
Also, Steve McNair is questionable for that game. Kyle Bowler might need to step in as quarterback. The final game we're going to talk about before we go is Tampa Bay Buccaneers at the New York Giants. Tampa Bay coming off 2 huge wins against top-notch NFL teams in the Cincinnati Bengals and the Philadelphia Eagles. They have another tough task ahead of them in the New York Football Giants. Will Tampa Bay win their 3rd consecutive game, or will Eli Manning and the Giants win one in Giants Stadium?
Well, you know what? The Giants are starting to look like the Rams were a couple years ago with that superb offense, and their defense has been a little bit sketchy. But when you have an offense with Eli Manning, who's like going to be a 300-yard thrower in almost every game this year, he should have almost like 4,000 and change passing yards. And then you have targets like Plaxico Burress, Amani Toomer, Tiki Barber, and Jeremy Shockey. Their offense is just going to destroy the Buccaneers' defense.
Yeah, I can't see the Giants losing this game. They need to win this game. I mean, Bruce Gronkowski stepping in. I mean, this guy's an unknown sixth-round draft pick who had something to prove. He came in, won his first 2 games. Now they got footage on this guy. I mean, they really need to shut him down. And Cadillac Williams is having a sophomore slump. There's no way the Giants can afford to lose this game with being like
In the NFC East,
in
right.
the NFC East. And definitely the Giants in this game. That's my pick.
Giants in a blowout, definitely.
Thanks, guys, for your thoughts. We will be back with more 30-minute drill right after this. Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. Let's continue our talk with World Series baseball talk. The Detroit Tigers and the St. Louis Cardinals. The inexperienced Detroit Tigers facing a very experienced Tony La Russa ball club in the St. Louis Cardinals. The St. Louis Cardinals have a great lineup from 1 to 9 in their batting order, consisting of Scott Rowland, Albert Pujols, David Eckstein. And then for Detroit, they got a great young pitching staff in Jeremy Bonderman, Justin Verlander, and they have the veteran Kenny Rogers, who has pitched 23 consecutive scoreless innings. Who do you like in this series?
Well, I mean, this is really a tough one. If you saw Game 1, the Cardinals shocked everyone winning this game 7-1 over the heavily favored Detroit Tigers. I mean, Anthony Reyes pitched the game of his life. Then you come back in Game 2 and you get the flip side. The Tigers win at 3-1, even the series 1-1. Kenny Rogers, like you said, pitched 8 innings in that game, 2 hits, 0 runs. Exceptional for Kenny Rogers. The batting order Detroit Tigers have from Granderson all the way down through Thames and Monroe, that batting order is just crazy.
Yeah. Well, first, I would just like to state publicly, I was wrong about the NLCS. St. Louis stunned me and did beat the Mets. And I picked them to lose this World Series. But let me just talk about it first. First, Anthony Reyes, out of the gate, had a tremendous game in Game 1 of the World Series and shocked everyone, as you were saying. I really thought, who was it, Verlander who pitched that first game? Verlander, on a big rest, would come in and start off the series right for Detroit and win that game. And that was just amazing that they couldn't come up with that game. But, you know, in Game 2, Kenny Rogers, old-timer, came back and pitched tremendously, had a little something on his hand. I don't know what that was, but, you know, we don't think it's shady business anymore. But I guess the Yankees are asking right now, why didn't he pitch like that when he was with us? But that was tremendous. 23 scoreless innings he's at right now. Wow, Kenny Rogers is doing amazing.
You know what? The difference between Game 1 and Game 2 of the Detroit Tigers was really evident. In Game 1, I guess coming off a long rest, 7 days, the longest rest in World Series history, I believe, their bats were just so stagnant. It was just, I mean, ground ball after pop fly, and they just couldn't get anything done with the bats. But you come back in Game 2, and even though they didn't score that many runs, you could see the bats were starting to pick up.
What I'm a little weary about, and like I'm leaning towards St. Louis in the series for this reason, is because they head back to St. Louis now in the series because Detroit has home field advantage because they won the All-Star game. So now you got Games 3 and 4 in St. Louis. Game 3, you got Chris Carpenter pitching for St. Louis. Then Game 4, you got Jeff Suppan. That's an advantage right there for St. Louis over Jeremy Bonderman and whoever else is pitching for Detroit.
Well, I mean, Nate Robertson, who's going to go in Game 3 against Chris Carpenter. And then you have Jeremy Bonderman, who's been a lights-out pitcher for the playoffs. So I really don't think it's that much of a disadvantage, but you got to give the edge in Game 1 to the Cardinals because Chris Carpenter won the Cy Young last year, has been done pretty well in the playoffs. And then in the next game, you have Jeff Suppan, who did well with his bat in the NLCS, but is a pretty consistent pitcher. And then you have the bullpens, but I got to give the edge to Detroit there. When you have Joel Zumaya coming out of the bullpen, and then Jones coming out of the bullpen, and then for the Cardinals, you have Wainwright coming out, and then Flores, who hasn't been very consistent.
Yeah, well, remember, Chris Carpenter isn't as untouchable as we thought. I mean, in the NLCS, we saw him get beat up a little. The Mets got a few runs on him. He had a no decision, I believe, and a win that because the Mets couldn't, finish the job or they came back, something along those lines. But, Jeff Suppan did pitch dominant. He was dominant with the bat, hit a home run. I don't want to talk about that. But, he was amazing. And then, I don't know, with Detroit, Bonderman and Robertson pitched pretty good against the Yankees, although he did lose the opening game, didn't he?
He did lose the opening game, but he did.
It was pretty good, but he was facing Chim-Man Wong.
He rebounded good off in the Oakland start.
Yeah, he pitched amazing in the Oakland series. And then Bonderman, who's been pitching lights out the whole time, I mean, it's pretty even to me. I don't see that much difference in the pitching, even though one of them does have a Cy Young. He's been touchable this year. He has been touchable. So you can't really judge on this. I think it's going to be game by game. But what does hurt is Bud Selig giving that All-Star game such,
Giving it to whoever wins the All-Star game.
Whoever, home field advantage should not go to whoever wins the All-Star game. But that's another topic for a rainy day. I mean, right now it will affect the World Series.
It's an exhibition game, and it really should not count towards something as important as home field in the World Series.
Exactly. It's huge when you're pitching 4 games at home, maybe 3 on the road. Right. I mean, that's just big.
In the last couple of years, actually, home field advantage turned out to be the key in the World Series because Boston had home field advantage because they won the All-Star game that year. Then Boston won it. Last year, the AL won the All-Star game. Chicago won the World Series. So it is a key asset to the World Series. But another question I have for you guys is, in this series, if it does come indeed down to the bullpen, St. Louis, as you mentioned, got Wainwright and they got the lefty Flores. Then for Detroit, you got Francisco Rodney, Todd Jones, and Joel Zumaya, who throws 103 miles per hour. Who would you take advantage-wise for the bullpen?
Well, first, I'd just like to state that the Fox MPH gun, the radar gun, is a little bit juiced up, as us baseball people would say. I really don't think Zumaya's throwing 103, but he definitely can hit 100 on that radar gun. I have to give the bullpen advantage to Detroit right now, with Zumaya and Todd Jones, who has been lights out this postseason, even though he's kind of under the shadow to Zumaya's huge fastball. I got to give it to Detroit.
Yeah, really, I think, as you said, the radar gun has been juiced up a little bit for the playoffs, just to garner a little more interest with all of Detroit's fastballs are now reaching 102 miles an hour, 101 miles an hour. It's ridiculous. That never happened before. But, I mean, really we're talking about the bullpen. So let's just focus in on Todd Jones, who's been amazing this whole postseason and, was pretty good the whole regular season. But Zumaya throwing 103 miles an hour, you're not going to hit that fastball.
But, even though Detroit has the advantage there, the Cardinals do have a formidable pen. Flores has been throwing great, and Wainwright was lights out in the series against the Mets.
Yeah, that's true. Flores was pretty good. I mean, he's touch and go at times, but you got to watch out for the Cardinals bullpen, who can be, pretty dominant.
Thanks, guys, for your thoughts. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill right after this.
I'm looking for Detroit. Their pitching just so strong. Kenny Rogers had a great game. Again, in the 8th inning, shut out the whole Cardinals lineup. And you still have Bonderman left, who's pitching amazing. And their relief squad is really good. You have Zumaya pitching 103. And I don't think anyone could hit him right now.
Well, I got to agree with you, Sean. Good pitching beats good hitting. And Detroit Tigers have good pitching. The only thing that's a question to me is whether Kenny Rogers can pitch without something on his hands. And that's a question a lot of us are asking, what was on his hands. But I still think that despite that, they'll be popping the Manischewitz at the end of this series.
All right. I also agree with you guys on the Tigers, except so far this year, everything I picked, the opposite happens. But I think this year the Tigers are I think the Tigers are really going to win this year. And I think that the Mets and Yankees both learned that good pitching beats good hitting, that you can pay all the money for a good offensive lineup, but the good pitching is going to take it all the way. Right now, whose pitching matchup do you think compares better, the Tigers or the Cardinals?
Definitely the Tigers. Cardinals, you still have Chris Carpenter, you have Jeff Weaver, and you lost a lot of good closing people, but still, Detroit Tigers, I think, great pitching. You have Verlander, even though he lost, had a good game, and I don't think anyone on the Cardinals could hit him. You saw what happened to the Yankees. Yankees got shut down, and I'm looking for Detroit to win it with their pitching.
Well, yeah, I agree with Sean. I like Detroit to win it with their pitching. They have a lot of young pitchers with Verlander and Zumaya, and I don't think the Cardinals' bats can handle that. I think that'll help them to win this series.
Okay. At this time so far, who do you think is the MVP for the Cardinals team so far?
Cardinals, it's definitely got to be Pujols. No one else is hitting other than Pujols. Edmonds had a clutch hit in, I think, Game 1. But it's just been Pujols. Consecutive home runs, I believe, in each playoff series. He's just been successful. He might win the NL MVP too, but it's definitely Pujols.
Well, I agree with you, Sean, that Pujols had a great series, but I think the MVP would have to be Yadier Molina.
helping them get to the World Series with a great late game home run to win the game. And he's been pretty solid behind the plate, except for that one error where he threw it over the second baseman's head. But besides that, he's had a great series. I think he wins the MVP.
On the other hand, Tigers, who do you think is the MVP for their postseason so far?
Tigers, I mean, it's tough. Everyone's playing well. Everyone's just been chipping in. I mean, you have people on their bench chipping in. But I think it's going to be Kenny Rogers. He's been a star for the series against the Yankees, the series against the A's, and in the World Series. Kenny Rogers is my MVP right now.
I agree with you, Sean. He's been pitching great. He had 8 shutout innings in Game 2. He was really shut down the Yankees in the first series. He's really playing well. He really is boosting his team morale, and just the fact that he's a really veteran, a very old pitcher. And he's a great veteran. He helped a lot of players on the team to adjust to the situation, and I think that a lot of them are trying to win this for him. This might be one of his last times in the playoffs.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see him get a ring. He's been sensational this postseason. I mean, he's been just too good to comprehend. Home field advantage is a pretty big deal in the World Series. Who do you think's got the better fans, the Tigers or the Cardinals?
Oh, that's tough. I mean, Tigers have great fans, but I think it's going to be the Cardinals. They're a big baseball town. I mean, even with their new stadium, the new Busch Stadium, the fans just piling in. I think their fans are a lot better not a lot better, but I think a little louder than Detroit fans.
Well, I disagree there, Sean. I think the Tigers fans are better. They filled their stadium, sold out, standing room only sold out, and there's still fans on the outside standing on stilts to get a view over the gate. There's fans sitting in parking garage on top of buildings just to get a glimpse of what's going on in the game. So I think there's really a devotion there in Detroit, and I think they're really excited to have their team in the World Series.
Yeah, I think Chris Carpenter is a pretty important person to bring up in this conversation because he really didn't have a strong series against the Mets, and I would say, without a doubt, he's the Cardinals' ace. So do you think that he'll step up in this World Series?
Chris Carpenter is, right now, the only pitcher that could save the Detroit Tigers. I mean, their top 2 pitchers already gone, and right now it's Chris Carpenter who has to win the series for them. I think he plays Game 3 or Game 4, but he has to play in his prime, like he did last year when he won the NL Cy Young, to beat the Detroit Tigers.
Well, I think Carpenter has a lot of pressure on him. He's really their ace, and he hasn't really lived up to it in the last series. He has a lot of pressure on him to pitch well, and I don't think he's done it. Anthony Reyes, the pitcher.
Anthony Reyes.
Anthony Reyes, yeah, forgot my name for a second. Anthony Reyes pitched a great game for St. Louis in Game 1, and he's really come through and played in the clutch for them, and I think he's taking Chris Carpenter's spot as their ace.
How about those socks in Anthony Reyes? Do you see that? Those red socks with the white stripes on them? What was with those?
I saw Chris Carpenter wearing those on the mound. They're pretty snazzy.
Yeah.
They're really snazzy.
I like them. They're funky.
Yeah, all right. So let's just wrap it up with this. Looking towards next year, Cardinals, Tigers, do you think that they can be elite teams next year again?
Oh, man. I mean, the Mets and the Yankees are going to buy probably every pitcher in the MLB, trying to get their way into the World Series, but I think there could be contenders right now. I mean, next year they could be contenders, definitely.
All right. Thank you. I'm Dan Cohen, alongside Sean Yu and Michael Botwinick, and we'll be right back after this. Hi, everybody, and welcome back to the 30-Minute Drill. I'm Dan Cohen, alongside Sean Yu and Michael Botwinick, and we're here to discuss football this past week. First game to talk about, Atlanta Falcons, Pittsburgh Steelers. Atlanta coming out with the win, 41-38. Michael Vick had a pretty good game. Hines Ward had a pretty good game. What do you guys think about this?
Oh, man, I was so psyched for that game. It was just power of the two strengths. You have Pittsburgh, who has a great run defense. Atlanta, who is the best running offense in the league. Vick had 4 throwing touchdowns, which is surprising, but they just had a good game.
Yeah, they did have a good game, Sean. And also, Algie Crumpler had a huge game with 3 touchdowns. But a big turning point for this game to let Atlanta win was Roethlisberger was injured, and he didn't come back in the game, so Charlie Batch had to come in. And I think that really helped Atlanta win. Also, they came short 3 times on a field goal. First one by Cohen was good, but they said it was a timeout, and the second time he missed it, but it was a roughing the kicker. And the third time, Warren Anderson missed it short. And they stopped the Steelers and came back and kicked another field goal. This time it was good, though, and they won.
Yeah, good game for Algie Crumpler with a reception, extending his consecutive game streak to, I think, 55 now, because I think it was 54 against the Giants. Next game, Jacksonville Jaguars 7, Houston Texans 27. Big shock in my opinion. I mean, the Jacksonville Jaguars were able to keep the Pittsburgh Steelers to 9 points, and they can't. The Texans, with their high-powered air offense, come in and they put 27 down. What do you guys think?
Oh, definitely. On the preview last week, I said Jacksonville was going to win in big numbers. I was wrong. Houston came out of nowhere with their offense. Their offense plays decent every game, just not up to par with their defense. But this game, their defense was excellent. I mean, I heard Mario Williams had a good game, and they're just strong. In fourth quarter, they had 17 points, which helped them win the game against Jacksonville.
Well, this is a game that a lot of people had as a lock for Jacksonville to win. But Houston came in and proved a lot of the critics wrong. Andre Johnson had a big game with 106 yards and a touchdown. David Carr was putting nice touchdowns passes, and now maybe some of the critics will be quieted now that Mario Williams had a good game. Now, quiet some of the critics to say they should have taken Reggie Bush.
Yeah, I think that Houston Texans are having actually a pretty good season for what they were expected. They have a really tough schedule. Next game, Eagles Buccaneers. Amazing finish with the Buccaneers coming out on top. What do you guys think about this one?
Oh, man, that was a great game. I mean, Matt Bryant, 62-yard field goal coming out of nowhere. And it was just a really hot game. I saw the Eagles jersey. They were schwitzing like crazy. The jerseys went from green to black in an instant. I mean, Donovan McNabb was puking. I mean, they just pulled it out. Tampa Bay just pulled it out. I mean, they're used to the heat, so they just had a good game.
Well, yeah, McNabb really gave it his all. He was puking on the field. He threw for over 300 yards. And Matt Bryant came through with a miracle field goal at the end, a 62-yard field goal, the second longest in NFL history. The former Giant, I think that might have been the best thing he ever done for the Giants, is making Philly lose and moving the Giants up in the standings.
Yeah. Next game, the Detroit Lions and the New York Jets. The New York Jets coming to this game at 3-3. Their goal is probably to move into the bye at 5-3. I think if they move into the bye at 5-3, they're on pace to do that now, and that'll put them up for a pretty good talk for the playoffs. So, what do you guys think about this game?
I mean, Detroit's a strong team if you think about it. You have John Kitna, who's throwing well. Just their defense that's pretty weak. But Pennington came out good. He had a great game like last week, and Leon Washington out of nowhere had a good game. But if you look, Detroit Tigers almost came back in the fourth quarter, scoring 14 points. It was just tough game, and Jets fought out a win.
Well, yeah, Jets played very well in this game. I thought the Detroit would win, but Jets really proved me wrong. They had a great game. Leon Washington, one of the not popular running backs in the league, ran for over 120 yards, and he helped the Jets to win this game. Mike Furry had 109 yards, and Roy Williams also had a great game, and John Kitna was putting some nice touches on his passes, which helped him to win.
Side note on Mike Furry. You know, it's great to see a player like him who was, struggling in the Arena League for the New York Dragons, for him to come out into the NFL and become a starting wide receiver and to have a great game against an NFL defense. That's just great to see. Next game, San Diego Chargers, Kansas City Chiefs. A nail-biter to the end. The final score ended up being Chiefs 30, Chargers 27. What do you guys think about this?
I mean, it wasn't a strong game for LaDainian Tomlinson, who had 4 touchdowns last week, but a good all-around game. They almost came back. They scored 14 points in the fourth quarter. I mean, just hard-fought game. Phillip Rivers playing well. He's gotten better as a rookie. I mean, second year, but playing like a rookie. You have Dan Hoare coming in for Trent Green. He played really well, 232 yards. Nice solid numbers. And a strong point I like to say, in the third quarter, it was tied 7-7, and that was just hard playing for both teams. That was just a great quarter to watch.
Well, yeah, Kansas City really played well to come out on top of the strong San Diego team. Damon Hard came in and played a great game. He threw for over 230 yards, and more than half of them were to Tony Gonzalez, which is amazing how one receiver can catch that many balls. Also, another big loss for San Diego in this game was Sean Merriman after the game was caught using steroids, so that could help them. That could not help them with the rest of the season. It will actually really hurt their team.
All right, guys. Last game we're going to talk about today: Minnesota Vikings and the Seattle Seahawks. Vikings coming out with the win with a pretty large number. You guys shocked with this one?
Well, Minnesota's defense is simply amazing. I mean, I think they're 5th in the league. They're just really strong. Brad Johnson's playing well. Chester Taylor had a really good game. Top running back right now for the week. Seattle, they lost Matt Hasselbeck, but Minnesota came out and won.
Well, yeah, Seneca Wallace had a big game coming in, replacing Hasselbeck, and Chester Taylor was so hot this week. He had over 100. He had 169 yards, and one of the longest plays in Minnesota Vikings history.
That's all the time we have today. I'm Dan Cohen, alongside the Princes, Sean Yu and Michael Botwinick.
Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. 30-minute drill. 30-minute drill. 30-minute drill.
They're just amazing. They're so good.
So many things have gone wrong, and they
Just been a Prince all throughout this entire year on the
Simply amazing.
Simply amazing.
Playoff time now. Everybody's serious now. There's no more joking around.
It was just terrible.
Having more experience, stepping on the game last year. I think that despite that, they'll be popping the man show at the end of the series.
So turn around and I'll pick up the slack.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 8th edition of the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Jason Olephant, alongside Aaron Ploshnick, Jake Silverman. We have Week 8 football wrap-up to talk about. Let's get started. The first game we're going to talk about is the Atlanta Falcons and the Cincinnati Bengals. Atlanta came off with a big win, 29-27. Michael Vick was 20 for 28 passing for 291 yards and had 3 touchdowns. Atlanta goes to 5-2 and are now on top of their division. How big a win is this for Atlanta?
Well, before we start talking about the actual game, I just want to talk about the pre-games that led to such a good game. We start off with Chad Johnson, or Ocho Cinco, as he likes to be called this week, running off his mouth as usual, talking about cornerback from the Atlanta Falcons, Pro Bowl cornerback D'Angelo Hall, or as he called him, D'Angelo Fall. And I really think that impacted the secondary. And in the game, they knocked him over a couple of times. They needed to give him a little bit of a reality check. As for the game, Atlanta really proved that they are a legitimate contender in the NFC, and I really think that they could be a good playoff team in a tough division this year.
Yeah, even though, they knocked Chad Johnson down a few times, he still did have that touchdown reception. But the bigger story in this game, I think, than all that pregame stuff with Chad Johnson and D'Angelo Hall was Michael Vick. Michael Vick, past 2 games, 7 touchdowns. All the games combined before that, 5 touchdowns. This is amazing. He is finally coming in to being one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. I think he's really hit his stride. He's going to be now a dual threat because you never know. He's going to run for 100 yards. He's going to throw for 250 yards. It's definitely the worst nightmare you could have as a defensive coordinator for the opposing team.
Yeah, I mean, coming into the league, everybody knew Michael Vick was going to be a special player. He was drafted #1 overall, and he's starting to prove that, as you're saying. I mean, he didn't have that much of a strong arm when he came into the league, and he was all about the threat of the run, but he's coming to his own. He's really broken that shell and that stereotype about him, and he's becoming one of their premier quarterbacks, along with Donovan McNabb and some of the other runners. And then there's premier passers like Tom Brady and Jake Delhomme who stay in the pocket. And there's an elite group of quarterbacks like that.
Yeah, definitely. And, what helped him is when he came in, he didn't really have those good receivers. They brought in Peerless Price and Brian Finneran, and they weren't the answer. So what helps him now is Michael Jenkins and Algie Crumpler, and also the help of the running game of Work Done, who's been amazing this season.
The next game I want to talk about is Baltimore traveling to New Orleans in the Superdome. Baltimore won 35-22. But the big story in this game was Jamal Lewis. Jamal Lewis passed the 100-yard rushing mark for the first time this season, had 9 carries for 109 yards. If Jamal Lewis can go back to being the old Jamal Lewis, how good can this Baltimore offense be?
Well, Brian Billick just took over this week his entire offense by firing his offensive coordinator. And the key thing involved in his offense was giving the ball to Jamal Lewis more times. He carried 31 times this week. 39 times, excuse me, when in the previous couple weeks he carried less than 20 times the ball. And that really impacted their passing game. As you saw, McNair had a huge game passing, and Jamal Lewis had an 100-yard game rushing. And when they have Jamal Lewis clicking on all his cylinders, their offense is impeccable. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, actually, that was my mistake. It was 31. I'm thinking of someone else who had 39. But no, Jamal Lewis, even though Brian Billick fired old Giants coach Jim Fossil, and Brian Billick took over and wanted to give Jamal Lewis the ball, he will never be the same running back. I mean, 31 carries for 109 yards. It's not, I mean, that's only 3-something yards a carry. That's not top-tier running back. Jamal Lewis was the top-tier running back. You know, he had the injuries. He had all the arrests. It's not going to happen again. I think the bigger story in this game was, I mean, the Saints had the best rookie this year so far, Reggie Bush, but really their 7th-round draft pick, their wide receiver, Steve Colson, I think.
Marcus Colston.
Marcus Colson, he's amazing. I mean, this guy had over 100 yards again receiving, and is he leading the league?
I don't think he's leading the league in receiving. I think that's the Colts wide receiver Marvin Harrison, but he has come into his own as well. He went for 163 yards and 2 touchdowns yesterday. He led all receivers yesterday, as you were trying to say, I think.
Yeah.
And he's really impacting that Saints offense, but Baltimore's defense shut them down again, and that's why the score was 35-22 in favor of Baltimore.
The next game I want to talk about is the Indianapolis Colts and the Denver Broncos. Indianapolis prevailed 34-31. The Colts scored 34 points against one of the most stifling defenses in the NFL in my mind. Peyton Manning only threw for 143 yards, but got the job done. The Colts are 7-0 for the second consecutive year in a row. Is this the year that the Colts finally reached the Super Bowl?
Well, everybody came into this game talking about the 2 premier parts of this game, the Colts offense and the Denver Broncos defense. First in the league in the red zone in touchdowns was the Colts offense. Best in the league in defense, stopping that touchdown, letting field goals come, Denver Broncos. And you know what? The Colts won this battle, but they won it in the second half. Reggie Wayne scored 3 touchdowns, and that made the game for Indianapolis.
Well, I agree with you, but what really won the game is what's been winning the Super Bowls the past few years and what the Patriots had, Adam Vinatieri kicking that field goal at the end. Denver's big mistake was letting Indianapolis Colts. Baltimore was a long time ago. Anyway, Indianapolis Colts have the ball in the final seconds and drive down the field, leading to the game-winning field goal by Adam Vinatieri. You can't let Peyton Manning have the ball in the final moments.
You know what? Peyton Manning, he runs into his 2-minute drill, and he's amazing in that 2-minute drill. I mean, you can't stop him.
Before we go real quick, Jacksonville beat Philadelphia 13-6. Philadelphia, after starting off 4-1, are now 4-4. What's your reaction to Philadelphia losing 3 in a row and now second to last place in the division?
Well, the drops by Brian Westbrook were really hurting them. They had drops all over. I mean, David Garrard I think, can be a legit starting QB. He's filled in the past 2 years pretty good for Brian Leftwich. And, Philly's fallen behind.
You know what? It was a crucial game for both teams, and one team got out and one team didn't.
Thanks, guys, for your thoughts. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill right after this. Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. Once again, I'm your host, Jason Olephant, alongside Aaron Ploshnick, Jay Silverman. We have our mid-season NFL awards to tell you about, but first, we're going to do our Super Bowl predictions. In my mind, I think it's going to be the New York Giants and the Indianapolis Colts, a rematch of Week 1. What do you guys think?
Well, Mr. Olephant, you're really such a fan of those 5-2 New York Giants, but I can't go ahead and give that to you right now. Out of the NFC, I like the 7-0 Chicago Bears right now with that stifling defense that's almost as good as the 1985 was so far. Brian Urlacher, superior player, and I have to give it to them. Out of the AFC, I like the Patriots because it's Tom Brady. He can make anything happen, and he's won plenty of Super Bowls. And I like Lawrence Maroney in the backfield.
I like your AFC pick, but even though they're my favorite team, I can't give it to them this year. I pick Bears and Colts, and Bears topping the Colts in the Super Bowl. I mean, the Bears have Urlacher, Cedric Benson, Thomas Jones, Rex Grossman finally, coming into the player everyone thought he would be out of Florida. I mean, Steve Spurrier even said he was the best pure quarterback he's ever seen. And Tommy Harris, great D tackle. I think Bears win.
I have the Bears, too.
The next thing I want to talk about now is Rookie of the Year for the midseason awards. I have to go with Jake's favorite team, the New England Patriots, and running back Lawrence Maroney, because Reggie Bush, he's been great, but Lawrence Maroney has just been even better. What's your picks?
Yeah, I don't know why I'm not going with the Patriots again, but I have to go with Joseph Adai out of LSU on the Colts. He's really filled in for Eder and James. Everyone thought they'd miss him a lot more, but Joseph Adai came in cheaper and almost as good.
You know what? Yeah, Reggie Bush is okay, but you know what? I'm going to go with his teammate. Surprise of mid-season so far, Mr. Marcus Colston out of New Orleans. He has turned into a sensational wide receiver with that revamped offense with McAllister, Breeze, and Bush. And he's just a shining star down there.
That's one heck of a draft, getting Reggie Bush and Colston. For defensive player of the year, I got Bart Scott, the new inside presence on the defense for the Baltimore Colts.
Baltimore Ravens.
Baltimore Colts. All right, Baltimore Ravens. He's really the new Ray Lewis for them, and Nagata takes the pressure off him. I can't pronounce it.
Hello, T. Nagata. Yeah, he's good at DT, but Ray Lewis and Bart Scott, great picks. As far as the NFC Defensive Player of the Year, again, from those 7-0 Bears, you got to love Brian Urlacher, man. He's been a superior defensive player in this league for as many years as he's been in the league. So a perennial Pro Bowl pick, and he's definitely the Defensive Player of the Year.
See that interception this week?
Oh, yeah, that was hell of an interception.
For offense, I want to ask you guys a question. Who do you think is your surprise wide receiver so far this season? In my mind, it's Bernard Berrien from Chicago. He has had 5 touchdowns and 500 receiving yards from Rex Grossman. What are your picks?
Well, I mean, if I have to diverge from Marcus Colston in the NFC, I'm going to have to go with, let's see, Musa Muhammad, also from the Bears. I like Berrien, but I think Musa Muhammad is taking a lot of the pressure off Rex Grossman. He's getting a couple more touchdown passes, along with Mason in that offense. That's a superior receiving core.
I can't even believe that you didn't pick Colston again. I don't care. This is definitely Colston. This guy, 7th round. No one thought he'd be anywhere close to as good as he's been so far. He is outstanding. I gotta pick Colston.
Surprise quarterback of the year. In my mind, it has to be surprisingly Michael Vick, even though he wouldn't be like an upset at quarterback. But, you know, Mike Vick, he had 4 touchdowns last week and then continued that performance this week with 3 TDs. Who's your surprise quarterback?
You know what? It's gonna have to be Rex Grossman from Chicago. I mean, I'm a big fan of Chicago. I got to go with Rex Grossman. He's shown me something this year.
Mine is Phillip Rivers. Waited 2 years, finally came into his own this year, and is, you know, I think maybe going to be better than Drew Brees.
You know, I was thinking along the same lines as you, but I decided to go with my man Rex Grossman from the NFC.
Yeah.
Next award, MVP. In my mind, I have to actually agree with Jake on Phillip Rivers because he's shocked his critics and has been performing very well. Who's your MVP picks?
You know what? Donovan McNabb. He's been the superior player in the league this year. He's thrown for almost, I think, 17 touchdowns. He's got almost 2,000 yards already, and we're at the halfway point of the season.
My MVP, Peyton Manning. If your team's undefeated, you're leading them, you have to be the MVP. No question about it.
You know, I like your pick from Peyton Manning, but he's got a great receiving core around him. McNabb really doesn't have that many players. I mean, he's got Hank Basket. I mean, you got to give it to McNabb.
Well, you've heard it from us. Those are our awards for midseason NFL. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill right after this.
More than 400,000 deaths in the U.S. each year from smoking-related illnesses. Smoking greatly increases your risk for lung cancer and many other cancers. Smoking harms just not the smoker, but also family members, co-workers, and others that breathe in the cigarette smoke. This is called secondhand smoke. If pregnant women did not smoke, 4,000 babies would not die each year. If you quit smoking, it makes a great difference right away. You taste better, smell better, and feel things. It also cuts the risk for developing lung cancer. If you are a smoker, please contact 1-800-QUIT-NOW. Thank you.
Teen suicide is the 3rd leading cause of death. Teens need adult guidance for an effort to understand all the emotional and physical changes they are experiencing. The rate of teen suicide has tripled since 1960. Female teens are much more likely to attempt suicide than males, but male teens are 4 times more likely to actually kill themselves. Over 60% of teens who kill themselves use guns. Some signs of suicide would be obsession with death, writings about death, severe drop in school grades, and giving away belongings. Call 1-800-273-TALK if you know someone who wants to commit suicide.
And welcome back to the 30-Minute Drill. Once again, I'm your host, Carlton Marcin, here with my guests Dan Cohen and Michael Botwinick, and today we're going to be doing a Week 9 preview. All right, guys, first game we're going to talk about is Atlanta at Detroit. Atlanta coming off a big win last week. Detroit had a bye week this week, had 2 weeks to prepare for Atlanta. Who do you think wins this game?
I'm going to go with the Falcons this game. I think Michael Vick is I think Michael Vick's the most talented player in the NFL. And, you know, the Detroit Lions, they're really – John Kinna has a lot of passing yards this year, but they're really not that talented a team, and I think the Falcons are going to take it.
I have to agree with you, Dan. I think the Falcons will take this game also. Michael Vick is really emerging to a very good pocket passer. But when there's pressure, he can always kick it out and run and get a big gain. Also, you mentioned John Kitna has a lot of passing yards, but also a lot of interceptions are plaguing Kitna, and that's really hurting this team. I think Atlanta takes this game.
All right, guys. Next game is Cincinnati at Baltimore. Cincinnati lost last week, but Baltimore coming off a big win against New Orleans. Who do you like in this game?
I say this is the game of the week. I think the Baltimore Ravens are going to come out on top, though. Steve McNair in stride, Jamal Lewis in stride. The Baltimore Ravens probably have at least a top 5 defense in the NFL. I just hope that Chad Johnson scores a touchdown so he can keep the golden Mohawk.
Yeah, I like that Mohawk also, Dan. I think Baltimore has a very good defense, and I think they're going to really focus on shutting down Chad Johnson, a.k.a. Cinco Ocho. Ocho Cinco, I mean. He had a touchdown last week, but I don't think he'll be able to repeat this week. Baltimore has a very good defense, and they're going to win this game.
All right, guys. Next thing we're talking about is Houston at the New York Giants. I mean, I don't think this game is even going to come close. I mean, the Giants obviously the big favorite in this game, but Houston 2-5, Giants 5-2. Who wins?
I think the Giants are going to win this game, but the one intriguing thing about this matchup is the weakness of the Giants secondary and the strength of the Houston air attack. I'd say that's the one interesting thing about this game, but in reality, I think this is a blowout in the making for the Giants.
Well, I agree with you. Yeah, I think there's a really blowout in this game. The Giants' offense has really been clicking along with their defense. They're 4-0 since the bye week. They've beaten good teams in Atlanta and Dallas. I really don't see a letdown. This could be a trap game for the Giants, already looking forward to Chicago. But I don't think that Coach Tom Coughlin will let that happen. I think the Giants will win this game in a landslide.
All right, guys. Next game is going to be New Orleans at Tampa Bay. New Orleans losing last week to Baltimore 35-22. Tampa Bay obviously losing to the New York Giants last week. Who do you like in this game?
I like the Buccaneers in this game. I think the home field advantage in this game is really going to help the Buccaneers. It really helped them against the Cincinnati Bengals and the Philadelphia Eagles. And with Reggie Bush, I mean, it says that it's possible he can play next time, but we know he's not going to be 100%.
Well, yeah, I think New Orleans is going to win this game. They had a tough loss last week against Baltimore, but one of their bright spots is rookie wide receiver Marcus Colston. Had over 120 yards and touchdown. I think he's my favorite to win Rookie of the Year this year. He's going to be a big factor in helping them win.
All right, guys, next thing we're going to talk about is Tennessee at Jacksonville. Obviously, Jacksonville, I mean, they got their defense. The defense is looking really good this year. And we got Tennessee 2-5, but still looking pretty good. I mean, Vince Young looking really good. He had a touchdown run last week. Who do you like in this game?
I like Jaguars. The Jaguars have a really good defense, but I think the Jaguars are going to win, but their quarterback really needs to step up. He didn't even get to the century mark in passing yards in their last game, and that needs to be changed.
Well, I agree with you. Vince Young only had 87 yards. It's just not acceptable for a starting quarterback. He started towards the end of the game. He started to look a little more comfortable in the pocket. He started running more. He had 4 carries for 44 yards and a touchdown. They're not going to win now, but in the future, he looks like he can be a very good quarterback.
All right, guys, next game we're going to talk about is Denver at Pittsburgh. I mean, Denver losing last week to Indianapolis. Pittsburgh losing last week in just a terrible game to the Raiders. Who wins this game?
I like the Broncos in this game. I actually think this is a no-brainer. Right? The Steelers are just they're not a good team this year. I mean, not to mention the Broncos have a very strong defense, which isn't going to help the struggling Steelers offense.
Well, I agree with you. The Pittsburgh Steelers are adding on to the list of underachieving Super Bowl defending champions. They really did not have a good game last week against a very weak Oakland Raiders team. Ben Roethlisberger really struggled with 4 interceptions, and I think he really needs to work on that this week and come back strong, but I still think they'll lose.
All right, guys, next thing we're talking about is Indianapolis at New England. I mean, Indianapolis winning last week over, as we just said, the Denver Broncos. But New England, obviously, as usual, looking pretty good throughout the season. Who wins this game?
I think the undefeated season of the Colts will go on another game, and I think they're going to beat the Patriots. Peyton Manning threw for 345 yards in that game against the Broncos, which they just came out of, and I think the Colts are going to win.
Well, this is my upset game of the week. Tom Brady has really been passing the ball well, and Lawrence Maroney has been really running well. He's got some good pace going on this season. He's one of the leading Rookie of the Year candidates. They also have Chad Jackson playing very well, and the defense really stepped it up. The Colts are having a good year, but I think they're becoming too reliant on one hookup from Peyton Manning to Reggie Wayne. Reggie Wayne had 10 catches for 138 yards and 3 touchdowns last week. So I think that New England will help them to shut down Reggie Wayne, and they'll win the game.
All right, thank you guys once again. I'm your host, Carlton Marcin, and we'll be back with more 30-minute drill after this.
More than 400,000 deaths in the U.S. each year from smoking-related illnesses. Smoking greatly increases your risk for lung cancer and many other cancers. Smoking harms just not the smoker, but also family members, co-workers, and others that breathe in the cigarette smoke. This is called secondhand smoke. If pregnant women did not smoke, 4,000 babies would not die each year. If you quit smoking, it makes a great difference right away. You taste better, smell better, and feel things. It also cuts the risk for developing lung cancer. If you are a smoker, please contact 1-800-QUIT-NOW. Thank you.
Teen suicide is the third leading cause in death. Teens need adult guidance for an effort to understand all the emotional and physical changes they are experiencing. The rate of teen suicide has tripled since 1960. Female teens are much more likely to attempt suicide than males, but male teens are 4 times more likely to actually kill themselves. Over 60% of teens who kill themselves use guns. Some signs of suicide would be obsession with death, writings about death, severe drop in school grades, and giving away belongings. Call 1-800-273-TALK if you know someone who wants to commit suicide.
Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm showing you along with Justin Hourihan and Travis Volpe. This is the first episode of NBA, and I'm very excited because I'm a big NBA fan. So first, we're going to do a season preview, and we're going to start off with the division leaders. In the Atlantic, I'm looking for the Nets to win. I mean, they went to the playoffs last year. You have Vince Carter, Jason Kidd, Richard Jefferson, just excellent players. Who do you think is going to win the division?
Well, Sean, I'm going to have to agree with you there. I feel the Nets are going to be the leaders, too. They're going to be following up on Jason Kidd and look for Richard Jefferson to step it up this year and play really well, along with Vince Carter.
Well, I have to disagree with you there. I'm going to go with the New York Knicks. Well, I know the Nets are a good team, but the Knicks are my surprise team this year. I mean, the Knicks, they got their new pick, Ronaldo Balkman. He has just been a spark to that team. Him, Nate Robinson, Channing Frye, look for the young guys to go quickly and win this one.
Yeah, I mean, the Knicks are really good. I saw them in preseason. Now let's move on to the Central. You have the Pistons, who win basically every year. They're coming with some fury, losing Ben Wallace. But I'm looking for the Chicago Bulls, adding Ben Wallace on their team. You have Ben Gordon, Kirk Heinrich, just strong players. And I just think they're going to come out and win in the Central. What do you think, Justin?
Well, I'm going to disagree with you there, even though Chicago is going to be good. But I'm going to have to go with the Pistons because Chauncey Billups, I just think, is amazing. He's one of my favorite players. Adds excitement to the game. He's a very well point guard. He makes plays, so I'm going to look for them to follow him.
I'm gonna have to agree with the Pistons. I mean, it's gonna be a 2-leg race. It's gonna be the Pistons and Cleveland Cavaliers, but the Pistons are just too good.
I mean, the Pistons, you have Chauncey Billups, one of the most clutch players, like Justin was saying. Now we're going to move into the South. I mean, I have Miami. I think you guys all have Miami. They're just a strong team. You have Shaq, D-Wade coming off one of the best seasons. So, I mean, you guys have Miami. Let's see your opinions about Miami.
Yeah, Miami is going to be amazing this year. I mean, with Dwayne Wade and Shaquille O'Neal, dynamic duo. Wow, just can't believe it.
Well, that South division is just weak. Miami is just gonna win it. No questions asked.
Okay, now we're gonna move on to the Western Conference division. You have in the North. I'm gonna be shocked. That division's really terrible. But I'm gonna say Utah. I mean, you got AK, Andre Kirilenko, who's just strong. You got good draft picks, and you still have good point guards from last. Darren Williams, good pickup. So I'm looking for Utah. Who do you think?
Well, I'm not going with Utah there. I'm going with Denver Nuggets. I feel Carmelo Anthony is going to have a blowout year this year. He's having more experience. He's stepping up his game last year, but this year I look for him to have a blowout season.
Well, this North division is just a toss-up, but I'm going to have to go with Minnesota. Minnesota did a good job of keeping Kevin Garnett. I mean, he was in free agency, but them keeping him is going to be a big deal.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think you could give up Kevin Garnett, even if his last year of his contract. It's just one of a kind player. Now in the Pacific, it's definitely gonna be Phoenix. They made the playoffs last year without Amari Stoudemire and having Boris Diaw coming in, and Amari Stoudemire, one of the games during the middle of the season, came in, scored like 27 points. He's an excellent player, and he's going to lead them to the playoffs. Who do you think, guys?
Well, I'm going to go with Phoenix too. Amari Stoudemire is an amazing player. He's just going to lead this team along with Steve Nash. He's an amazing point guard as well. He makes plays happen.
Well, Phoenix is Steve Nash. He's the two-time reigning MVP of the league. I'm gonna say Phoenix is gonna make it to the NBA Finals, and it's gonna be them and probably the Heat.
Nice. For the South, I'm a big Houston fan, so I gotta say Houston. I mean, with the injuries, to Yao and T-Mac, they just did terrible. They're on a downhill. But if T-Mac and Yao stay healthy, I'm looking for them to come out of the South Division.
Well, Houston is going to be good this year, but I'm looking for Dallas to step it up. Dirk Nowitzki, nobody can guard him. He's big, but he can shoot. And then you also got Jason Terry to look along with, so it's a good team.
It's going to be Dallas and San Antonio going down to the wire. But San Antonio, their team is just too good. They're good every single year. Tim Duncan, he's just the anchor to that team. I'm going to say he leads them back to the playoffs.
Now, we're short on time, but I just want to let's point out our top 3 Eastern Conference playoff teams. I have Chicago, Nets, and Miami. They're just top 3 strongest teams. Who do you guys have?
Well, I have Miami, then Detroit, then the Nets. I think all 3 of those teams, they're going to be battling it out throughout the year.
I'm going to say number 1, Detroit, number 2, Miami, and my surprise team, number 3, is the New York Knicks.
Now, this is going to be a great year. I just can't wait. And that's all the time we have. See you next week for our Week 8 episode of the 30-Minute Drill.
Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. 30-minute drill. 30-minute drill. 30-minute drill.
They're just amazing. They're so good.
So many things have gone wrong, and they've
Just been a prince all throughout this entire year on the.
It's simply amazing.
Playoff time now. Everybody's serious now. There's no more joking around.
It was just terrible.
They have more experience, stepping on the game last year. I think that despite that, they'll be popping the greatest shows at the end of this series.
So turn around and I'll pick up the slack.
Hello and welcome to the 9th edition of the 30-Minute Drill. I'm Aaron Ploshnick filling in for Jason Olephant, along with Jake Silverman here. We're going to talk about NBA in this segment. Let's get it started. This year in the NBA, a couple moves were made in the offseason. We have some pretenders and contenders that we think we'd like to discuss in the NBA. Let's start with the Bulls. The Bulls added a huge free agent signing with Ben Wallace, and they picked up Tyrese Thomas from LSU in the draft. How do you think the Bulls are going to do this year? Are they a pretender or a contender?
Well, I mean, they're everyone's favorite to go to the Eastern Conference Final. I really think they are a contender this year. Last year, they had the guards that were amazing with Ben Gordon, Kirk Heinrich, and a few others like Luol Deng, and they got another year of experience this year. But now they got even stronger with Ben Wallace and drafting, I think, probably going to be the best player in this year's draft, Tyrese Thomas out of LSU. He is a very intense player. Raw, but I think he's going to turn out to something special.
Yeah, Tyrese Thomas was a block machine at LSU. Very good player, very solid player, even though he's young. With Ben Wallace and P.J. Brown that they signed in the offseason, they pumped up their defense, and those guards that they have, Ben Gordon, Kirk Heinrich, they're just amazing guards, and it just makes their team so much better. I don't agree with you in the fact that they're going to go to the finals, but they definitely have made some improvements, and within the coming years, you will see a lot of the Chicago Bulls.
One other thing that Ben Wallace is that, I mean, he's a leader on the team, and with a lot of young players, he can provide that leadership, put them in the right role, have someone to go up to. And also, he's a defensive leader, so it's not like someone who wants the ball.
I agree. Moving on, we're going to talk about the Toronto Raptors now. They weren't really good last year, ended up with the number 1 pick in the draft. They drafted Andrea Bargnani, a fantastic player out of Italy, and they lost Charlie Villanueva, but they added TJ Ford. How do you think Toronto's going to do this year?
Well, I love Chris Bosh on their team. I think he's going to be a great player. And, I mean, he's really overlooked in his draft class, but, you have to be when you're in the same draft class as D. Wade, LeBron, and Carmelo. But Andrea Bargnati, I'm not good with names, so I'm going to mess that one up. Out of Italy, it was not the right choice. They had Charlie Villanueva out of UConn, who was a good low post presence, and then they had to trade him for TJ Ford. Now, they want to be an up-tempo team and run, and with TJ Ford, they can maybe do that, but not this year.
Yeah, I really don't think that Toronto's going to be good this year. They drafted Andrea Bargnani out of Benetton Treviso from Italy. He was okay, very good from long range, kind of like a Dirk Nowitzki type of player, but yet again, very raw, as we just said with Tyrus Thomas. A little bit older, though. As far as the whole Villanueva and Ford deal, definitely not the best move for the Toronto Raptors. Charlie Villanueva is a presence, and they're going to lose that presence. Although they're going to gain some handling with TJ Ford in the guard area, I don't think that was the right move.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't think these Dirk comparisons are, that credible to Andrea Bargnani.
Yeah, okay. Moving on. We're going to talk about the Western Conference now as far as pretenders and contenders, and Houston is a name that comes up in a lot of minds. They drafted Rudy Gay, probably the most experienced player out of UConn, and they gained Shane Battier in the offseason, who went to my favorite college, Duke, and Bonzi Wells, who I think will be the sixth man of the year. Do you think Houston is a pretender or a contender?
Well, I don't think they'll make it to the Western Conference Finals, but I think they could be like a 4 seed possibly. I really like Rudy Gay. He's a special player. He's very athletic, runs the floor. People questioned his heart last year, but I don't really think that's something you can do. Shane Battier, he's a defensive player. He's every coach's dream. And Bonzi Wells, coming off the bench, he can do anything you want.
Yeah, I think that Bonzi Wells is going to be a huge addition to that team as far as emotionally, because he's a very emotional player, and Battier is going to be a force as far as his veteran leadership.
And so far this year, if you've seen, Yao Ming has been absolutely astonishing. 36 points in I think the opening game, and he's grabbing boards all over the place. And with a healthy Tracy McGrady, I don't know. This team could pull off a surprise run somewhere and maybe go a little farther than I predicted.
Let's see what happens that NBA season. We're going to move on to our hometown New Jersey Nets. They had a great draft. They drafted a couple key players from UConn, Marcus Williams and Josh Boone, and they drafted Millie Illich out of European League.
Serbia, Montenegro.
The Serbian-Montenegro team. You have Kidd, Jefferson, and VC for 3, the staple players on the Nets. Is this the time for the Nets to overtake for Eastern Conference supremacy?
I definitely think this is the year. I mean, Detroit no longer has Ben Wallace. Shaq is not the great player he once was in the 90s. He's not. That's not his team. It's Dwayne Wade's team down there, and I think the turning of the guards down there in Miami will cause some confusion this year. And I think the Nets can really go out and outrun them and possibly challenge for the finals this year.
All right, we're going to wrap it up right now, but when we come back from break, we're going to have Jason Olephant with a special interview at Tiffany's Steakhouse with Chris Carlin and Tony Siragusa.
Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. We are taking the drill on location here at Tiffany's Restaurant in Pine Brook, New Jersey, where it is my pleasure to introduce a man that knows more about Rutgers football than anybody and is our biggest fan, the voice of Rutgers football, Chris Carlin.
What's up, Jason? Good to be with you. How you doing?
Good. Chris, you do play-by-play for the Rutgers Scarlet Knights for WOR 710. They are currently ranked number 14 in the country and have the biggest game ahead of them in Rutgers history when they play number 3 ranked Louisville this Thursday night. Rutgers has not beat a ranked team since 1988 when they beat the number 15 ranked Penn State Nittany Lions. What does Rutgers need to do in order to beat the high-power Louisville Cardinals?
Well, I'll tell you, Louisville is very impressive, Jason. I mean, you saw the game last week against West Virginia, as you know. I mean, they're just offensively so talented, very difficult to deal with. Brian Brahms, one of the best quarterbacks in the country. He's a guy that's a sure first-round pick in the NFL, and so many weapons. And defensively, they're pretty good. I think in terms of what Rutgers has to do, you have to control the line of scrimmage. You have to be able to run the football, which is really their bread and butter. I think the other thing is defensively, you're not going to be able to shut down that offense altogether, but you have to do everything you can to slow them down. Rutgers defensively has done a terrific job all year. They've been very, very good in terms of stopping the pass, and this is their biggest challenge by far. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. They certainly have to get a lot of pressure on Brian Brom. There's no question about that. Have to get in his face and hit him a little bit and try to rattle him. It's not easy to do. Not many teams have been able to do it.
As you were saying, that Rutgers defense, they've only allowed 8.6 points per game this season, and they're going against a Louisville offense that has scored 39.6 points per game. That is just amazing. But the big thing to watch for, in my mind, in this game for Rutgers is time of possession. The two close games they had this season, first at North Carolina, they prevailed 21-16. They held the ball for over 33 minutes. Then against South Florida, they prevailed 22-20 and held the ball for over 37 minutes. So the big thing in this game, in my mind, has to be time of possession.
Well, absolutely. I mean, you don't want to give Brian Brom any extra chances to make plays, to come out and give him the football more is, it's asking for trouble. I mean, he's a guy that's got plenty of ability, and Rutgers' bread is buttered by running the football. I mean, there's no getting around that. Ray Rice has had an outstanding year, and they have had so much success in controlling time of possession. It's going to be a big key.
Mike Teal for Rutgers has been getting the job done as Rutgers quarterback, but has been inconsistent at times, throwing too many interceptions in key points in the game. What adjustments does Mike Teal need to make in his game to get the Rutgers passing game going against Louisville?
Well, what I think Mike has done well over the last few weeks in particular is he has managed the game very well. He's checked out of the right plays at the line of scrimmage. He's made the right decisions in terms of what plays to be called, and also, throws that he needs to make. He has, cut down on the interceptions the last few weeks. Mike's still growing. Mike's still learning. He's really settling in to the job right now, and he's a guy that, I think, if called upon to go win a game, which they haven't had to do yet, Mike can go do it. He's got all the tools there. He needs to play with confidence. I mean, that's a big factor. The last few weeks he has played with a great deal of confidence, and it sounds, a little bit cliche, but it's true. You have to believe in yourself and what you're doing when you're throwing the football.
Also, Rutgers on the offensive side of the ball has been lacking that wide receiver firepower that they had last year. They had Trent Moses, who was a great wide receiver for Rutgers. Now this year, Tyquan Underwood has been stepping up quite well and filling in that position of Trent Moses. But who needs to step up in the Louisville game to make plays for Rutgers?
Well, certainly Tyquan does. I mean, Rutgers has, if there's been one area this year where they've been besieged by injuries, it certainly has been at wide receiver. Sean Tucker, the senior, broke his foot, has been out a while, and hopefully we'll be able to make it back before the season's over. And also, they lost Marcus Daniels, who's a veteran guy before the season started, Keith Taylor as well. Tyquan's going to have to step up. Guys like Dennis Campbell are going to have to step up. Willie Foster, the senior, could be a factor in the passing game. It's also on Clark Harris, the tight end, because Clark is a guy that's projected also as a first-round pick, and they need him to step up in the passing game as well. He's been very effective when he's been throwing the football.
Let's talk about the two-headed monster now for Rutgers at running back. They have Brian Leonard and Ray Rice. Going into the season, many people considered Brian Leonard the Heisman Trophy candidate. However, Ray Rice has stepped in quite well and has had more than 4 games rushing for over 200 yards. Do you think Ray Rice can win the Heisman Trophy?
If not this year, I think it's certainly, the potential is there over the next couple of years. Ray has really planted the seeds for it. He would have to have a couple of monster games coming up to really have a great shot at it. Troy Smith seems to be everybody's runaway candidate. Ray's right in the mix because he has been very productive this season. He's rushed for over 1,200 yards. He needs to keep that pace going if he wants to be up there. He's averaging 150 yards a game. I mean, that is just a terrific year, and he's only had 2 games under 100 yards this season. So, Ray has just been a special player. He gets it. He's a smart kid. He's tough. He's physical. He'll run between the tackles. He'll do everything you want a top running back to do, and he does it very well.
Chris, before we go, what's your prediction for this Thursday night between Rutgers and Louisville?
I think it's going to be a great game. I don't know if I can put a score on it either way, but we talked about some of the keys earlier about what Rutgers needs to do. I think if Rutgers can run the football effectively, if they can get Louisville off the field on 3rd down, more than their share of times, I think they're going to have a chance to win this game.
Guys, you heard it yourself. That's Chris Carlin, the voice of Rutgers. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill right after this. Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. It is my honor to be here right now with former defensive tackle for the Baltimore Ravens, Tony Siragusa. Tony, how are you today?
I'm doing good, Jason. How are you? You look good. You look good. Supporting Rutgers there in your sweatshirt.
Thanks, Tony.
Yeah.
The first question I want to ask you, Tony, you started off your career with the Indianapolis Colts, your first 7 years of your career. Then you made the transition to the Baltimore Ravens for the final 5 years of your career. What was the transition like playing for the Indianapolis Colts to the Baltimore Ravens?
Well, playing for the Indianapolis Colts was fun. Going there as a free agent, playing for 7 years, almost going to the Super Bowl against the Steelers there in the AFC Championship game where we had the Hail Mary pass, and that sort of didn't work out our way. And then Ted Marchibroda, who was the head coach for us then, decided he was going to go with Cleveland. Then Cleveland wound up moving to Baltimore. So when he got to Baltimore and I became a free agent, he called me up, and the Colts sort of weren't putting up the cash. That's a serious issue in the NFL. So I wound up going to Baltimore with Ted Marchibroda.
Tony, in 2000, you were a part of a Baltimore Ravens defense that allowed the fewest points in NFL history. That is just simply amazing. And you and your fellow defensive line mates helped Baltimore go to their first ever Super Bowl and defeat the New York Giants in 2000. What was it like winning your first Super Bowl, and what emotions first came to mind?
Well, the best thing about winning the Super Bowl is after you win, you get a lot better looking. People start paying a lot more attention to you. You just aren't one of the other bums in the NFL. It was a great experience. It was nice to know. I got a lot of friends in the NFL like Dan Marino and Jim Kelly, who were great quarterbacks in their era, but never really sort of got that Super Bowl ring. And they're just plain ugly guys right now, and I'm better looking than them, and it's a good feeling.
Tony, show that Super Bowl ring to the camera for a minute.
They can see it. There you go.
Tony, also, let's talk about Baltimore this season. They're 6-2. Steve McNair at quarterback. Their defense has just been stifling throughout the season so far. That's consisting of Ed Reed and Bart Scott. What do you think of that Baltimore defense this year?
Well, they're good. They're doing a great job this year. They're not as good as we were in 2000, but everybody has a level they can only get to. Bart Scott's playing very well. Everyone talking about Ray Lewis early in the season and how he's going to come out and be a great middle linebacker. And Bart Scott's actually right now playing better than him. They brought in Haloti Nada, who's a defensive tackle out of Utah, who they tried to replace me. He's a lot fatter than I am. Doesn't do as good a job, but he's a young guy. Hopefully he'll get better. And they also have Kelly up there. He's a little nose guard, a little small, fast guy. But I think they're doing a good job with the personnel they have right now.
Tony, after you retired, you went into the field of broadcasting. You currently are a sideline reporter for Fox Sports Football, and also you are part of the pre-Monday Night Football show live at your own restaurant, Tiffany's in Pine Brook, New Jersey. What made you decide to go in the field of broadcasting after you retired?
I have no clue. They sort of called me. I just wanted to go fishing, and they asked me to do it. I decided to do it, and then they just kept asking me and asking me and asking me. Sort of really fell into it. I mean, it's a fun gig. I get to go travel around for free, get to eat a lot for free, so it's not a bad deal. You're married. I got 3 kids. A lot of hectic stuff. I'm sure your parents talk about it a lot. It's good to get out of the house every now and then. Good for the marriage. You really don't know, but it is. Trust me.
Of course, Tony. Tony, also, when you were a Baltimore Raven, what was your most memorable moment as a Baltimore Raven, and what was your best game that you think you ever had?
The best game I think I ever had. The most memorable moment was probably when I got paralyzed against the Tennessee Titans on a short yardage play. I got wheeled off. They had to take me inside, and they started cutting off my pads, and I told them not to cut it off. They actually took me to the hospital with an escort, gave me an MRI, and I came back. I was very scared at that point. Didn't know if I would ever get back on the football field, but I wound up playing and going into the second half. Got back on the field, played the whole second half. And I'm sure if I didn't go back out there in that game, I would have never went out. And that's probably my most memorable moment.
You heard it from him. That's the big goose, Tony Siragusa.
We'll
be back with more 30-minute drill right after this.
And welcome back to the 30-minute drill. Once again, I'm your host, Carlton Marcin, here with my guest, Michael Botwinick. And today we're going to be doing a Week 9 wrap-up. Our first game we're going to talk about is Atlanta and Detroit. Detroit pulling off a huge win over Michael Vick and the Atlanta Falcons. Vick, he had a decent game, 17 for 32, 163 yards passing. But what went wrong with Michael Vick and the Falcons?
Well, I think Michael Vick relies a little bit too much on his legs instead of his arm. He does have a very good arm and a rocket arm, and he can throw a lot of passes and squeeze it, pass into places that a lot of people can't. But he did run 10 times, which is a lot for a quarterback. And also, Atlanta's defense really broke down. Their secondary did not play well. They let up 321 passing yards to John Kitna, including 138 to Roy Williams. And that needs to really improve if they want to go far this season.
All right. Sticking on the Michael Vick topic, do you think Michael Vick still has it in him to lead the Atlanta Falcons to a Super Bowl?
Well, I think he's a very good quarterback. I don't know if he's a Super Bowl caliber quarterback. He can make a lot of plays and highlight reels, but I don't know if he can really lead a team in a fourth quarter or a 2-minute drill, because he relies so much on passing and taking time possession that I don't think he can do that well in a short period of time.
Our next game is going to be Miami and Chicago. Miami coming off a huge win over the once before 7-0 Chicago Bears. I mean, Miami. I mean, just playing amazing, scoring 14 points in the second half, and then scoring another 10 in the fourth quarter. I mean, why Chicago lose this game?
Well, Miami discovered Chicago's weakness, which a lot of teams couldn't. They discovered that if you pressure Rex Grossman early, he becomes a different quarterback late in the game. And that he showed that by only throwing 210 yards, which was very low for him. And he also threw an interception. And I think that this shows other teams that Chicago is vulnerable. And whoever wins the turnover, if you win the turnover battle when you're playing Chicago, you have a very good chance of winning, even if you're not the good team as them.
All right, next game is going to be Green Bay and Buffalo. Green Bay obviously looking good after a few games into the season. Buffalo doing the same thing, but Buffalo falls to 3-5. The Green Bay obviously at 3-5 again. But why did Buffalo win this game?
Well, Buffalo won this game because of a great performance by Anthony Thomas playing in place of Willis McGay, who hurt his ribs and had to leave early. Also, J.P. Lawson really played well and hooked up with Lee Evans for a touchdown and 85 yards. And I think that Green Bay really needs to improve. They need to play some better defense. They let up a lot of yards on the ground and a lot of yards in the air. And I think that their defense really has to improve if they want to win right now or in the future. Okay.
Right now we're going to move on to Cincinnati and Baltimore. I mean, Cincinnati. I mean, what does the coach think? I mean, not playing Chad Johnson. I mean, it's just terrible. And I mean, it shows in their records. Cause I mean, they're 4-4 right now. Baltimore moving up to 6-2, looking pretty good throughout the season. Cincinnati tried coming back in the fourth quarter, scoring 10 points, but lost this game. Why is this?
Well, I think the main reason they lost this game is because their defense does not play well again. They also need to play. They really need to get their wide receivers involved. Chris Henry had 2 catches he did have almost 80 yards though, and they really need to try to get Chad Johnson more involved. He's not happy with his production so far. He's not getting the ball as much as he would like to, and this is a guy that could really help plays and help them win, and he's not getting the ball. You have to wonder why.
All right, next game is going to be Dallas at Washington. I mean, it was definitely the highlight of Week 9. Definitely the best game all weekend. Dallas falling short of the fourth quarter. Washington coming back with a field goal to win it. Why did Washington win this game?
Well, I think the main reason they won this game is because of determination and heart. I mean, a lot of people did not even count them as a possibility to win this game, and they came out and proved a lot of critics wrong, played well, and got a last-second field goal to win the game. A rookie kicker really had a 48-yard bomb. It was a great kick. And great heads-up play by Sean Taylor to, when he recovered the ball, keep running, even though instead of getting the ball down and possibly taking a last shot at the end zone, he decided to keep running, got a fast-ass penalty, and set him up for a field goal.
All right, next game is going to be New England and Tampa Bay. New England, Drew Brees looking really good with 24 for 32 with 314 yards passing. I mean, that is just amazing. We got New Orleans. Definitely first and third quarter with 14 points in each and a field goal in the second quarter. But why Tampa Bay lose this game?
Well, I think they lost the game because of one reason. The pure skills of rookie wide receiver Marcus Colston, who is still my pick for Rookie of the Year. He had 123 yards and a touchdown. I mean, this is a guy that nobody even considered even viable of a pick in the first 6 rounds. But this looks to be obviously the steal of the draft for the Saints.
They got a great player in Colston at Hofstra, and he's really been very productive this year. Right now he's a top producing wide receiver in the league, and he could wind up that way all throughout the year and maybe even be Rookie of the Year.
Okay, we're going to have time for one more game. Obviously, your favorite, the New York Giants and Houston. New York Giants going to 6-2, Houston 2-6. Why did the Giants win this game?
Well, Giants won this game because of determination. They're missing 10 offensive and defensive starters, and good teams find ways to win games even though they're hurt and injured. And they really played well and we were able to beat Houston, who they should have beaten more. But since they were injured, they lost a lot of players, and now they're focusing on Chicago.
All right, thank you, Michael. Once again, I'm your host, Carlton Marcin, and we'll be back with more 30-minute drill next week.
Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. 30-minute drill. 30-minute drill. 30-minute drill.
They're just amazing. They're so good.
So many things have gone wrong, and they've
just been a prince all throughout this entire year on the.
Simply amazing.
Simply amazing.
Playoff time now. Everybody's serious now. There's no more joking around.
It was just terrible.
They have more experience, 7 on the game last year. I think that despite that, they'll be popping the greatest shows at the end of the season.
So turn around and I'll pick up the slack. Take up this bridge.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 10th edition of the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Jason Olephant, alongside Aaron Ploshnick, Jake Silverman. We have Week 10 football wrap-up to talk about. Let's get started. First game we're going to talk about is the San Diego Chargers and the Cincinnati Bengals. San Diego prevailed 49-41. Phillip Rivers was just great in this game, throwing for 337 yards and 3 touchdowns. And Carson Palmer, in a losing effort, threw for career highs 440 yards and 3 touchdowns. The Cincinnati Bengals have now dropped 3 straight and are under 500 for the first time since the 2004 season. Is the Cincinnati Bengals' pathway to destiny in the Super Bowl finished?
Well, they got a lot of trouble with this schedule coming up in that tough AFC North. But as far as Carson Palmer having a career day, we can't forget, we got to talk about Ocho Cinco, number 85, Chad Johnson. Career day with 11 receptions for 260 yards and 2 touchdowns. I'm sure he wanted to break out more of those celebrations, but unfortunately with 2 touchdowns, he can only use 2. But besides that, LaDainian Tomlinson, for those San Diego Chargers who are looking absolutely phenomenal right now, 22 carries, 104 yards, and a stunning 4 touchdowns. Both teams did good. San Diego ended up better, and I think Cincinnati might be in trouble.
Yeah, this was a heartbreaking loss for Cincinnati. Johnson and company, and Johnson basically, was good, but they weren't good enough for LT. Chad Johnson, Jeremy Johnson, and Rudy Johnson showed up, played their game. Chad Johnson had a career day, and it just wasn't good enough because San Diego had that late second half surge. They came back late, and they basically overtook it. I mean, if you're Cincinnati and if you want to win the Super Bowl, you're up 28-0. You got to win this game. There's no way you're going to win the Super Bowl and give up 28-0 leads.
Yes, San Diego, they were down 21 points, came back with 21 points in the second half to overtake the Cincinnati Bengals. Exceptional job from the San Diego Chargers.
The next game we're going to move on to is the Baltimore Ravens and the Tennessee Titans. Baltimore prevailed 27-26. Huge comeback. Late game heroics yet again by Steve McNair. It was Steve McNair and wide receiver Derek Mason's return to Tennessee. If Baltimore, unless they have a huge letdown, Baltimore is going to be in the playoffs this season. Can Baltimore make some noise in the playoffs?
Well, I don't know if they're going to go out there and compete with the Colts, but Baltimore has been pretty stout so far. Their defense, anchored by Ray Lewis and Bart Scott, has been phenomenal, and their offense is not looking so bad. I mean, McNair threw for 373 with 3 touchdowns yesterday. I mean, they do have a legitimate chance to maybe make a seed in the playoffs and maybe even get to that championship game versus, I would believe, the Colts, based on how they destroyed the Patriots and how there's really not much competition besides the Ravens. But as far as the Tennessee Titans, who happen to be my favorite team, it was a heartbreaking loss. Being up 26-7, Baltimore with that comeback, it really stinks to be a Titans fan yesterday.
Yeah, well, it's good you added in that comment after you denounced my Patriots. Besides the point. Anyway, I think the Baltimore Ravens could really get into the playoffs and make some serious noise with that heart-stopping defense and the great quarterback play of Steve McNair. But he's been a little inconsistent. He needs to stop throwing the interceptions and going back to Brian Billick's new offensive scheme of running the ball more. I think that would be more successful in the playoffs, controlling the clock, letting the defense rest, and handing the game over to the defense and letting them control the tempo.
The next game we're going to talk about was one of the premier games of Week 10 in my mind, Pittsburgh and New Orleans. Pittsburgh prevailed 38-31. Pittsburgh has been one of the biggest disappointments in the NFL this season. They were 2-6, and now they move on to 3-6. In order for Pittsburgh to make the playoffs, in my mind, they basically need to win all the rest of their games to go to 10-6. Do you think Pittsburgh can somehow make their way and move into the playoff hunt?
Forget about this season for Pittsburgh. Forget about it, all right? No way. They were absolutely horrific in the beginning of the season. Ben Roethlisberger was all over the maps throwing-wise. I mean, yesterday he threw good. He got 364 yards for 3 touchdowns. But the rest of the season, he's been inconsistent. One day he'll throw 4 interceptions, and next week he'll throw 5 touchdowns. You can't do that if you're the playoff team. Last year, they had a great running game and a strong defense. The defense is still strong, but the running game is lacking that big power inside, even though Willie Parker is running around crazy for, 213 yards yesterday?
Yeah, he ran for 213 yards and 2 touchdowns. A great day for Willie Parker. But you know what? I have to agree with you. The Pittsburgh Steelers are done. They have a tough schedule coming up. I believe they have Cleveland, Baltimore, Tampa Bay, Cleveland again, Carolina, Baltimore, and Cincinnati again. That's a really tough schedule for the Pittsburgh Steelers to deal with. But I've been a supporter of the New Orleans Saints the entire season, and it was a tough loss for them.
The last game we're going to talk about before we go is a battle for NFC supremacy between the New York Giants and the Chicago Bears. The Bears prevailed 38-20. The Giants broke down in the second half. Tell me about this game.
Well, I mean, Eli Manning started out pretty well. They got down the field pretty fast. Brandon Jacobs, the big bruiser, knocked them into the end zone for that touchdown. And the Bears really weren't looking good in that first half. It looked like the Giants might take this. They went into halftime, I believe, 17-14. Then the Bears started to step it up in that second half, and Rex Grossman was unstoppable.
Yeah, that's the kind of killer instinct you need if you're going to be an NFC champion. And I think the Bears showed everyone that even after losing to Miami, they could still compete with the best of them. And they showed by beating the Giants that they really are that good of a team, and they could probably win the NFC championship.
Thanks, guys, for your thoughts. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill right after this.
And welcome back to the 30-minute show. Once again, I'm your host, Carlton Marcin, here with my guest, Michael Botwinick, and today we'll be doing a Week 11 preview. First game we're going to talk about, Atlanta-Baltimore. Atlanta not looking too good, coming off a terrible loss against Cleveland last week. Michael Vick, not so good, running the ball a little bit too much. Who wins in this game?
Well, I think Baltimore will win this game. They have a very tenacious defense. They have a great linebacking core with Ray Lewis, a great backfield with Ed Reed. And I think that Michael Vick may be running a little bit too much. He may need to pass the ball more. And their running attack hasn't been very good with Warwick Dunn. It's been very good this season. But I think that Baltimore's defense will just be too much for the Atlanta Falcons to overcome this game.
All right, next game we're talking about is Pittsburgh and Cleveland. Both teams coming off big wins, as we just said. Cleveland coming off a win in Atlanta, and Pittsburgh coming off on a win over Atlanta. Pittsburgh wasn't looking too good in the beginning of the season. Now they're 3-6. Last week they faced New Orleans, as we just said, 38-31 over New Orleans. Who wins in this game?
Well, I think Pittsburgh will win this game. Cleveland, despite their win, I still think they're not a great team. Charlie Fry is not a great quarterback. And Pittsburgh's really been playing well. Willie Parker has been great rushing the ball. He had over 200 yards last week. And he's been very, very productive. And the Steelers really need to win this game if they want to stay in the playoff hunt, if they want to get into the playoff hunt even. This is a must-win for them, and I think they'll come through with a win here.
All right. New England, Green Bay. New England coming off a terrible loss against the Jets. I mean, the Jets just coming into the house and just taking it all. We got Tom Brady not looking too good. Got sacked 4 times. And Green Bay also coming off a big win in Minnesota, 23-17. Who do you like in this game?
Well, I like Green Bay. I like New England in this game. Green Bay has not been playing great lately. Brett Favre is playing decently, but their running game has not been very productive. New England's is very upset about that loss last week, and I think they'll really respond. They're going to lose 2 in a row, and I think New England will win this game from great production from Lawrence Maroney and Tom Brady.
All right. Cincinnati, New Orleans. As we just said, New Orleans not looking too good last week. Cincinnati just couldn't pull it out in the fourth quarter. I mean, Chad Johnson 260. He was 11. He had 11 catches, 260 yards. Palmer, I think he had 440 yards passing. I mean, it was just amazing. Who wins in this game?
Well, despite the terrific passing of the Cincinnati Bengals last week, I think that the New Orleans Saints will try to limit their passing, and I think they'll win this game. They have two great rookies in Reggie Bush and Marcus Colston. Marcus Colston, of course, my pick for Rookie of the Year. He had over 150 yards this week, and that's just great production from a rookie 7th-round pick. That's very good scouting and great work by the Saints to land him. I think that him and Reggie Bush will really help them win this game.
Our next game is going to be Chicago at the New York Jets. On my birthday, which is this Sunday, we got the New York Jets obviously coming off a big win in New England. Chicago coming back to New York to face the New York Jets, winning over the New York Giants last week. The defense was just looking amazing. Who do you like in this game?
Well, unfortunately for you, Carlton, I don't think the Jets are going to give you a great birthday present. The Chicago Bears were great defense, and Chad Pennington, I think he's really going to be shut down. The Jets' running game has really been non-existent ever since the loss of Curtis Martin. He's out for the season. And I think that the Bears' defense will just be too much for the Jets to handle, and I think Chicago will win this one.
All right, Tennessee and Philadelphia. Philadelphia coming over, big win in Washington. They move up to 5-4. We got Tennessee, just couldn't pull it out against Baltimore. Steve McNair was looking amazing, just throwing all through Tennessee secondary. Vince Young obviously looking really good with his heads up play. Who do you like in this game?
Well, I like Philadelphia in this game. Tennessee really almost won against Baltimore last week, and Vince Young's really starting to look comfortable in the pocket. He's really starting to run more and pass more. But I think this Philadelphia team is very good with Donovan McNabb as one of the top quarterbacks in the league. Brian Westbrook's really starting to come along, and they have Carl Buckhalter back after we missed all last season. He's really helping them this year. And I think that Philadelphia's offense and air attack will just be too much for the Tennessee Titans to handle.
Our next game is going to be San Diego and Denver. Obviously, a battle of defenses. Whose offense can pick it up? That's going to be the question. We got San Diego, LaDainian Tomlinson obviously looking amazing as last week against Cincinnati. Definitely the best game played this season. We got Denver and their defense. I mean, you know they're going to be ready for LaDainian Tomlinson, but who wins in this game?
Well, I think Denver will win this game. I'm sure they're preparing had a game plan against LaDainian Tomlinson. Also, Phillip Rivers has been great this season, but he's still very young, and you got to wonder when he's not going to have a good game. All young quarterbacks do that. And I think that this is a game where he's really not going to have a great time. He's facing two great cornerbacks in Champ Bailey and Darren Williams, and I think that's going to be tough for him. I think through Denver's defense, and if they can just manage with Tatum Bell and Mike Bell in the rushing game, I think that Denver will be able to pull this one off.
All right, once again, I'm your host, Carlton Marcin, here with my guest, Michael Botwinick, and we'll be back with more 30-minute drill after this.
And welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Darren Ploshnick, along with guests Jason Olephant and Jake Silverman. We're going to talk about college football this segment. Let's get it started. Rutgers. The wonderful New Jersey team that we all know and love improved to 9-0 this week, where they beat number 3rd-ranked Louisville with a 28-25 upset special. Rutgers moves up to number 6 in the AP poll and number 7 in the BCS rankings. Could this possibly be Rutgers' year to be BCS worthy, and where will they end up?
I think Rutgers is definitely BCS worthy. They're 9-0 on their remaining schedule. They're at Cincinnati, then home to Syracuse, then at West Virginia. The scenario is if Rutgers does indeed go undefeated, they'll be 12-0. And how can you not put them in the BCS game? Plus, if the scenario is if Cal beats USC, USC will have 2 losses. And if USC beats Notre Dame, Notre Dame will have 2 losses. So the winner of the Ohio State-Michigan game can possibly play Rutgers if they indeed go undefeated in the BCS championship game.
Well, I can think of a scenario where they won't go to the BCS game even if they go undefeated. USC will not lose to Cal. USC has too much firepower of John David Booty hooking up to Dwayne Jarrett in the end zone. And they will beat Cal and most likely beat Charlie Weiss's Notre Dame. Therefore, USC will be going against the winner of the Ohio State-Michigan for the national championship. Although I do see them possibly going to the Orange Bowl facing the SEC champion, whoever that is, will be a very difficult opponent.
Well, there's also another scenario that we can't forget. If Michigan doesn't lose too badly to Ohio State or vice versa, they could end up playing in the BCS championship.
That's a very plausible option too, because that would, in fact, totally ruin USC's opportunity and Rutgers, no matter what happens. And the computer rankings are going crazy. I mean, they have Rutgers at number 2, Ohio State at 3, and Michigan at 1, so you really don't know what's going to come out of those computers. We just have to wait and see.
As it stands right now, the worst-case scenario for Rutgers is playing in the Gator Bowl, and that game would indeed be against the ACC champion Georgia Tech with Reggie Ball and Calvin Johnson. So in my mind, that would be a great game. But Coach Schiano has had his troops rolling, and I think this is a Cinderella season for Rutgers.
All right, we're going to move on right now. Heisman Trophy talk. Well, with Adrian Peterson being knocked out early in the season, he got knocked out. You have Steve Slayton from West Virginia. You have Ted Ginn Jr. You have Troy Smith. Who do we feel is going to win the Heisman Trophy this year?
I believe Troy Smith wins the Heisman if they win the national championship. Even if they maybe lose the national championship, they probably will. He will win. Ted Ginn Jr. was one of the Heisman candidates. He hasn't been getting the reception yards, although he has been doing the special teams work. He really isn't, all around getting those high stats and recognition that Troy Smith has gotten.
Even though Troy Smith is the runaway candidate for the Heisman Trophy winner, I have to disagree with Jake. In my mind, the Heisman Trophy winner has to be Ray Rice out of Rutgers.
Oh, yeah.
The guy has had over 4 games rushing for 200 yards and has just been carrying that offense. Without Ray Rice, Rutgers, in my mind, wouldn't have that potent running attack that they always have week in and week out. So in my mind, unless if he doesn't win it this year, Ray Rice will definitely win it next year. He is a great player.
You almost read my mind. I was thinking along the same lines as you, and then I remembered. He's a sophomore, I believe, right?
Yep.
I don't think it's his year to win it yet. I'm going to have to give it to Troy Smith this year, but between Steve Slayton from West Virginia and Ray Rice, it's going to be quite a Heisman race next year.
Yeah, it's going to definitely be the race of those two running backs. Adrian Peterson probably won't come back after his injury, even though there's some speculation he will. Ray Rice doing amazing things this year. I would love to see him get that award, Olephant. I know you would too. Not this year, not this year.
Also, going into the season, Brian Leonard was the considered Heisman Trophy candidate for Rutgers, but he has passed the torch to Ray Rice, and Ray Rice has just been having an outstanding season.
Yeah, it's been a breakout year for Ray Rice. The Michigan-Ohio State game, people are counting down to see what's going to happen, number 1 versus number 2. As far as this game, BCS implications, national championship, who wins the game, what's the score, and who's the MVP of the game?
Who wins the game? I'm picking Michigan. They come into this game losing to Ohio State, I believe, the past 4 or 5 years. Every time they've been undefeated and gone to Ohio State, they've always lost. They want this win. They need this win. And I believe who's going to step up for them? Michael Hart. Michael Hart, yeah. And Henne, their quarterback. They've been the duo since the past 2 years, and they really, I think, are going to step it up this game and definitely beat the Buckeyes.
Well, Jake, I have to disagree with you. I have to go with Ohio State in this one. They demolished Northwestern this past week, 54-10, and in my mind, the MVP of this game is going to be Troy Smith. I'm looking for him to have an outstanding game and carry Ohio State on his shoulders going to the BCS championship game versus the Rutgers Scarlet Knights.
I'm going to have to go with Michigan in this game, and Mario Manningham will be my MVP with a last-second touchdown catch. That's going to be it for us this week. I'm Aaron Ploshnick, and that's been the 30-Minute Drill.
Welcome back to the 30-Minute Drill. I'm Sean you along with Michael Botwinick, and we're talking opening season NBA right now. Last night was a really amazing Nets game. I mean, VC in overtime hitting the 3 with a lucky bounce at the rim. What do you think about that game?
Well, I think the Nets really played well in the first half, but they really need to learn to play with the lead, especially if they want to go anywhere in this season. It's really disappointed that this game even came down to a last-second shot. But Vince Carter showed he has those ice veins that he hasn't fallen under pressure. He had a very long three-pointer, and he sent the Nets to overtime where they just take advantage of the Wizards' weaknesses to win the game.
Do you think the Nets, without Jefferson for a while, do you think they could still have a winning record?
Well, I think they do, Sean. They have a lot of weapons in that team and a very deep bench, including Mikey Moore, power forward, Hassan Adams, Josh Boone is still injured, but when he comes back, they have a lot of good players. They have Marcus Williams, the rookie, Clifford Robinson. They have a very deep bench and a lot of players that can step in and really make a difference for this team.
I mean, you said some pretty good players, but you can't forget the players that played last night: Antoine Wright and Bojan Nakbar, who's my MVP right now for the Nets, because he's stepped in and hitting just amazing shots. He's just one of the strongest players in the Nets.
Well, he is. I mean, Anton Wright really was a gym rat this offseason. He really worked very hard to get himself in shape and work on his jump shot and his overall game. And Bojan Nakbar, also known as Boki Nakbar, or as players in the Nets team call him, the Hokey Boki Nakbar.
Definitely.
He's really showed that he was a great trade for Mark Jackson last year, and he's really helped this team a lot, and he will help this team for a long time.
Now, I was watching the post-game wrap-up, and they were talking about how Jason Kidd seems younger than last year. I mean, he had 77 triple-double, just playing one of his strongest opening seasons so far. Do you think he's going to continue to play at his standard right now?
Well, I think he is. He's doing a great job this season, and he's really showing a lot of energy. What is helping them with this energy is that he doesn't have to play 40 minutes a game anymore now that they have Marcus Williams. He can come off the bench and provide he's a very good backup for Jason Kidd. He really handles the load. He's a very good player, and Jason Kidd doesn't have to be in there all the time. They can even save him for some of the playoffs.
Okay, now we're going to go to the fantasy best. We're going to pick one player from each division. In the East, I have Michael Redd. I mean, starting off just like last year, scoring 40 to 30 points a game. He's right now the only thing leading the Bucks to their leading record, and he just have a nice shot with that quick lefty shot that no one could stop basically. And my West, I have Zach Randolph. For the first 3 games, he was averaging 30 and 10, and they're stepping up. He's one of the uprising players. Last year didn't do too well, but he's doing well in the Portland Trailblazers. Who do you have?
Well, for my East player, I have Ben Wallace from the Chicago Bulls. He's a very good defensive presence, a very big defensive presence. He grabs a lot of boards. He's a great player. He blocks shots. He's a very high energy guy. He's a great sign for this Bulls team, and I think it'll help him win for this season. For my West player of the year, I have Yao Ming. He had 31 points and 15 rebounds the other day. I mean, that's production right there. And if he can keep going with that, he'll be in the All NBA team. He could even put up a MVP like season.
And I'm a big Rockets fan, so I'm really proud of Yao. I mean, T-Mac's just been on a drought these days. I don't know what's wrong with him. Maybe he's just still coming back from his injury. But Yao's been stepping up for the team. Top scorer as a center right now. Now, there's a lot of surprising teams in the NBA so far. My surprise team is Utah with Andre Kirilenko and Darren Williams and Carlos Boozer and Mehmet Okur. I mean, they're just strong. Who do you have?
Well, I have the Orlando Magic. They have a very young, strong team with a good front court with Darko Milicic and Dwight Howard. Darko Milicic didn't really get a chance to shine at Detroit, but now he comes to Orlando. He's a big-time player, and he's really showing all his potential right now. They also have Jameer Nelson at the guard position. He's been playing very well. He's dishing out some nice assists and gotten some good points. So I think they're going to make the playoffs this year.
I mean, usually surprise teams don't often end that well. But last year, just like the Clippers, had a great season. Do you think any of these 2 teams you talked about will make it to the playoffs?
Well, I think they both will make it to the playoffs, believe it or not. But I don't think they can go much farther than that. I don't think they'll win in the first round.
Okay, now we're going to talk about our top all-NBA players so far in the first about like 5-6 games. For my point guard, I have Gilbert Arenas. I mean, he's not the most consistent point guard, but still, first game, even though he put up 9 points, right now he's putting up 40, some 40 numbers and 30. My shooting guard's Michael Redd, like I said before, great shot. My small forward's Andre Kirilenko, AK-47, on the Utah Jazz, just surprising team, surprising player, actually. I mean, he's been playing well, but he's just good. And my power forward, I have Sean Marion. He's probably the number 1 player right now. And my center, like you talked about before, Yao Ming.
Well, I disagree with you, Sean. My point guard is Steve Nash. He's a reigning MVP. He's really carrying this team. He gets a lot of assists. Smart player. My shooting guard is Vince Carter from the Nets. he's really carries his team sometimes. And when they're slow and he has to create his own shot, he's really helps them a lot. My small forward is Carmelo Anthony. He's very good. He's leading the Denver Nuggets. My power forward is Nenad Kristic from the Nets. He's a very good player. He's European. He's still learning. My center is Ben Wallace, we talked about before. He's a very good defensive presence, and he's really helping the Chicago Bulls.
And that's all the time we have. See you next week for episode 10 of the 30-Minute Drill.